Hot Button.
Welcome back to Hot Button's third day of the Game of the Year Deliberations. Around the room, we have Austin Blakesley.
Yo.
Sean Chambers.
Yo.
Chelsea Romano.
Hey.
Matt Nudeboom.
Hello again.
And myself, Randall Beatrice.
You didn't do Zug Zug this time.
I was like, it's the bit's gonna get old.
You forgot someone.
And Fuse.
And Fuse.
On the sofa. But yeah, a crack team of professionals, if you will, who knows the best of what 2021 had to offer in the realm of video games.
Wait, you guys are getting paid for this?
Yeah, none of my checks have showed up yet.
Mine did, but they bounced.
Yep, that was the shit
Wait,
You all are chumps. I just told him to pay me in cash.
I'll take my payments in
precious cargo around
Ethereum,
here.
please.
Ethereum.
Oh, we're going to get into Ethereum
You
today.
take cum coin?
Yeah.
I thought they were called cummies.
They are called cummies.
Did you just not want to say cummies?
Take payment in cummies?
I exclusively take hentai coins.
No, but I pay people in cummies.
Obviously, we're now in the dark middle chapter. Go back and check out episodes 1 and 2 if you haven't already. But for those that made it this far, the categories we have lined up are Best Remaster, Remake, or Rerelease, Best Expansion or Improvement, Biggest Disaster, and the final batch of our personal awards as well. Today's being Matt and Chelsea's contributions.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, today's my day. I get to talk about Animal Crossing and Final Fantasy.
And NFTs, which I know you
And
like.
NFTs.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
I'm ready to edit an hour and a half down to like 15
Yeah, it's gonna get to...
just so it starts off and then it ends. I think it was very good.
I'll just do that fast forward thing where you can hear you talking like a chipmunk.
Yeah, just play yakety sax in the background while it happens. Yeah, it's just gonna start. You're gonna say Chelsea. It's Chelsea. Yo, it's Final Fantasy. Let's talk about it. Great game. And it's just like they just cut out all the middle section. Yeah.
So first up, experiencing the same game you like again for more money. This is the award for Best Remake, Remaster, or Re-Release. Our non-GTA, non-Monkey Ball nominees are...
Did you read the list?
I'm about to read it right now.
Okay.
Weird.
Make sure you read every entry.
Yeah. Sounds like you
Yeah, don't skip any.
you named two of them
skip
already.
The Blizzard Arcade Collection, Diablo 2 Resurrected, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond / Shining Pearl, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World Complete Edition, Nier Replicant version fucking whatever.
Bunch of numbers.
Name it.
Fake ass high numbers.
No, we don't have it written down. We're not looking it up.
Mass Effect Legendary Edition, Skyrim Anniversary Edition. I can't keep track of which one they're at now. Nope, ain't reading that. The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD, the No More Heroes 1 and 2 remasters, or remastered, I forget how they label it. Mario Party Superstars, the GoldenEye 007 XBLA leak, Xbox backwards compatibility in general, Stubbs the Zombie, and A Rebel Without a Pulse. I can't believe I stumbled over that. And Quake.
You stumbled over it?
Good one.
Yeah.
There was one where you said, I'm not going to read that, and I don't remember that coming out this year.
There seems to be one that got missed.
Listen, I'm the only one here that played it, so I can speak on good authority.
Dunk on it.
All right, so Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania.
My time will be to dunk on that will be day 4.
Here's our discussion.
And day 5.
How's Monkey Target?
No, I'm not. You're baiting me.
All right, we deleted it. I deleted it.
Get baited.
Deleted it. It was never there. Who wants to start? Sean, you played Diablo 2 Resurrected.
Yeah. Yeah, reliving my teenage years of going over to my friend's house who had abusive parents, and I'd go over and sleep over.
Jesus Christ.
And we'd play Diablo, and I'd be like, yo, I don't have a PC to play games, and now I'm an adult with kids, and I'm an abusive parent. And
You're just the cycle that continues.
That's the Diablo cycle.
It's
It's like Bioshock with the man in the city in the lighthouse.
Yeah,
It
no,
always requires 3 things: cows, swords, and abusive parents.
just joking. Please don't report me. But no,
It's too late.
Diablo 2 was my first real, Diablo 2 Resurrected was my first real go at it because I was a noob and my friends all knew so much more than me, the ones that introduced me to the game. So this is a game
Did
that
you know about the cow level?
Yes. Come on, dude. Not that
He
much.
didn't know a lot, but he knew about
Yeah,
that.
I knew about some things. A very sectioned off portion of the game. But yeah, no, I was really excited for this. Over the past couple of years, I've been following some Diablo 2 speedrunners and content creators and things like that. So the news that this was finally coming out was awesome to hear about. But this was like my first real shot to kind of like experience it for myself in my own home. Because I tried taking my friend's discs to my computer, but it was just dog shit. And I couldn't get it to work or install correctly. But fast forward to now, I have no issues.
Did you stick with it?
I spent a decent amount of time. I got through normal and nightmare on my Hammerdin because I wanted to have an easy time. But I didn't really go through with hell because
Did you play it on PC?
I did.
Because I think it's on console as well, right?
Right.
Does it play like like what they did with 3? Because
The controls
that's pretty
for
cool.
console are like really well done.
Yeah.
From what I understand, having not tried them myself, but any purist Diablo 2 fan will tell
of course,
you.
Yeah.
But this is also
That's blasphemous.
that the year this came out was 2021, and get bent. It deserves to be on every platform if it can. That's why Diablo 3 was so successful. But
yeah.
I did fall off of this relatively quickly, but I was all absorbed by it when it came out. But it's something that I see myself going back to.
Like prior to release, we were fun. Like you'd think our Discord would have been like all over that, but I don't know. Then when the allegations came out, suddenly no one had a taste for it anymore.
We'll get to why we didn't play it.
Yeah.
Right.
Biggest disaster.
Yeah,
I mean, it's also a
like,
pretty large investment of time
it
too.
came and
Right.
went. I was like really hype about
Yeah,
playing it,
same.
and then
it was
then
like,
it just-
oh right,
yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
And now we're talking about it, and I went, oh, it released.
Yep.
I think this came out in September,
Mm-hmm.
or like end of September. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff I wanted to catch up on and stuff that was coming out that I, was looking forward to. So I spent my time with it, enjoyed it. I think it was really like the way they were able to transform that game from whatever year it originally came out. I think it was early 2000s. I think 2001 maybe to now was very impressive. This is the first time I've seen.
Can you toggle between the graphics?
Yes.
No.
This is the first time I've seen press the button and make it look way old, or press the button again and make it look brand new.
I knew they did that with the StarCraft 4K whatever.
Yeah.
Halo too, right?
Yeah, that was the first one.
Yeah.
Back in 2011.
I mean, I'm sure this game did a lot for people that really wanted it and that sunk time and had been playing the original till this came out. You know what I mean?
You think cut or keep?
Let me look at this here.
Because it'd have to be you.
Personally,
hold on.
out of what I'm seeing, I would put this pretty high.
Okay.
Yeah.
we can keep it for now.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good
Hold on
contender.
here.
I have two that we can knock out real
Go ahead.
quick.
Okay.
So we have 2 games on here that are Wii exclusives that got ported to the Switch. Technically 3 games. Skyward Sword HD, and then the 2 No More Heroes remasters.
Yes.
And when I tell you that I was like, fuck, man, I'm finally going to be able to play Skyward Sword and not deal with bad controls.
Oh no.
And then they made the controls on controller worse than the Waggle.
Oh my god! Really?
They both were bad.
Really?
The controls are awful in the Skyward
That's
Sword
a shame
remake.
because Skyward Sword is
A good game.
It's one of my favorite
Yeah.
Zelda games.
But it's
I
held
think the
back
story
by like
is
the
really good and the art
input method.
style is really good. But what
Yeah, it's
holds
striking.
that back is the waggle. Like the motion controls in the
Like,
original
to
are
give-
so horrendous.
To give you an example,
They were busted
little,
for me.
little
back then,
anecdote here. You know how Link has he has the spin move, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So on the Wii, the way you did the spin move was you just like aggressively thrust the
remember,
controller
yeah.
to the side. So in the remaster, what they did was everything is mapped to the right stick. So you're aiming the sword with the right stick. You flick up to hit up, you flick down to hit down. For the fucking spin move, you have to go left, right, left on the analog stick real quick to do a spin move in one direction and right, left, right to do it in the other direction.
That won't get confusing at all.
And let me tell you something about the Joy-Cons. Their analog sticks are shit. So when you ask me to do a very precise left, right, left, it doesn't work most of the time. And when you have enemies that require me to spin move them because they have like shields or whatever.
See, I just assumed that they would do the same thing that they did with No More Heroes and give it that treatment of simplifying it to the stick.
So to Zelda's credit,
that's what they did.
Right,
yes.
but I mean, but
they did it poorly.
To Zelda's credit, that was a Wii Motion Plus game.
Yes,
yeah.
You needed it, right?
Yeah,
right.
you actually needed it.
Which makes it more difficult. It's more complicated than No More Heroes.
Yes.
However, I did play through the No More Heroes 1 remaster.
Because that game came out in like 2008.
And it works.
Yeah.
So I say we cut Zelda Skyward Sword HD
That's such a shame.
and leave
No
More Heroes.
I'm cool with that. I mean, No More Heroes had
that remake too.
Yeah.
They had at least like
it's still good.
They could go off of those PS3 and 360 versions.
Yeah.
So there's like the foundation was there, but
I don't know why they didn't just give it
No More
the
Heroes?
Twilight Princess.
Because the whole game is designed around hitting enemies in very specific ways from specific
I know,
directions.
but like a spin attack could have just been like a wiggle.
Yeah.
Or, or work with me here. You spin the joystick.
I wouldn't want to do
seems-
that on a Joy-Con.
Oh, that's fair.
I mean, I would even say
You do that and you're drifting all over the
Or
place.
like hold L and hit left.
Hey, there's
I was
like
going to say,
that's what
I was going to say. Listen,
Oh, yeah.
Ocarina of Time, the way you did a spin move was you just held the sword until it was held out, and if you need to spin a certain direction, just hold a different direction,
Exactly.
and that's the direction of the spin. And if you don't hold anything, it just defaults to like right or something. Like that,
it's like a stance thing.
Yeah, and which like the spin, it's just like, listen, it was perfectly serviceable in Ocarina, Majora's Mask the way it was. It's like, why did you need
every
to make
game before that.
It's disappointing because I don't envy the task of mapping Wii Motion Plus controls to a controller.
Yeah.
However, this is the Zelda. This is pretty much widely considered the worst Zelda because of the waggle.
And you didn't fix
And
the
you
thing that was
didn't
wrong.
do it right.
Yeah.
And that's a shame.
I thought it was considered the worst because it has Groose in it.
No,
Groose rules.
don't you dunk on Groose. He's like the best part of that game.
You guys are wild.
Yeah, just imagine if Nintendo had.
Let me tell you something. Link in that game especially needs to be bullied.
Yeah, he does deserve it.
Groose, he's the only character with flavor in that entire game, man. It's
I
just,
love his theme.
That's very like Saturday morning.
Yeah, can you
cartoon.
just like cut his theme in here?
So,
You could
did I
try.
ever tell you, before we move on, I ever tell you my favorite story about Skyward Sword? I played that when I was living with Tim up in Jersey City. We were sharing that apartment over the summer, and he worked late because he was JP. And so he comes home one day, and he just sees me lying on the couch looking miserable, like a pile of Bud Light cans like slowly growing in front of me, and just like playing Skyward Sword. And he's just like, you look like this, you look miserable right now. And I was just like, I would even say the waggle controls were not even, like, I thought they were serviceable. The thing that killed me was just the tutorializing and the hand-holding in that game.
Yeah,
I remember. Former our friend and former guest Andrew said that he played that entire game standing up, and I was like, "You're out of your mind."
I mean,
Well, la-di-da, Mr. Bodybuilder. Not all of us have stamina.
Yeah, but
Nah.
Link does. Am I right?
This was something I tossed in here. The Scott Pilgrim game. Admittedly, I own the remaster, but have yet to boot it up. It's awesome to see this out there for people to experience again after all those years of it being delisted. And I've heard this actually is the definitive edition. Like all the DLCs are in it. They added online for the co-op. But this was kind of like a white whale for folks for a long time. And but it can go. But if you're looking to like revisit that era of you're like 4-player side-scrolling beat-em-ups, like it's it's great for that.
All right, I have a cut.
Okay.
Near Replicant.
Yeah.
Sean, you're the only person who had any shot of playing it. Did you play Near
I think
Replicant?
No.
me and you
We played a little bit of it.
me, Randy, and
Yeah.
Alfred.
I didn't get to it.
I mean, we jumped into. I mean, like that. Like
I feel like it loses a bit once it goes open world.
Yeah, the opening was really fun, and then the open world felt a bit
right.
It felt a bit aimless.
I think that is how that game was.
Yeah. Yeah, the opening was fun as shit though.
But I know a lot of people, have tons of renowned interest in Nier again post Automata.
We know one person who played it and they suffered through it. That's all I'm
yeah,
saying.
it ain't fucking short.
Whether that's the game or the remaster.
That's what I got from it too.
Yeah.
By the way, just a quick thing I just realized here. When that at the Game Awards was, it won score, right? Because I think I bet on it.
Mm-hmm.
Was the score entirely original, or is...
I think it's redone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was about to say, that's some bullshit. This is fucking
But we're all-
360.
Hey, you submitted this game twice.
We're good with cutting Nier Replicant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Nier Replicant. What?
Version 1. Go fuck yourself.
Is that really what they called it? That's
Yes.
wild. They got away with that.
Version 3.141529.
Speaking of which,
What's funny because they named the Animal Crossing DLC Animal Crossing Happy Home Go Fuck Yourself.
Mm.
Yeah.
Sean, tell me about how brilliant them diamonds are, how shiny them pearls were. I'm not sure which one you went for, but you did play this, right?
Yeah. Got bored in less than 6 hours.
I know there's people
All right, gonna cross that off.
love
I mean,
Pokemon
Shayna
games.
loves them.
Yeah.
I don't
Shayna loves
understand how you could play. I mean, this
The
is
same-
coming from me,
Yeah.
too.
So
But like, you're playing the same game. You're paying $60 for the same game every fucking year, and this time,
Literally.
all they did was they slapped new graphics on it, and they were like, "It's literally the same game." And all Pokemon fans were like, "Oh, I'm gonna spend $60
That's how you charge that extra $20.
Let me
from
stop you there.
the
I would like
40
it stated for the record that while Chelsea was doing that, she was
Doing the jerk.
jackhammering away.
Right.
Fake
Furious
days.
jack
Telling
it
me
off.
Pokemon
Furious
fans are
jacking.
crazy.
So really quick, let me stop you there because I never played the original Diamond and Pearl or played through them.
I was gonna say you, but I mean like hardcore
Right.
Pokemon fans.
But
they buy every single one.
I came off of enjoying Sword and Shield. Now
And that made you...
that is a very much
check it out.
a modern
yeah.
Pokemon, whereas this is a modernized Pokemon. I feel like they've been doing much better as of recently with like new additions or like whatever remakes. Because I mean,
The last one I played was X and Y.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So I
same, I
I
think,
even
actually.
enjoyed Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee enough.
Yeah.
but
Well,
I guess
there's a lot of spirit of the,
Right.
our
right.
Nostalgia,
Weren't
yeah.
those technically?
red and blue.
Yeah.
Kind of reimagined.
Yeah, reimagined.
But
The last
yeah,
one I played was Crystal, Gen 2.
I'll just say one thing.
Oh,
This,
actually, that was... I don't remember the order anymore.
I have my final closing thoughts for Pokemon. This ain't it, Chief.
Got
This
it.
ain't
Yeah.
it,
Master
Chief.
Chief?
Yeah, to add my thoughts to that, listen, Pokemon games, no matter what, they are evergreen, and it's like if you haven't played them before, I think it's a good way to play that generation. Do I think that there are games on here more deserving of the best remaster? Yes.
Yeah.
So it's like I
Yeah,
would say
Pokemon fans are like Dark Souls fans where they hate themselves and they'll just play the same game over and over again.
Oh
God,
wait,
it's just such a common comparison, Dark Souls fans and Pokemon fans.
They're
Just
the
so
same
much
people.
so much overlap.
one last thing. You can go in 8 directions of movement.
8?
8, not
Eight?
4. 8.
Yeah.
8 whole directions?
wouldn't
I
even
could go in a
dream of that.
diagonal.
Yeah.
I could go
A
front.
diagonal. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's like Connect 4.
It actually totally changes the game. If you think about it.
Well,
So much so that you can actually glitch
the
past-
amount of game.
There's actually so much so that you can actually. I saw a clip of somebody glitching past like a wall to fight the gym leader. They didn't think that one through.
Oh
So
my
it
god.
does
So they
change it.
added the 4 directions, but they didn't fix any walls.
Right.
All right, so
So not
yeah.
it, Chief.
No.
all right. Oh,
So me writing down stubs on here is a bit of a cheeky joke, considering they literally didn't do anything to it. Although there is
It's a re-release.
There is something to admire there. Yeah, like leaving it with its warts and all.
That game
Still leagues above GTA, and they didn't take
reason.
anything out of it either.
No, but I do have a reason why I think we should cut it. Unfortunately,
every piece of the original soundtrack is there.
Stubbs-
In its glory. Eat it, Take Two.
Stubbs the
that's pretty
zombie in Rebel Without a Pulse kicks fucking ass. That game is awesome.
It's so fun.
The remaster has some issues. It crashed on me like 4 times.
No way.
Yeah.
Woof.
So
That's a drag.
and I had to redo some sections.
Okay.
It has some issues, and I think we should cut it. Let it be known for the record that Stubbs the Zombie rips, and everybody should play it.
So okay, now we gotta bring up my favorite entry on this list.
Oh wait, I didn't get to go. Lollipop.
That was a good one.
Lollipop,
You can just splice that in somewhere.
What were you taking aim at?
We gotta talk about Mario Party Superstars, man. Like,
Yeah.
so it's like
right. It could use more maps.
it could, yeah. I
Now,
would
maybe
say,
more characters minigames.
so I would
And
say
more personality as well.
Didn't they limit the amount of turns you
They
could
did. They
match
removed the
turns?
50 turns
It's
mode.
30, yeah.
Imagine.
they.
Not nearly
It's
as
a
fun.
friendlier overall experience. But
It is a friendlier.
I did care way less. I had a much more. I had a nicer time playing it.
They
because
reward
I-
you constantly in
because
it,
I
as
didn't give a
opposed to-
shit if I won or lost this time.
'cause
So
I-
it wasn't for 50 turns I wasn't pulling my hair out. It was for 30 turns I was going, I get to play Book Squirm.
Hey,
So-
Book Squirm's still great.
Book
Nice.
Squirm's the best one.
I'm not a big. I don't like that they kept the newer Mario Party stuff with the lucky and unlucky. So, like it's just like it. I don't know the way that like it paces the game. Like
I don't even know what you're talking
the
about.
tiles, like you like the. It almost it sounds weird, but it's like the economy of Mario Party gets really fucked if everybody has like a million coins all the
Yeah,
time.
fair.
Like just like.
Yeah,
Every
they gotta
few
keep
seconds.
the pores in their place.
Stop
I see what
treating
you're
us
saying.
like babe. You gotta go back to the savagery.
Nice.
I was gonna say.
I want
so-
Mario Party to be mean and chaotic.
I was gonna say
No,
that
I don't.
the changes they introduced were, I mean, like they did make it friendlier for a modern
But
audience with.
is-
Kudos
but-
to them on the return of Paddle Battle, though. They
Does-
didn't shield us
I
from
was
the
gonna say, I wanna-
blister generator.
I wanted to, but yeah, like comment on just like
It's
one.
wild they put that game in there when the console they put it on has Joy-Con.
Yeah, it has drift issues.
Yeah.
It
That's
does have
hilarious.
100% support of GameCube controllers, which is so much better than when Super
Yeah,
Mario
but
Party
Matt-
did the single
Matt
Joy-Con
was
thing.
playing on a Joy-Con, and
And
even when that game came up, he went, "Oh, I don't want to do
Oh,
this."
yeah, right.
no. I remember I was playing, and it's like, listen,
And
I
you-
could
because
listen.
they were on the Zelda ones, right? Like
listen,
the nice.
yeah, listen.
Yeah.
Like these, I got calluses on these palms. I can go as quick as I want, but I'm sitting there. I'm using the nice Legend of Zelda controller. I deliberately just ate shit in that game because I'm like, I am not destroying this poor fucker's controller. It's just like I'm like it's
Yeah, this limited edition controller that even
Yeah.
if you get it replaced, it won't be.
It
a
wasn't
Zelda
the
theme one.
same, yeah.
I gotta
Yeah.
say, it was ballsy of them to be like, because they probably are just like these games, like these.
I
they were-
liked it.
Yeah, they were probably like, listen, these
Hey.
games are so like often like they're often remembered in these games, but they failed to consider that like
We're talking
they're
about the
often-
company who refused to admit that their Joy-Cons had an issue for like 3 years.
Still to this day. Also,
No, because they'll fix them.
it's the spirit of the thing because you know what else had shitty joysticks that broke all the time? The Nintendo
The
64.
N64,
I was
yeah,
gonna
it kind of just
say,
makes
true.
it more
Yeah,
nostalgic.
It's more
you know?
authentic.
I
yeah.
mean, in the very least, like
Except now you have to pay $90 fucking to replace the controller.
yeah, exactly. And that's how, I mean, God, the N64, and it's like they were hard plastic, and of course it was a wide thing. But of course, like
Yeah,
the
it was
thing
just
holding
like
it up
a-
was it was like
a
the size of a
toothpick.
toothpick.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just and the spring that spring was doing God's work, okay? Because it tried. Dude, by the end of that era, probably like by GameCube, all of my N64 controllers had like limp analog just like syndrome where it's like they
I
just
know.
kind of held down.
When we moved out of our place, we figured out whose controllers were whose by the fact that my joysticks still work.
Yeah, they still stand.
You
at
weren't
attention.
playing enough Mario Party, man.
I had a controller. One
Oh, a
controller
dedicated one. This is the Mario
for
Party.
the lighting up the bulb game, and it broke.
Yep.
But yeah, no. So, but problems with that game. One, like the items were way too cheap.
Yeah.
Two, and I agree that if anything, it needed more maps for sure.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
the,
only
the
6
items
is-
we were plowing through items. Like every time you'd pass that store, you were like, might as well stock up on everything because it's 5 coins and I
5
have
coins.
50,000.
Yeah.
I was gonna
So-
say the game simply became, can you get to the star in one turn? Because if someone had the
Oh yeah, it was just
Yeah.
making your roll as long as possible.
If
No,
someone
it was
had-
because everyone kept buying the thing that moved the star.
Well, they either had that or the one that took you to the star. So
Yeah.
it's like if you
Magic lamp.
they would just move it. So it's like you had to beeline to the star immediately.
But we can cut that.
Yeah.
Cut
it
it.
doesn't sound like you guys are gonna
Yeah.
fight.
I
for
mean,
it too
at its
hard.
core, it's like it's still fun, and we'll probably play it again.
I don't know.
We'll return
Alright.
to it maybe at one point. but-
I have one.
okay.
Finally, people can play Skyrim.
I've
On a
been
modern
waiting 10
console.
years to
Yeah.
play Skyrim.
Yep.
What did
Thank
What
God.
did they do with this one?
I don't
Nothing.
fucking
They
know.
just put like a 10-year anniversary sticker on it and went, here you go, you fucking idiots.
I think
They
they put,
rallied
like,
up the
I think they put-
Pokemon fans
telling me
and they were
the-
like, you guys like buy the same game over and over,
You're
right?
telling me the water ain't shinier? Like,
I think they put like mod stuff, like popular mod stuff in.
And
it
it's all
or
the
something.
DLCs, but that's like the bare minimum of what
I mean,
you do
they
with an
already
anniversary
had
edition.
3 editions that included all the DLCs.
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
has to be it though for it, right? Like,
You would think.
Sure.
It's like-
I
Nah.
heard that they put a picture, the CD, the picture on the disc for consoles. It actually has a picture of Todd Howard laughing and pointing at it.
No, that's one of the old editions. The 10-year
Oh.
is his ass and the hole in the CD is his
And when you open it,
Todd Howard Goatsy.
Listen. I'm sure they're gonna have enough launch issues with Starfield that once that hits, that's all they're gonna be able to
I mean,
make.
they
so.
made a VR version already, so it's like, and
All right,
Yeah, what's more to say about Skyrim that hasn't been said in the last 10 years?
mark my words. Prediction right here, right now.
all right.
When Elder Scrolls 6 inevitably comes out in 2028 on the PS6, they will update Skyrim again and include it as a pre-order bonus for Elder
Oh,
Scrolls 6.
yeah, no, that's a good bet.
Yeah.
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 All right, we're cutting that.
Yeah.
or did you say PS6 because Starfield's gonna do so terribly that Microsoft's gonna release them and then PlayStation's gonna buy them?
Oh, right.
Oh,
yeah,
right, yeah.
Dystopian future.
Sorry, the Xbox Series Y, whatever.
Yeah. It's actually a fridge this time.
Yeah.
The Mass Effect trilogy. I think
Yes.
I know our friend and again previous guest Kay went hard on the.
I have
that
not.
this year,
I
but-
have not played it, but from what I understand, it's Mass Effect, which fucking rules. It's one of the best trilogies of all time, and they apparently updated Mass Effect 1 to make it play way better.
Hold on.
Makes up for Andromeda.
You ruined my joke. I was
Oh,
going
did
to say,
I?
but there's 4 Mass Effect games.
No, everyone knows the trilogy.
There are only 3.
Yeah.
No.
You know how
That's
they did
fair.
the Ghostbusters collection recently, and they cut the 2016 one out of it?
This has to be a mistake, right, Sony?
Yeah, fuck off, Paul Feig.
What a wiener.
I say it stays for now.
Okay.
So
Yep.
I mean, it got people hyped on a new one. Like I thought the damage from Andromeda was going to like put that series to keep it dormant for a bit longer.
No.
But
If
then they came back with a new logo and they're like Mass Effect's back.
If I can give EA any credit,
Everyone's
and
like,
there's
"Yeah."
not much to go around. Their remasters are the perfect combination of updated and still the same.
Yeah.
The Burnout Paradise remaster
Yeah, you're right.
is also good. Yeah, I think
I think
EA,
I think the Dead Space and Skate stuff could be promising. Like,
well, Skate's a sequel.
is it?
Yeah.
What's it called?
Skate.
I hate this industry.
So
With good reason.
I gotta.
The new Scream is just called Scream. It makes
I
me
gotta-
so angry.
I gotta ask too. It's like
the
this
fifth one.
seems like a surprisingly short list for remakes and remasters. Considered like it feels like the vast majority of games that come out
Because
these
there was
days.
a lot of shitty ones this year.
I was gonna say, are these just the ones worth bringing up?
Yes,
Okay.
GTA, Monkey Ball, Sonic Colors. There's a lot of remasters
that
I was gonna
that
say,
ActRaiser.
that-
right? Yeah.
that tripped and just splatted right on their
Alan
stupid
Wake,
faces.
actually.
Alan
Oh,
Wake
did anyone
remastered.
get to play
No,
that?
I did.
I put it on.
Yo, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah.
would have attached it to this list but I didn't think anyone could speak on it.
What do you
gonna
think
s-
about it?
Yeah, I love Alan Wake. This is Alan
The
Wake,
same thing with
but
updated graphics?
pretty much. I mean, like
That's cool.
Sounds
Well,
good.
Okay,
that's
it
what it should be.
wins.
What?
I said it wins.
it sucks too because it's like my love for the original game, kind of clouds it because it's like, yeah, this is fine, and it's like, but yeah, it
All right,
just is that.
I'm gonna add it to the list.
We can add it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I say there's 2 that we should look at when it comes to the topic of rule bending.
Yeah. No. What's this GoldenEye thing doing on
also,
here?
Xbox backwards compatibility, like in general.
I wrote that, and I stand by it.
I mean, yeah, if you're
You know
saying
what
that,
doesn't crash?
if you're
If
saying,
you play Stubbs the Zombie for backwards compatibility.
okay, here's the thing though. If I pick that as a winner, does that mean Viva Pinata?
Yes.
Is covered under.
Yes.
Okay, well then that's
Because
wrap it up, boys. I picked a winner. We're done.
imagine a scene. You just got a brand new 4K projector.
Okay.
Your friend, who is insanely attractive and very smart, just calibrated the picture so that the HDR is working.
I'm there.
And you boot up
I don't have
Perfect
any
Dark,
friends that look like that.
and you look at the lighting of an N64 game that looks better
Gorgeous.
than most current games.
Oh my god, I'm gonna go play some more of that after this.
Imagine
Yo,
you play Time Splitters 2 in the year of our Lord 2021, and it's in 4K with HDR.
And we literally
Are you
did that
kidding
by
me? We
popping in a nearly 2-decade-old disc. And then
We played that game recently on like a normal TV, and it was hard to
I
see
know.
anything.
yeah, and then this happened like less than a year later.
Yeah, it looks fucking
It's
awesome.
no longer winning. I'm pissed
the
about
work
it.
they've done.
So let me
it's
ask a
so
quick question for
undeniable.
clarification's sake, because I haven't looked at any of the backwards compatibility
You should.
stuff.
It's like
Do all
Yes,
the
50
games?
Cent Blood in the Sand is on there.
Yes, and I know, and this is my question. I know for that game, you need the disc if you don't own it, I guess digitally, which they took off storefronts. But
Yeah.
we got to go
is
through
it
that list. they
every
put out.
game that needs a disc unless you own
No.
it digital? So some
Some.
do.
Some of them, most
don't.
of the original Xbox ones, say about half of them do.
Okay.
Because stuff
And
like
it's-
Psychonauts is just straight up on
Yeah,
Game Pass.
I'd say
Right.
But
it's
you
like
can put in the disc if you have it.
it's probably like 75-ish%
Titles.
of the 360 ones you don't need a disc.
Oh,
Yeah.
don't need it.
Because
Okay.
that's
I'm-
a lot of
'cause
that stored carried
I'm fairly
over.
certain Viva Pinata Party Animals you need a disc.
You do need a
for.
disc for.
So
That
Well,
is a
good thing I have two.
yeah,
you do have
that's
two.
true.
For
And the
I had
most-
two and no Xbox.
That's
and
a
the
party.
most absolutely terrifying plushie of Horstatio
I love
ever
it.
made.
But yeah, Sean, sit with it. Like they've never looked and ran that good. Like the boost,
No,
like
yeah.
it's wild.
I don't deny that.
I was playing Saints Row earlier this year, which is something you do need the disc for, and it's like,
You don't.
oh, I thought you did.
No,
you don't.
You can buy Saints
Okay.
Row 1 and 2.
But it's like you compare that with the fucking like GTA remaster or something. It's like
Well, so let me
night and
ask
day.
you this too. Since it's on here
Such a
and we're
feeling.
talking about 2021, is this a jokey edition, or are we legitimately going to take
it's
into
half
consideration?
joking, half kind of
It's
like
half joking,
So
half
then,
serious.
what out of the releases for backwards compatibility that came this year that Xbox announced?
Time Splitters and Time Splitters 2 and Time Splitters Future Perfect.
a bunch of
Okay.
Star Wars stuff. And,
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
Jedi Academy.
Are we gonna just section that off and just
Splinter
say?
Cells.
that'll be the
I think
catalog?
I think we should just get rid of it, honestly.
Okay.
But it's I wanted
Because
to.
honestly,
No,
you guys are
Party
kind of
Animals has to
convincing
win
me.
something.
You're kind of convincing me. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
like,
I mean, if Randy wants to cut it, it's
I want to cut it just because it's too.
it's kind of
Technically, that initiative didn't start this year.
Well,
yeah.
speaking of cutting it because it's not in the initiative of the category.
oh, great.
Let's talk.
segue.
Let's talk.
GoldenEye.
Let's talk. Hold on. Let's talk briefly.
Yeah,
You hear me,
briefly,
Matt?
Randall.
You hear me, Matt? Briefly about the GoldenEye 007 leak.
Okay, so I know this wasn't exactly official, but it is the best remake of the year. Just like what was done with the Perfect Dark back in 2010, it's fucking amazing to see such a staple of gaming now playable in high dev.
Do you want to pull a giant bomb and call this best remaster, remake, or re-release presented by the GoldenEye 007
Yes,
leak?
I would love to do
I was
that.
gonna say Randall's reading off a script right now, and I could see it, and it is 8 pages long.
I have to collect my thoughts, or
Wait,
like
is that
No.
your opinion on GoldenEye 007 or the text of Moby Dick? Calm down, dude.
oh, just seeing it at full frame rate, and it has the toggle, that you
You
can
al- you also
instantaneously
could-
flip.
You also couldn't beat it because it's not finished.
I know. Well, that's why I hope the recent like that the gift of 2022 for me was because that was New Year's Eve, wasn't it? That Warrior
Yes.
64 was like an achievement,
Achievement list
started
leak,
appearing. Yeah, so
yeah.
perhaps there was some deal made that Nintendo can get the original on their Nintendo Switch Online service, and then Xbox will get the that they were this thing that was almost done but not technically complete because you're right,
Done.
a bug did.
Done by the same studio that did the Perfect Dark.
Yeah, and that's why it's so
Zero?
good, and it proves just how solid the core of GoldenEye is. Like it's just fun and fast, and it has
yeah.
all the
Okay, that was
unique
brief.
questions and
I was
stuff.
gonna say, I think when
Well-
you said it, and I
And that
meant-
pressure control method, is more.
it
makes
felt
more
great. and
capable.
It felt
or-
great on just a modern. I just got my 360 control plug in. It felt
Yeah,
great. And
it's one of those things where you go, is GoldenEye good for the time or is it good? And then you play this and you go, nope, GoldenEye's
Well, that's
good.
no, you're right.
Yes,
This,
it is.
this
It is.
reinforms my genuine belief that if a kid picked this up for the first time in the current age, this version, you know, like, because I can understand the limitations of the N64 could be tough to go back to.
Yeah, it doesn't run
Some
well. It
people-
has a bad controller.
Yeah. But it's like they would have a good time with this, and even more so with buddies for like split screen. But it's
Yeah,
I remember
kind of like
you-
Stubbs the Zombie.
the biggest tragedy is exactly the biggest tragedy that just never previously saw the light of day.
Yeah, you know all those Zoomers getting together to play split screen games,
Shut up.
chomping at the bit to like
Look
I don't
at
know,
fag.
I
chug
do-
monster right next to
you
each
think
other.
they'll put Pierce Brosnan in Fortnite?
That'd be sick. Sean Connery, hopefully.
God, I hope so.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll-
anyway,
I'll-
let's move on.
okay, we got two we haven't talked about on this list.
Yeah. One, actually, they both might be ones I really want to talk about. So, I mean, I said the bulk of my piece on the Blizzard Arcade Collection in day 2.
Yeah.
So it's like, this might be my clear winner, despite the shitty company behind it, but this is a collection of remasters. This is what a collection of remasters should be. Games that weren't easily available, fully restored, all versions of each are included for
A
the
lot
purists.
of history shit.
Bundled with tons of extras.
Yeah.
None of which were annoyingly hidden away, and the whole thing's $20.
Mhm.
Like, there's practically
cool.
no, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
it. Yeah.
So Quake.
This didn't come up when we were doing best Game Pass game.
It's true. It didn't.
Yeah,
Mm.
but that Quake reissue fucking rules.
I guess it couldn't have been that good.
No, like I'll always be more of a Quake 2 guy with the sci-fi setting, and I believe that one's next if they haven't already done it.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it's a fantastic remaster. We sat with it together. Like, you can literally play it as it was, or completely redone in 4K with near endless tweaking of all in between, like the HUD and the animations.
Yeah, they do the cool thing where like there's
And yes, like you said, even the N64 graphics package and split screen are in it, which is awesome.
yeah, there's a lot of fuckery
So-
that they had to do to get Quake to run as fast as they wanted it to run on old systems.
Yeah.
And then they have obviously enhanced it, but you can like turn off all that. Like they redid all the animations so that they're at 60 frames, but you can turn them back to their original
if you
like
want-
12 frame
Yeah,
animations.
where they like, you know, it's
You
like
can-
a flip book.
You can use like the sprite based models or the polygonal based models if
Yeah.
you want. Like it's
And you can also adjust the what is it? Not depth of field. For first person shooters, it's a lot of
FOV.
FOV.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And also there's also the additional episode that was done by the Wolfenstein guys that they added.
Right. Yes. Yeah, that is in there.
Yep.
I actually think this one stays. At least
Yeah, I
for now.
agree. So we have 6.
Okay.
I am going to recommend we knock it down to 5 by cutting No More Heroes 1 and 2
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we can do that.
because they are as basic as it gets, and those games are cool, but I think that they don't hang. Okay, so we have, for listeners, our top 5 in no particular order: Blizzard Arcade Collection, Diablo 2 Resurrected, Mass Effect Legendary Edition, Alan Wake Remaster, and Quake. Sean,
Yes.
do you think Alan Wake still hangs with these 5?
So it's interesting because I think Alan Wake coming out as, being remastered was kind of like on the back end of Control success, and then
Yeah,
for
also
sure. Yeah.
the Alan Wake DLC for Control.
right,
Yeah.
exactly, and then
They're combining all those universes.
and then inevitably the Alan Wake 2 announcement. I think it's cool for so much longer after that game came out that I guess a newer audience can check it out and experience the game. I don't know. You guys were talking pretty passionately about Quake, and it kind of got me thinking like, this game kind of just is like a souped up, better graphics.
Yeah, it's not old enough that they didn't need to like really
Right.
mess with it.
Yeah,
in the same way
so
that-
I don't know.
Yeah, to be
Kinda-
fair, I just played the original like a year ago or
Yeah.
like 2 years ago, and
Mhm.
it didn't like it felt fine.
Yeah.
right.
For me personally,
Like
out
it
of
didn't
all,
really need the
It didn't
remaster. you
need
mean?
the
Like
Yeah.
it's
Right,
nice,
right.
but it
Yeah.
wasn't necessary.
it was a nice.
You're not
ex-
going to go
was-
back and
it
play
was
Quake 1.
playable.
Yeah.
It was a good excuse to go back and play it again, and then kind of remember everything that I'd forgotten.
Yeah, Alan
But it's
Wake
like-
fucking rules.
It's so
Oh, it's
awesome.
a great fucking game.
Yeah. But that being said, yeah, I think it's a pretty decent
Okay.
cut right now.
All right. Do we want to go around? We got 4 now. Do we want to go around the room? And
I didn't play any of them. So
I understand that. If you have no opinion, then
I have no opinion.
All right. I'll go. With me, it's the Blizzard Arcade Collection and Quake.
okay. I'm gonna say Mass Effect and Quake.
All right.
I'll probably, just because I've only played the one, Diablo 2 and Mass Effect.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna go with. I think I'm going up to bat for Diablo. I'm not a big remake or remaster guy. But if I had to go up to bat for anything, I think Diablo 2, especially given the fact that their previous remakes have been disasters.
No, well,
Also-
that arcade
also-
collection thing is like,
Historically, they love shitting on their fan base, saying you think you want it, but you don't.
Yeah.
Like in reference to WoW Classic, I know this is different, but it's like nobody like they're pouring more resources into coming out with seasons. I don't know how much it really takes away, but doing seasons in like Diablo 3, and I know that game is very successful as far as sales are concerned. But as a person that like fell deeply in love with Diablo because of playing 2, it's nice to see that community get something, you know, even if it is just a graphical overhaul.
I know I'm not going to convince everybody with the arcade collection because I'm the only one that played it and seems to have nostalgia for those games specifically.
So here's
but it's like like I said this before, but it's the rare replay of like it's obviously there's less titles packaged in it, but it's like the framing of it and just like the presentation and what's included.
Yeah.
All right, well,
how cheap it is.
Let me say this. I would prefer not to give Blizzard
Anything at all.
Anything
at all, but especially not both awards.
No, yeah.
And
I think you had, even in your short little blurb now, and you know, going off of what you said in an earlier episode, that's a pretty compelling argument. I mean, all things considered.
If you describe something as the rare replay of Blizzard, that gives me a good idea of the quality of that.
Right.
Having not looked at rare replay is like
that's the gold standard. It always will be.
I have nostalgia attached to Diablo.
How do
2,
we
that's about it.
feel?
I'll send it into the sun if
I am willing to concede on Mass Effect because I feel like as much as I love Mass Effect and as good as I've heard this collection is, none of us have personally played it, and also your argument for Alan Wake kind of applies. It's just like
right.
Chelsea's thing. Like I bought and played Mass Effect 1 on 360 maybe like 2 years ago.
Yeah, and it was playable.
And it's
Yeah.
And like it's just kind of an excuse to revisit the Mass Effect trilogy, which is amazing. But
I have an alternative reason for picking it because I have no affinity for Quake, you know? So with the 4 we have here, Mass Effect is my second pick because the fact that they re-released it and it's all 3 games, and like you said, they improved on how Mass Effect 1 plays and everything like that. This is like the final form of what I hear is an amazing trilogy because I had never played them.
yeah, okay.
So just to kind of go ping pong with you with this, that's why I picked it as my second. Obviously, I can't speak to Blizzard and Quake, but as I said, Randy makes a good Blizzard argument.
I think that we can all agree. I think Blizzard Arcade Collection should be in the top 2.
Okay.
If I had to pick between 2 of them, like seriously, you just saying it's the rare replay, like it's that good.
Well, that's what I mean with like the extras and interviews and all the artwork, and it's just like you can play the Genesis or SNES or DOS versions of all of them. Like,
so my pitch is
it's so thoughtfully done.
I don't want to give Blizzard both awards.
I mean, if it's deserving, fine. But I mean, if you want to spread the love,
it's less about the things and more just about like
you're selling, and because otherwise and I think we should do that too. But both of these are like a celebration of their history.
Yeah, because the listeners might not know this, but each category winner, the first place gets 100K from us. And the second place gets 50K.
Actually, I used the 100K and I handmade trophies.
Each one cost you 100K?
No, I did. They're toilet paper rolls from my garbage can in my bathroom, but I didn't embezzle the 100K.
I thought you were gonna say you wrote it on a rubber check.
Yeah,
so it can actually bounce when they.
Anyway,
I just printed out a picture of one of the Keeleys. Sent that to them.
If that's the way we're going, I'd say if we're gonna go for one Blizzard game, I think Arcade Collection should win it. Then after that, I have no strong feelings about the rest.
My pitch.
You want to do Quake wins and then?
Well, I think we should do top 2 is Blizzard Arcade Collection and Quake.
Hey.
It pains me to say this because Diablo 2 was a big part of like my introduction into PC games.
Yeah.
But like I said, that argument that you made for Blizzard was pretty compelling.
Yeah.
As well as the way you guys were talking about Quake. I feel like when it comes to add-ons and extra shit and going the extra mile when they really didn't need to, per se, I guess. I feel like these two show the passion that the developers have for
I agree.
revitalizing and
for
breathing
that.
life. Yeah, so I'm not mad at this at all.
None of us played Blizzard Arcade Collection, but I think we're probably all okay with it winning. I mean, you
Yeah.
guys don't care about Quake, and I played Quake,
I was gonna say this is
but
not
I'm fine with Blizzard Arcade Collection.
this is not
But
a
it's an
category I
arena
feel
shooter.
strongly about. I do
Yeah.
not play a lot of remasters and remakes. And
I typically don't either, but I appreciate it.
But it's an
And-
arena shooter, which probably directly influenced Halo, and I love Halo.
I love Halo too.
And the other thing too is like, okay, the one big problem I have with remasters and remakes in general is because often they are, like you said,
They're
games
lazy.
games that are still playable in their original format very easily
Yeah.
today. It's just a chance to rebundle them and make more money off of them. It's like
And
that's-
that's
60
my,
frames.
And my argument is, as cool as the Quake collection is, you can still play Quake.
You can, as opposed to the Blizzard stuff. It's like you can't just boot up Blackthorn. You got to fucking go find a Genesis and a cartridge, and they're not easy.
those were
to get. Yeah,
my other justification for those two is those are the two oldest games on this list this nominee list, and I think that really that says a lot. Like it's like, okay, they're not just releasing something that came out
Yeah.
within the decade. It's like those are tough games to get going on original hardware.
All right, Blizzard
And-
Arcade Collection is our best remaster / remake / re-release of the year. Coming up right behind it, Quake.
Cool.
Following in a similar line, next we have best expansion or improvement. Your live service titles tend to live here. Add-ons, DLCs, things of that nature. Up for it, we've got Animal Crossing, Happy Home Paradise, Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, World War Z Aftermath, Burning Crusade Classic, Life is Strange True Colors Wavelengths, Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. Then we have the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Sora update. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. I think it's Operation Health. Is that how they their big yearly?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hitman 3, Outer Wilds, Echoes of the Eye, Disco Elysium, The Final Cut, Hearthstone's dumb fucking Pokemon mode. You'll have to get into that for us. Death Stranding Director's Cut, Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, and the Halo Infinite Cat Ears DLC.
No.
What?
Ooh.
Yeah. What are you trying to say?
Ooh.
Those things are a big hit. You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't.
Me and Sean look very adorable when we're slaughtering people with gravity hammers.
Yeah, I always know the vibe of my teammates when I see somebody else with them. I go,
Mhm.
I like my Prometheus.
you better not go
looking dude.
5-20 because I'll kill myself.
No, if they have the ears, that's how you know they're really good because they don't have any friends.
True.
They just play that game all day.
True.
I had friends,
Yeah, then you put on the ears.
and then I put on the ears.
yeah, exactly.
But
That's what I'm saying.
But really, which came
Now
first?
you've got lovers.
The
which
chicken
game-
or the
Yeah,
ears?
which came first, the lack of eggs or the eggs?
Lack of
God damn it!
What's
Which came
the-
first, the lack of friends first or the cat here? It's like
The lack of friends came,
yeah,
and then Halo came out, and then I got friends, and then Halo Infinite came out.
What's the quote? I wasn't anybody until I put on the mask.
Yeah, I wasn't anybody till I put on the ears.
Should we do
You
this?
Oh, that's
Let's
I'll
do
do
a couple.
Animal
Let's do a couple
Crossing.
others.
All right, well, if
before-
you're
a
gonna-
little fast and
You can
heavy.
you can do one, and then we'll intersperse.
No,
it.
Yeah,
you got
and then
okay.
we'll
Yeah,
talk
I'll do
last.
Animal Crossing because that's getting cut. I'm telling you
Okay.
that right off the bat. Because I'm assuming we're just talking about the DLC itself and not the update to the
Correct.
base game.
No,
no, because it's part of it.
update to the base game is part of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it's
still
expansion or
getting cut.
improvement. Yeah, okay.
Well, before you do that, educate us on the trials and tribulations of.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, what's up with
The
this?
Wait, and
base
this is
game-
their first and final paid update, right?
This is their first and final paid DLC.
Okay.
So I'll start with the DLC. The DLC adds a lot of nice features that you could do on your island. The DLC itself of that grind of designing houses over and over and over again, and you have to do 30 of them just to quote unquote beat it. It is so bad. I hate it. Other people love it. I get it. Other people like decorating houses like that. I thought it was just fucking awful. I hated Happy Home Designer, hated Happy Home Paradise. What a fucking surprise.
Did you finish it? Did you do all 30?
Yeah, I did way more than 30, but all of them look exactly the same, and I'll tell you why. I go to the tab of furniture where it's like, these are the things this character wants. I press on each one very quickly. It gathers in a pile in their house, and I go, see you, douchebag, and I leave.
Sounds
It's not graded in any way. They basically calculate it by time. So, like, yeah, I have to do more to get the same amount because I'm doing it really quickly. But, like, fuck it, I don't care. It sucks. It sucks. It's so bad. I hate it. And, like, in my head, because I put them all on what I call Crack Rock Island, because there's an island at the bottom of the map that's just a rock. It's just a shitty rock, and you could put a house there. So I make them all go to Crack Rock Island, and I make them their shitty crack houses. And then I tell myself, when I find someone who matches with that character really well, I'll like make them roommates and I'll move them to a nice spot and I'll give them a nice house. No, I don't do that. I just keep putting fuckers on Crack Rock Island until that place, until my game's gonna crash eventually because I got 30 houses on it or whatever. And I just move on.
You sound like you're a corrupt mayor.
I move on with my fucking life because that DLC is trash.
It's called redlining.
It's so bad. I hate it so much.
I thought this one you went really fast in a car.
Now, for the base game, the update to the base game.
This is where they added the museum, right? Or the
cafe to the museum. They added a lot, and I appreciate it, and it's very nice. However, knowing that this is the last upgrade this game will ever get.
No more quality of life.
There'll never be any quality of life updates. There'll be like little seasonal shit here and there, but nothing big. It's trash.
So
Nintendo put a Band-Aid on a gunshot and just went, hope it's good now, bye.
Why are they stopping? Like that game
because Nintendo
sold
hates
ridiculously
its fans.
well. Like I don't
Nintendo hates its fans. I don't get it either. Here's the thing. Like in every single fucking Animal Crossing, the store upgraded a certain amount of times and looked a certain way when it was done. This one gets one upgrade. And that's it. And you know it's never going to upgrade any bigger. There's like 3 things you could buy there each day. And that's it.
What do you think the possibility is that they're going to continue to develop a new game since they cashed in so hard with this one? Like, do you think they're going to double dip?
2 on the same console generation would be pretty insane.
Right. But because they typically don't really do it like that. But
I don't know. But
I mean, they
sucks.
that last they brought a lot of features from previous.
They put in a lot of features that
like
it was really nice. But like knowing that I won't get everything else that's missing is like it.
That would take the wind out of your sails.
At first, you're like, this upgrade is great. There's so many new items, so many new things to do. And then once you do them, you kind of sit there and you go, well, what about this thing that I used to love to do? And what about that thing? And then you realize, I'll never get it.
Yeah.
If this was even just like a yearly upgrade that they did, like they just did one of these a year, I'd be like, this is fucking great. This was the best upgrade all year. I would give it my fucking vote.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's the very last one, even though the game's not that fucking old, and they're never going to do anything about it.
Yeah, Austin, you should pin this. I think it has a chance of taking.
No, fuck you. It's just heartbreaking for me.
Yeah.
I think, and it's just very sad. I instantly fell off of it when Endwalker came out, but it's just I wish they didn't. Even if they just never said, hey, this is the last one, and I was kept there waiting without any closure, I'd be happier because I'd be ignorant.
Right.
Speaking of heartbreaking.
That's my rant. Wake me up when we want to talk about Endwalker.
Let's talk about Hearthstone's dumb fucking Pokemon mode.
Yeah, what?
I don't remember what it's called. So Hearthstone...
Pocket monsters.
Hearthstone has been dying a slow, painful death.
Like everything else that Blizzard is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I was going to say Overwatch.
I stopped playing it years ago, which is a bummer because I spent a lot of money on that game and I got a lot of hours out of it. And I love Hearthstone, but they have taken to trend chasing now. When Slay the Spire came out, they added a bunch of roguelike modes to capitalize on that.
Yeah.
When Auto Chess came out, they added Battlegrounds, which was their own Auto Chess thing.
Let me know when the Inscription update.
That's the roguelike thing. And then this year came along and they needed to add a new mode, but there was no trends to chase.
Pokemon?
So they added this weird Pokemon mode
Battle
where
Royale.
you like summon monsters and then they each have like 4 attacks like in Pokemon, and there's elemental types like fire and water and grass.
That is very Pokemon.
And it just sucks. Every once in a while, I'll check back in on Hearthstone. It's usually when these modes come out, and playing that was heartbreaking because that game is dead. And they have officially run out of ideas. And
no.
I was going to say, man, I distinctly remember playing Hearthstone when it first came out. Chris introduced me to it. And of course, Chris is like,
oh yeah,
he looks at a board, he knows exactly the most efficient.
I wonder,
move
does he still? Do you know if?
No,
no, he doesn't. And
no,
so,
everybody I know that plays Hearthstone doesn't anymore.
It was fun for a time, and then you know what happened? I had like a really solid deck, Warlock deck, and then whatever the new set came out, and a bunch of my cards no longer were legal, and so I got very high up in the rankings, and all of a sudden my entire meta changed, and I'm just like, I struggled. I tried to get back up, and I was like, this is not fun. I'm sick of the fact that I can't.
Yeah,
I played it pretty
this is sort of just like the cherry on top of that game's spiral.
Yeah,
I think.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
Because they did like hand in hand. They did new expansions with new cards and mechanics and things, but then they also were doing these. They were interlaced, correct?
Yeah.
They were doing like a card expansion and furthering that ever changing format. Because I know they did kind of like what Magic does, where it adds legacy formats, and then they were like new release of cards, and then it's like new event, new release of cards, and you would think that kind of fresh content would keep people engaged. But as a person who fell off of Hearthstone very early, it kind of,
I mean, they
get that feeling.
They pulled a Hearthstone Classic too. You can play Classic mode.
Oh wow.
Boy.
Yeah, it's a bummer. Let's talk about a good game next.
Why, you want to do Endwalker already?
No.
So we can remove Smash. Ultimate, I just wanted to pedestal here one last time for Sakurai. He's the hardest working person in the industry.
Yeah.
And
Are we giving the salute?
Yeah, that's kind of exactly.
Are
what
we
this
giving
is.
the Ludwig salute?
It's like as
Ludwig
much
7.
as I don't give a crap about Kingdom Hearts, I think Sora's a wonderful last hurrah for that. Like,
what a hype
for that
moment that announcement was.
Yeah,
Right.
just fans have been voting to include him to the roster nonstop for years, and they listened and made it happen. And I can almost guarantee that Disney was dicky to collaborate with for it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Still wish they did Goku
no,
or Doom Guy.
Yeah, Doom Guy. Yeah.
Listen, we could fill an entire episode about what characters I would have liked to see as.
Well, for now, we'll let the man sleep.
He's still sleeping ever since that update.
I think he got a whole week off. After he released that, they were like, you know what, go home, take a work week, take 5 days,
3-minute shower.
Yeah, and we'll see you back here in
First thing
on the
Monday.
6th day. Yeah.
We won't be here, but you will be.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, you know what? I always thought I might go. I might travel abroad. No. You don't leave the country. You just stay. Just go to your house where you're safe. Okay.
Isn't it nice? We put a place right across the street from the office.
It's like we got you. Yeah, we paid for the hotel. It's across the street. Yeah,
It's in your contract.
I was gonna say one Nintendo game to another. Matt, I watched you and Alfred play a fair amount of the Bowser's Fury.
So
what did you think of it?
I really like Bowser's Fury.
Yeah.
I know there was some speculation that is going to lead into the next,
that's gonna set the stage for going forward.
From what I saw, I liked what I saw. It was essentially they made a
It's like a little open world sandbox with
Yeah.
like
well they
segmented
basically
levels.
So basically what they did was they took the move set and the items specifically from Super Mario 3D World and took that and made it a collection game instead. And I mean, it needed some polish. Like it was a little like, it's like, but as like almost like a demo of it, I actually thought it was good. I would like to see more of it.
How are you on that, the Giga Bowser mechanic or Kaiju Bowser, right?
I thought it was fine. I thought it was unique. Yeah.
Cool.
I liked it. Yeah. So,
I mean, it sounds like that hangs for now, I think, in comparison.
Yeah, for sure. I'm surprised.
That's the cat one, right?
Yeah.
That is the cat one. Oh, let me tell you. When you hear Mario like do like the little meow sound, it's upsetting. It's not. It's awful.
Yeah, I wasn't as hot on that base game, but like that did make me want to like try again.
I did not personally like Bowser's Fury, but I understand why people liked it.
I think, funnily enough, it's like Bowser's Fury. It's Super Mario 3D.
That interests me more than the, what that main game again.
I was gonna say Super Mario 3D World also classifies as a serious time sink because it's like, first of all, that game.
Oh, you just mean the collectathon aspect?
The collectathon aspect of it, and also too, that game has it's one of those Mario games that has a lot of content, but not a lot of it is super memorable. Like I'm struggling to recall like a level that really stood out in that game that I liked.
Yeah.
They all seem to blend together. So
It's cool.
But you want to keep it for now?
I'd say keep it for now.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I think it's perfect. I think it's reasonable.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why is Hitman 3 on here? It's a game.
So I was more like I think I wrote that in here because
You can play all the old levels.
that
in
was
the new
my
engine?
okay. remade.
That's what I thought. I'm just
Yeah.
double checking.
Because I think just having those whole 2 first entries and sticking them all into one complete package.
I know why it's here, but can you explain to me why it's in here?
It contains all the Hitman ever. And that's fantastic.
All the Hitman ever.
Yeah, well,
Maybe.
So many Hitman.
I should say since this new
All
trilogy,
Hitman.
not all the Hitman.
And maybe not mentioning the entire kerfuffle that happened.
Oh, like who published fucking what?
Yeah, and how the pricing worked and all that.
Yeah. Oh, that
shit.
too.
Yeah.
That's fair. Well, I mean, Sean and Austin, you played this more than I did. Like, how do you feel about it with these, or do you think?
I think it should be cut.
All right.
I think it's a cool thing, but like Sean said, there was a lot of issues with pricing. There still are a lot of issues.
The
with
messaging was
pricing.
confusing. Yeah.
And also, you can just play Hitman 1. Like, the engine doesn't really add much. They haven't changed Hitman a whole bunch since.
Right.
So.
Fair enough. I mean, it's cool seeing on Series X and PS5 just how sharp it looks and how well it runs.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of another
There's
game.
hundreds of characters on screen, and then
I'm trying to think of another game that did something like this. Nothing comes to mind, but like you have 3 games release 4 or 5 years apart, and then the last game's like, hey, you can play everything from the previous in the newest,
Rock Band.
Okay.
Oh.
There
You could play all Hitman.
Kind of cool though.
I have 2 I want to cut. We can get rid of Siege. It's one of those games that I imagine like
Was it year 6?
Yeah, or 7?
I think now is 7.
It's now 7.
Yeah.
Or 7 will start in March, technically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it was 2015 was
Yeah.
Siege.
Oh, boy.
I can't imagine
Yeah.
not winding up on lists like this year to year. It's supported so well and continues to tweak changes and
I
add
love
content
Siege. I don't play it
regularly.
enough, but damn, does it make me good at other games.
Yeah, you want to jump into the deep end. That's a good way.
I played Apex with a friend for the first time, and I got a lot of kills, and we got second. And he was like, "This is your first time?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm really good at shooters. I used to play Siege."
Yeah.
And I knew there was that one huge update that, like you said, I'm sad to report that we didn't dedicate as many hours as we had in the past. You saw, I think you took a look at the Halloween stuff and the Christmas stuff.
Yeah, and they were both really cool. They were different, unlike Overwatch, that just recycles the same event over every year.
Junkenstein's Revenge again.
Yeah. Except this time it's Christmas. Siege, their Halloween event was basically hide and seek, which was really cool.
Yeah.
It was like a modified hide and seek. The hiders had traps. The seekers had guns.
Oh, damn, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, it
that's
was
cool.
it was
That
really
is pretty
cool. And then the
Man, what the fuck were we doing?
the
And then,
Christmas
was
event was a
fight?
snowball fight.
Oh, wow.
And that was fucking great. I was really good at
Damn.
it.
Is that still going on?
It probably not.
No.
Shit.
Well-
But they were both really fun, and I wish I played them more. But you know, you just get Endwalker, man.
You know what I did do with
Yeah.
Siege this year? I got my Jill Valentine skin for Sophia. They fucking played me like a fiddle.
And
That shit
They
was
found your
$20.
buttons and they pressed every single one.
and who knows, we might be talking about this Siege in maybe this category next year for, Extraction coming out in a couple weeks.
Quarantine.
Or Quarantine?
No, it's
it used to be
Oh.
quarantine.
I was
it's
like, what the
just-
hell?
no, you're right.
But yeah.
Lockdown.
Uh,
They already
now-
did that.
COVID.
After hearing about what they
Siege
did for
COVID.
those events, I'm actually a little bit more
I mean,
Well, that
interested.
was an
the
event.
Yeah, the event that's based off of was really rad in that limited setting. I don't know if extravagating that out into a full campaign will amount to much.
see.
but
We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah,
It's
right.
on Game Pass, so
Yeah.
I got one. that
Oh
I
wait,
think-
one last thing I want to
Oh.
say about Siege for one quick second. This is a sidebar. The disappearing bodies thing sucks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, gamers should have sucked it up and done
And the
with it.
weird
fucking babies.
hollow logos. that
Yeah,
appear.
it's like I get it. It makes the game more accessible, but it is a little immersion break.
they changed the aesthetic from SWAT team to sport thing.
Yes,
It's like sport.
Yeah,
theme
it's
now.
it's very simulation like.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Catering to
Yeah.
that shit eventually leads to the homogenizing of anything.
Did they
They
take
don't
out
stick
bodies
figures.
because they wanted to make it more, I don't know, less
They
violent?
had a lot of problems with bodies were client side, and
Not
sometimes
server
they
side,
would
yeah.
you would think you were hiding behind it, and you weren't because
I think
the
it's
other
cool.
person couldn't see.
So it's like
the
if
body.
or you
Okay.
could shoot someone and their corpse would fall in the way of they'd block an area because you'd have to look around them.
I mean,
But
that's
now-
what bodies do. When
That
they,
is what bodies do. But now when people
Yeah,
die
but it
in
wouldn't
that
do
game,
it for everyone.
now
Yeah,
when
but
people
the-
die in
the
that game, they
problem-
hit the floor and
The
disappear.
problem was you would think you're hiding behind a body, but the person shooting at you doesn't see the body because the body fell a different direction on
Yeah.
there.
I see why they did it. I
Yeah.
won't.
That's
So
whatever.
I understand. I see why they did it.
I think it's lame
All right.
that they did that. But
Can I talk about Echoes of the Eye?
Go.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I'm actually up to the very end of the DLC now because I did wind up going through it afterwards.
is that DLC in the middle of the game?
So,
once you see
yeah.
that ending narratively,
Yeah, well, yeah. So the way the DLC works is, and I think this is how most DLC should work. It's not like a story that's tacked on or before. It's a place you go to in the middle of the story. It is self-contained.
okay.
Basically, what it does is, if you've played Outer Wilds, there's a bunch of celestial bodies. There's a bunch of stuff to visit on each of them. This one, it adds.
Does it add a planet?
Yes, it adds
Okay.
I'm gonna try and keep this spoiler-ish free, but obviously if you're listening to this, it adds a spaceship that is in the solar system, and that was inaccessible previously without the information. They basically give you information they give you a breadcrumb to go try and find it, and then you'll find it. Alfred had warned me that there was there was a little bit of a backlash on this one for people who played the base game. The thing I will say is it's very strongly horror themed. Okay, in a way that I was not expecting. And in fact,
That's
I was
the most
surprised.
interesting thing I've heard
Yeah,
about
the-
Outer Wilds.
So
Sounds
that's
like everyone who played the base game is a bitch.
that's the way it was phrased is anybody who's played the base game doesn't like the DLC. Anybody who's never didn't like the base game is curious about the DLC. Okay, so now
How long is the DLC?
I'm going on I'm on hour 13. I'll probably be done it within the next 2 loops, so one more hour maybe. I'd say
Okay.
like 12 to 15 hours depending on how quickly you do it. Okay, so you get that prompt in the beginning, reduced frights. I didn't do it, but I'm curious what it does. But it's Randy, the best way I can describe the horror part to this game is are you a fan of Amnesia: The Dark Descent?
No.
Well, then you aren't going to like this DLC. there is
Is anyone?
Yeah, it's let me get wait. It's not like a stealth section.
It is
Just-
very much a stealth section.
Ugh.
Okay, so I'm going to
Let me know when they do a DLC that's based off of Amnesia War of Pigs or whatever the
Machine
fuck.
for Pigs.
Machine for Pigs. Because that was the good one.
so and I'm now going to say spoiler heavy part from here on. If you don't want to listen to this, skip. But there is a part in that game where you're on this ship and you essentially get teleported to a world from that point. Okay, let me tell you. Okay, the world is basically pitch black. You have a lantern that can either illuminate an area around you, or you can focus it like a flashlight, but you only see that, okay? And there are you encounter aliens in this place, okay? They're like these albeasts, I would say.
Is it instant death if they get to you?
You restart, it sends you back to the start of where you entered the world, so it's like it's
not the loop.
But not the loop, no. You don't die, per se,
Right.
but the frustrating thing is, first of all, it's genuinely terrifying, because you don't have any weapons, you can't fight them. They're these albeast things that are like, they're genuinely very scary looking things, and also, the world is pitch black, and so you can't, literally, if you conceal the lantern, the screen is just black. It's not like dark, it's just black. But the thing is, if you let the lantern up to see around you, that's what gives away your position for people to pursue you.
There was a mechanic like that in Soma, which I loved Soma. And
Really?
they played around a lot with like lighting, like what creatures could see and what you could see.
Yeah,
Oh my
so
god,
if
I don't
you-
even want to talk about Soma.
Remember
That was-
the fish that
No.
falls in? Yeah.
But anyway, in order to, because I could talk a lot
I mean,
about this.
that's at least a like kind of a fascinating direction for them to go in. That's not what I expected.
Yeah, good
It's
on
to
them
be-
for that.
Yeah.
So-
you know?
It's a subversion, if anything.
I think that part is forgivable. The other part I will say is the spaceship that you are on, it's a Halo world. And so you're walking on the inside of it, but the thing is, the open sides are closed up, and the only way to get in it is one hangar, which means that every time you restart the loop, you go to that same hangar, and you start on the same part of the Halo every time, and you can only go in one direction. So it's very linear and very repetitive compared to the base game, where you can fly all over. It's a planet. You can land anywhere, go to any planet, versus this, where it's like, if you fucked up a section, okay, and the fucking time loop mechanics are even rougher in this. If you fuck up a section, you're like, I gotta reset the loop. You gotta go all the way through all the other shit you did before just to get to the part you were at and to try and get even further. And it's like, that is the word. That is not, I'm not a fan. So it's like,
as a whole, where do you fall on just the Echoes of the Eye content? Is that something?
well,
should we
see, hold on to it, because the thing is, like, in spite of those flaws, like, what is there is like, it is a damn good DLC. It is like, it's impressive. I would say hold on
All right,
to it.
We'll keep it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do another cut of something I think only I played, and then Chelsea.
Yeah, I'll
think
do
we should
Endwalker
then,
as quick as I can.
So I dug into Wavelengths, the Life is Strange True Colors add-on a little bit back in Best Moment. I played it because I love Steph, but to be honest, I found the bulk of it rather disappointing. There's very few instances of player choice or agency, which is odd for that series. And normally that'd be whatever, but it's like, yeah, like that's a defining factor of this franchise. And same with the conversation system. Again, like that's not present here. The concept is great. Spending more time in the town's like record store speaks to me. Like I was excited to hop back in there, and the chores like you're tasked with, they're sort of shallow, but hell, even the recording booth that you're in, you can't fully explore. It limits you to like a stationary first person view. It just doesn't grow the world as much as I wanted it to. But I mean, I think you're familiar with the setup. Like it takes place a year before True Colors, but it's like, and you go season by season. It's basically split into 4 mini episodes. But it's, I don't know. It just no one visits you while you're working for the entire DLC, which is like, it just comes off weird. Not to mention its perspective of dating apps. There's like an in-game Tinder equivalent that I thought was a tad too twee. Like they shouldn't be afraid to get more real with it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean the social media app.
Yeah,
they had
did
the
you not
base
get
game.
a lot of dick pics?
No.
The social
not
media
real.
app in the base game felt like that, where it's like they came close to
They
like
came close.
They came
Yeah,
close
the
'cause,
Facebook,
because the
like-
guy was like, "Please don't make me close comments on this." So it's like, okay, you acknowledge the fact that this gets toxic, but they don't embrace it fully. They don't
exactly.
show it.
It's like if you're gonna, if you truly want to have that
Yeah.
represented,
they acknowledge
half-ass it.
the reality, but they don't embrace it, which is like a whole different thing. But
I'm still glad they made it. It was short and inexpensive. I think it's like $11 or something, or $12.
the thing,
It's like 2 hours, 3 hours.
I think the consensus we came between is that for the DLC for especially the first one, it's like usually there is one scene in it that stand out that makes the
That's
game
exactly
the most
what
memorable. And in Before
Which
the
I brought
Storm,
up.
it was the scene where you have to fill in the Tempest, and Rachel plays Ariel, and you have to fill in the lines.
Oh, that is.
And you have to fill in the lines for Caliban.
At least I will say, Before the Storm that's still more extrapolated into like its own game. Like that is like the scope of that is much larger.
You think Before the Storm is better than Wavelengths?
Oh yeah, I mean Before the Storm is.
Well, Before the Storm is a game.
It's a
Before
game.
the Storm has a DLC where you play as Chloe and Max.
Yes. Yeah.
Whoa, really?
Yeah,
Yes.
because it's 3 full episodes and then that mini episode. This
Yeah.
is a mini episode, so it's more comparative to that.
Interesting. I did not. That's interesting that the spin-off had a spin-off. The spin-off story had a spin-off story.
Because I think Before the Storm has a handful of pretty memorable like kind of moments, but for this it was only kind of the one.
All right,
Yeah.
so it's cut.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was gonna suggest cutting it.
So am I getting into Endwalker?
Why don't you just do it?
We can't stay on this forever, so I'm gonna make this as quick as possible. Meaning I'm not gonna do it justice.
This is their 4th and not
Yeah.
final paid update, as you've corrected me in the past.
I will just say before you start, I do not play Final Fantasy 14, and I honestly think this deserves to win the game.
This is
Yeah.
This is
I
that's the
didn't
other thing.
wanna
I don't
say
have
it's
to do it
too
justice.
soon
It's
either.
the
because
highest
done
rated
its
game of the
own.
year.
Yeah.
So it's phenomenal. The story is phenomenal. I can't really recommend it to people without being like, but first you have to play like a fuck
900
ton of
hours.
500
Yeah.
hours of
Do
story
you?
from behind that.
Do you have to play all those out? Do you have to play through every other expansion to get to this one?
Yes, you absolutely do.
Hot
Yes.
diggity damn. Holy fuck.
So,
well, I know what I'm doing in 2022.
You can buy items that let you skip, but then like, why are you gonna watch the story of one DLC when you don't? Why would you
know
pay
the
to
story
watch
of the other ones?
Yeah, why would you pay to watch the end of a movie?
Yeah.
It's very good. I'm having an amazing amount of fun. It's very sentimental, all of it.
Yeah, and it made you sob like a bitch boy at the end. Something must have really struck emotional.
It did, but it's not just that. Like it's I'm not gonna lie. The most fun I'm having playing this game right now is playing content that existed before this update. Like
was it things you've seen before? Or
yeah,
for the
and
first,
just like my friends and I this whole week. Well, since this weekend, have just been doing these fishing trips that happen every 2 hours, and it's like fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, that's what you meant when you
like,
said you're missing fishing for this.
Yeah, I did go. I'm missing a fishing trip for this.
And earlier,
actually 3.
Yeah,
and because they happen every 2 hours.
And then you went clubbing over the weekend.
I did. Yeah, we were looking for the ERP clubs. My friend
Sounds
spent
awesome.
250,000 gil for what he thought was going to be a sex thing, and then it wasn't. we all pitched in. We dared him to, but
art imitates life.
yeah, it's just the game is phenomenal. You could play it like a single player game if you just want to play the story.
Yeah.
I did that on the free trial. I kind of stuck to myself and just played the game and enjoyed the first 2 stories. Before Endwalker came out, you can do that, but I mean, most of the fun of that game is the people who play it. I have a great group of friends that I've known for. Some of them that I've known for like nearly a decade now, and they're my close, like some of the closest friends I have, and it's
Gee, guys, we're not wanted.
Yeah, fuck off. You know, one of them being
I'm not
listener
gonna play Final Fantasy
Jin.
14.
Who's
But-
an absolute sweetheart.
Yeah, I mean him and someone else in our like what is called a free company, but it's like a guild, actually bought me the expansion, which was very sweet of them because they knew I wasn't gonna play
Well,
it.
now you're looking out because isn't it just keeps getting extended like the subscriptions for?
No, I think they stopped that. But
What was the queue time when you tried to log in? How many people?
the most I've seen was like near 4,000. And it's about 1,000 an hour.
So how much
That's
time in the
over.
first week of the game's release was queue time waiting and actual gameplay for you? Or were you a server squad?
She just leaves the queue up and does other things, and then when it logs her in.
No,
right?
because the problem is the queue would break. That you'd lose connection to the server, so you
Spoilers.
had to
That's
stay
bad.
there and
we,
watch.
we have this in our next category as well.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna say that I have a plugin that puts in key functions every once in a while, so I don't get
That would be
kicked from
illegal.
the game because that will get me banned.
I do that at work,
But
so it's fine.
That's a lot more high stakes.
I may or may not log out ever, so I don't have to deal with the queue.
I was gonna
The
ask
drinking
like,
bird. Is
I was
that
gonna say,
yeah, the
Yeah,
drinking bird?
I have a drinking bird that hits a
Wait a
button
second.
every
Is
once
that
in
her
a while.
computer?
we got to
desk
cover
right
your
now.
tracks.
Most of the time it's not that bad
Blakesley
anymore.
just walked in and said that. Austin's twin, definitely not Austin, right?
Yeah.
Right? That was your twin?
I work at a garbage company.
It's
Yes.
So we're currently at 6.05 meaning there's been 2 major updates since the expansion. Both of them are really good. And
Said Halloween's still coming.
yeah, they're doing the Halloween event soon because they missed it this October, so they're just gonna release it soon. But,
interesting.
Yeah, well, I think they were trying to
Halloween.
get Endwalker out, but they
Yeah.
like still worked on it, and they were like, okay, well,
So it's always something new for the event?
yeah.
They don't just rehash last year's event?
No, No, because they want to add new things, so you have to buy the
But
old
does
stuff with
Does
real
it have
money.
the old stuff from the previous year?
No, you have to
in
buy that with
addition?
real money.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Mm.
If you miss it.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's really good. I can't wait to see what 6.1 will be because they're adding the Harvest Moon shit in 6.1. So goodbye.
Yeah.
So
once that shit
you
comes
written
out,
all over it.
goodbye.
in summary, obviously it
Yes.
stays.
It's in summary, fuck every other game
Yeah.
that you guys want to talk about. It's winning.
Well,
the numbers
reasons
don't lie.
outside of your
So real
passion.
quick, do you guys want to stay on brand and talk about Final Fantasy VII intermission?
Yeah, that's
grade?
somebody else's
Or
problem.
do we want to
Yeah, I'll talk
or
about-
do we want to stay in the MMO corner and dig into what is it the Burning Crusade Classic?
Oh, wow, nobody cares.
Wow, nice.
Is that what it's called?
Nice.
Whoa! Wait a second. I just heard that. Okay. Oh,
MMO.
I thought it was called
we-
Wow, nobody
No,
cares.
barely anyone cares. Okay, BC.
Yeah, Matt, do you want to talk about Burning Crusade?
I don't know. He's fired up now.
You're the only one that played it, so it's all.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to I
floor
think.
is yours.
Long story short, it's like I want to keep it on this list because I think it.
It's the Burning Crusade again, and
It's the Burning Crusade again. I mean, I think the thing I have thoughts about most are about the Timesink stuff because I can speak at length about that. But
we'll save it for your
Honestly,
category.
honestly, shouldn't this be in re-release?
you know what's funny? I was gonna make a bit where I added it to. I was gonna add a bit where I added it to best remaster, and then you guys could be like, "No, it's an expansion." Then an expansion, you'd be like, "No, it's a
A
remaster."
remastered expansion does
Pose problems? Yeah.
Yeah, I think
this
here's the thing.
fucking industry.
I think it should have been a remaster, which nullifies its chance in
Unless,
DLC.
unless you can talk to the stuff that they did, unless that was just classic.
They didn't do anything.
They didn't do
The whole
anything. They
point.
re-released
Didn't they
it.
do some type of thing for classic recently? I don't know. I remember
No,
seeing
they
something.
re-released it, and all the 5 WoW players left all jerked off.
No, there's more people playing classic.
Yeah,
than
there's
there
Listen,
are
I
retail
just-
ones.
at least enough for one raid on one server.
I would just like to point out, beyond I could speak at length about the things I enjoyed about this game, but I think it's just I feel like it's very telling that right now, WoW Classic is Blizzard's only surefire title that is holding them up. I'm fairly sure when this came out, I'm fairly sure they released it as an afterthought, basically let's get these stupid players off our asses and they stop demanding. And then when it blew up,
Yeah.
they were just oh, and then it's look at WoW, they WoW retail, they're just oh.
You
Oh,
think
wow,
you want
it's
it.
dying.
You think
Yeah.
you want it. Trust us. You think you want it. but
I
you
think
don't.
it's so. I know the exact interview you're talking
Yeah.
about. What was his name? Brack.
Jay Allen.
Jay Allen Brack, was that it?
I forget his last name.
But yes, they are infamous. And then it's then they gave it to him. And it's just oh wow, is that keeping your company afloat now, Jay Allen Brack? Fuck off.
Imagine if they did a survey for people that are currently paying for the subscription today and said, why are you paying for this subscription? For retail or for classic or, Burning Crusade?
Yeah.
I would love to
Alright.
see the numbers.
Keep it on.
Yeah.
Let me talk about Final Fantasy VII Remake intermission / integrate.
We
Intergrade.
duked it out before we recorded.
Intergrade is just the next gen update for Final Fantasy VII Remake. That game looks great.
PS5.
It looks even better
Yeah,
now.
it's
It runs
gorgeous.
at 60 frames. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Looks great.
There's ray tracing in their eyes.
Yeah.
You can see the reflections of it's
Final Fantasy VII
Wild.
Remake intermission is
how much of
4 or 5 hours.
Oh, that's more significant than
Yeah.
All right.
You play as Yuffie.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. And this is in the middle of the story, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's running concurrently with the remake. Yuffie comes into Midgar, and she's just like, "Yo, I'm here now. I'm a ninja. Let me hang out with all my ninja buddies." And I can't really describe the story without gushing for 20 hours about how fucking weird the story and the remake is, which I've done in this podcast before.
So I was about to say, obviously you finished the game on PS4. If you just buy this, can you jump directly into that content, or do you have to play the game up to that point? No? All right, that's cool.
No, I upgraded. I transferred my save.
And that was seamless?
With the
relatively?
PS4 disc, it was free. The
Awesome.
DLC was not free, but I bought it. Worth it.
Cool.
Yeah. It's not a reskin. They significantly altered the combat for how Yuffie plays because she has the giant ninja
neat.
star.
Yeah.
Story's fucking cool. It's probably my favorite single piece of story DLC that I've played in a very long time. And I love the Final Fantasy VII remake,
right.
and this fucking rules.
Then it sounds like that also
Yeah, that should stay.
stays for now.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard good things about it.
If that was your favorite, I'm now gonna get into my favorite. I don't think I'm gonna be able to win the fight against a lot of these other ones, but just to get it off my chest, World War Z Aftermath. I hated the World War Z movie. I enjoyed the book enough, but I love this game. Frankly, I think it's the best Left 4 Dead-like. To me, it buries Back 4 Blood, but we'll have that on the war on day 4. Yeah. Full disclosure, I did not play this game at launch. Just the base. I heard there was a lot of improvements before I hopped in, as well as balancing as I think most of our group
We got it when Epic
jumped in when Epic had it for free, right?
for free.
And even by then, you said it was
because
practically
I bought it
completely
at launch.
yeah. But the Aftermath expansion is $20, so it's it's somewhat steep, but not the worst. But it adds 2 campaigns. One a bit more inventive than the other, with the Lost Planet style freezing mechanic. Otherwise, there's also 4 new characters, 2 new classes, a bunch more guns and skins. Melee weapons are now broken down into 3 weights, and lastly, a first-person mode. They pulled the GTA thing, and it does give you an additional
cool.
layer of that. Yeah,
that's cool.
But it arguably does make things much tougher on yourself.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
But yeah, like I said, probably won't win, but we had some fun nights on it, and I dig this game.
My only counter to that is that the missions that they added in Aftermath are cool. The classes are bad.
Yeah,
The new classes are both really bad.
I'm trying desperately to make the drone one work, and
No.
our friend and former guest Dave what's the other one? It's Crusader. It's the Shield.
The shield guy, yeah.
Yeah,
Also not great.
you're right, but I like a lot of the new guns and
So, keep cut.
cut. I think there's more impassioned arguments with.
I think
Okay.
I think
else we've got?
we're down to 3
Yeah, so-
director's cuts.
So let me just say, did anybody play Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut?
I
Or-
watched a bit of it.
Or
No.
Death Stranding Director's Cut?
Uh,
I want to, but no.
yeah. So Ghost of Tsushima was. I'm just curious. Was this where the co-op levels came from? No, that was
The co-op levels were added 2020.
I did see this running at
They
60
added
now.
they
which was
added an
cool, but-
extra island of story DLC, which is, according to a lot of people, alongside Intermission, one of the best story DLCs
No
of
shit.
the year. I did not play it.
I mean, they're really knocking it out with the Sony with the director's cut stuff because people are now
Yeah, I'm hearing.
finally appreciating Death Stranding in a way that they did not
I'm
before.
hearing a lot of good things about both Death Stranding
But,
and Ghost of Tsushima's director's cut.
We
so-
don't personally have any hands-on experience. I say we cut them both.
Yeah, it's sort of vindicating at least to hear everyone so hot on
because of all
Death
the
Stranding.
praise on
Now,
Yeah.
Way back in 2019, we were on the right side of history. Just listen to our podcast from 2 fucking years ago.
for our last
For my thoughts on it then.
for our last game discussion before we get into the final 5. So for our last game discussion, Disco Elysium: The Final Cut. I played a couple hours of it.
Fully voiced.
It's very good.
The word's been super positive.
So the way Disco Elysium kind of worked before was when you play a game and they have voice acting, but they don't voice act all the dialogue. It's just every once in a while somebody will say something.
Mhm.
Yeah. Persona does that.
Disco Elysium is written like a fucking novel.
right.
And it is
That
the
is
writing
big
in
undertaking.
it is beautiful. So
But the actual actors are great too.
yes,
Like the
so to
voice
give you a
act-
little bit of an insight into the way
that could
Disco
fuck up
Elysium
everyone.
works, you obviously have voice acting for all the characters in the game. But the way that the game works is that your mind, it's all internal monologue. Most of it is internal monologue. Your mind is split into 25 different voices.
Okay.
And there are it's like D&D. They have stats,
Okay.
and it's like agility, strength, psyche, and the top one is intelligence and intellect.
Okay.
And so it's like you have the encyclopedic part of your brain that recalls facts.
Okay.
You have the intuition part of your brain that intuits stuff because you're a detective, you're a cop.
Yeah.
You have when you go into psyche, that's your emotional intelligence. So you have like empathy and suggestion, and then you go into strength, and that's your brain's literal strength, like to resist alcohol or drugs, or like to be able to think that you're a strong person.
That's actually funny that it's mental strength and not like raw endurance. That's actually hilarious.
And then the 20, there's 6 parts of your brain for each of the 4, so 24. The 25th one is your lizard brain.
That's great. I like that. Yeah.
Nice.
Is it really called the lizard brain? Or is it like
I think it's called your lizard brain.
I like how I like how they just like
Yep.
they didn't try and dress it up. That is great.
And I don't actually know if it's the same voice actor, but I think it's one guy doing 25 different voices.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
And it's fucking so good. Because there's one part of your brain called electrochemistry, which is your brain's ability to resist addiction or fall to addiction. And you'll literally you'll walk up to like an ashtray, and they'll be like, somebody left a cigarette here. It's still smoking. And then the
prison shorts.
The thing will pop up, and the electrochemistry part of your brain, which is like screaming, is just like, pick it up, smoke it.
That is
and the whole game. There's like the encyclopedic part of your brain. Like somebody will mention a book, and the encyclopedic part of your brain will be like, you've read this book before. It's about this, and
that's cool.
That's how Disco Elysium has always worked, but you had to read it before. Now it has voice acting.
Most like voiced inner monologue suck in games.
That's all Disco Elysium is, and it is so some of the best writing in the history of video games, I think.
So that strikes me as another game like Outer Wilds that if I picked it up and played it, I feel like I would fall in love with it.
You would probably love Disco Elysium.
That is so up your alley.
I remember hearing about what it was, and I was like, that actually sounds like it was like made for me to enjoy, and it's one of those games I just hadn't had time to pick up.
It's very funny too. So spoilers, but it's the beginning of the game. The game starts with nothingness, and it's your lizard brain talking to him, be like, doesn't that void feel good? And you're just like, your options are like, no, I want out. I want to be in the real world. And the other option's like, yeah, give me more of that nothingness.
Yeah, give me more void. Yeah. No, that actually, funnily enough. So
I do like this, the sly sense of humor in this.
You talking about that actually makes me want to also go play it.
You should play Disco Elysium. You'll probably love it.
I think I'll probably love it.
Man, all right. So
I think
that was a pretty good sale.
Cut.
Yeah?
Only because the voice acting is great, and boy, is it an undertaking to fully voice the dialogue in that game, because there is a lot of it. That game is like 60 hours long if you do everything.
I'm not willing to let it go.
I was gonna say you just convinced me. I think that would.
My only thing
is
most of the interesting stuff I said was already in there. It's just voiced now. But for people like me, that makes me want to play the game infinitely more.
All right,
So.
I mean, that's.
I think,
All right, I'm. If you guys are convinced by my argument, I think it should stay. But now
I'm saying this from a personal place in that the inclusion of voice acting would make all the difference in the world to me. Other than having to read because I know that game is very
I did see a thing that apparently the voice acting for a lot of people extends the game's length because people speed read stuff.
Yeah,
but
not me.
No,
I got dumb brain.
I'll do the thing where I'm like I reread a line because I'm like, I want to make sure I got it right.
Yep. I'm a big dumb idiot.
A bit.
So, keep it on. And now, where are we at right now? How many?
So we have 6. We have Endwalker, Intergrade, Burning Crusade, 3D World plus Bowser's Fury, Echoes of the Eye, and Disco Elysium.
Three of those on there. I was one that I went up to bat for them. I look at all of them, and it's like
I personally,
based
on your arguments for all 3,
I
think if you were to keep one, I think it should be Echoes of the Eye. And,
Really?
I'm saying that as somebody who fucking hates Outer Wilds. But
wow.
you did sell that pretty well.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. I
Yeah,
was
I
going
would
to
have to
say.
agree with that.
Outer Wilds isn't for me, but I thought that was a good.
Yeah.
Really?
Mhm.
Okay, that's it. I was gonna opt to cut it because one, obviously, it's like I'm the only one who played it. What is there is really good. I think I have arguments about the structure of it. I think
I've heard that. Yeah.
I think the linearity really kills it because the thing that makes the base game
It's
so
a bit
strong.
of the antithesis of what.
Yeah,
I know
the thing that
from-
makes the base game so strong is like the time loop puzzles can get in the way, but if you miss one time puzzle, you just get in your ship and go to a different planet, and you're like, "I'll do this now."
I would almost like a more directed experience, but
Yes.
you're right in the context though of it, that it's
it's a bit weird given the fact like you were just saying,
yeah.
But that is almost more inviting of a because I was not a huge fan of the base game, so how you explain this one makes it more interesting to me particularly. So.
Do you want to try and do a poll just to see where?
I think if we're gonna, I was gonna say you can immediately cut Bowser's Fury just because
Yeah,
I wanted
that's
to
where
see
my
what
head
was gonna
at,
make
too.
it towards the end. It is a very good addition. It's not that long, or it's
Right. So yeah, that brings us down to 5 then.
that brings us
Yeah.
down to 5.
So-
I was gonna go up to bat for Disco Elysium actually.
I think Endwalker stays.
Endwalker, I think, wins.
Yeah, I think,
Do anybody?
Well, my 2 votes were going to be Endwalker and Endwalker.
You can't do that.
Listen,
Well, it
You're already
deserves
getting
it.
what you
Well,
want.
that's 2 votes. So
No.
Well, so maybe the question is it's actually
Who gets
the
second place?
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah, because I
everybody-
swear to God, I will kill every single one of you until everyone votes for Endwalker.
I don't think-
I don't want to
I don't
upset
think
James.
anybody's
I'll upset you.
how could we vote if you killed us?
Exactly.
I don't think
the
anybody.
silence is
I don't
vote.
think anybody's opposed to Endwalker winning this
No.
category.
I mean, who's opposed? How can anybody oppose it?
Yeah.
They had to stop selling the goddamn game. How do you fight that?
Yeah.
What are you going to put
Yeah,
up against
numbers
that?
don't lie, baby.
So
And-
I think Endwalker's the clear winner, but
Obviously,
we're
yeah.
just
Is
discussing.
it, is it between
I think ready.
Honestly, so to Matt's point,
Yeah.
you have the other 4 are 2 of mine and 2 of yours.
So I think the real question is, I will say this. I think Echoes of the Eye, it deserves recognition, but the real question is, does it deserve recognition over the other ones? It can is there another one that is like, it's like there's a clear cut one that it's like we need to recognize this.
I think my 2.
I'm
you
sure-
guys talk because I'm biased, but
I'm
think
choosing and again, not having played it, but just from listening, I'm choosing the Final Cut as my
second.
runner-up. Yeah.
Okay.
You sold me on that final
Okay.
cut because it sounds like I'm
picking Disco Elysium.
Yeah, I thought Disco Elysium, and I do appreciate that you guys listen to my argument. And Outer Wilds, I think, is very as a game
Hold on.
deserving of recognition.
You named this category, Austin, and it's not just best extension; it's also best improvement. So
Yeah,
I think we have one that falls into
Yeah,
both.
I think, yeah.
Or one, we have 2 that fall into each, rather.
Personally, I played a couple hours of Disco Elysium. I'm very excited to play it now because of that voice acting. It's so good.
Yeah.
I would personally put Intermission over because, like I said, it's like my favorite single player DLC.
I think we gave Final
Do you think
Fantasy
you'd sleep
love.
at night if with
Yeah, no.
Disco?
Final Fantasy Endwalker wins. Disco Elysium Final Cut.
Yeah, there it is.
I'm for that.
Okay.
The best expansion or improvement of 2021 is Final Fantasy XIV's Endwalker
Of course.
with Disco Elysium, the
No-
final cut,
No competition.
for second place.
No competition.
Yeah, this is soak it in because this is going to be the
Yeah,
last
today
time.
is my day, baby. I get to talk about Endwalker and Animal Crossing and all my dumb little farming games. Today is my day.
Biggest disaster. Who fucked up the hardest? It might be the launch of a particular game. It may be the practices of an entire company. It could be a PR stunt gone wrong. So let's see who sucks.
I don't think there was
this
any of
year.
those this year.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
pretty
it's
clean
smooth
cut
sailing
all
through
year.
calm seas.
Yeah.
Matt, you did mention at one point, like beforehand, that we're gonna make this clear. This is it's not dedicated to a
Not
single
gaming.
product.
It's not. Yes,
Really.
it's not. We're not talking about a game that's a
It's
disaster.
an
It's-
industry kerfuffle.
Yes, biggest industry disaster. I mean,
Yeah.
that can include a game, but more,
Right.
Yes.
but
Yep.
is more
Yeah,
because
yeah.
there's a lot in this list that's just industry disasters.
We've chosen Right off the
Yeah,
Activision Blizzard's workplace harassment.
Yeah.
Battlefield 2042's launch. The GTA Trilogy Definitive Edition launch. Ubisoft workplace harassment.
Every other one's just gonna be blank workplace harassment.
All the game delays. Whatever the fuck E3 was. We still can't find new consoles or graphics cards. Nintendo's handling of adding N64 titles to their online service. Square Enix blames devs yet again for their own failures. Sony attempts to shut down PS3 and Vita's online storefronts. Everything that continues to surround Cyberpunk 2077's endless list of controversies. New World's broken economy. 6 Days in Fallujah somehow tastelessly returns and is reannounced.
Oh my god.
Apple versus Epic lawsuit. The CEO of Tripwire being a dumb shit. Is Stadia still a thing? Amazon Luna somehow being worse than Stadia.
This category is
Then Ubi's Quartz NFTs, Stalker 2's NFTs, and Square Enix letter about NFTs.
I mean, I feel like we should just summarize it all up into just
one.
Let's just nominate
together.
NFTs. Is that like something we can do?
And then Final Fantasy 14's login issues.
Yeah, no, I'm with Matt.
Yeah,
I say we combine those three.
Combine
into
those
just
three, yeah.
NFTs.
Just NFTs.
NFTs, yeah.
Because it's not going to stop there.
No.
Final Fantasy's login issues, that's more of a compliment.
Yeah, so it can definitely be argued that the urge for so many people wanting to play your game is a good thing.
Yeah.
However, them literally having to pull it from sale for new users, a digital
Holy
product,
shit.
because it is that popular is pretty nuts.
It's insane. I have friends who like their internet will like blip for a second and they're just like, well, I guess I'll go to bed.
Yeah.
Like,
no.
Drop from the queue.
it'll be like 8:00
Fuck.
at night, and they'll like for whatever reason get logged out, and they're like, all right, well, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm like, because you're not
I'm
gonna
number
get back
9 in
in.
queue. I'm getting in.
I had a friend who was number 1
Guys.
for like 20 minutes one night, and he was like, this is fucking bullshit.
That's
It
rough.
has gotten a lot better, and I will say I haven't had an issue because like even when the queues are bad now, it won't kick you mid queue anymore. In my experience, so
Right.
it's like running a lot smoother.
More stable.
But Jesus fucking Christ, it was such a hassle. It was such a pain in the ass because it would like not only would it kick you from the queue, but it would close down the whole program. So you'd have to like log back in completely every single time and it would keep your place in queue if you tried to come back in fast enough.
Yeah.
How long was that timer?
I don't know, but sometimes you'd click log in and it would be like, sorry, we don't know what's going on, and just close the whole thing.
Go to the back of the
And
line.
it would just close the entire
Yeah.
fucking game again, and then you'd have to like relog and
Yeah.
click it, and it would be like, no, we
Ugh.
can't connect to the data center, and just shut down the whole game.
It's funny because I played New World on release.
Oh.
That also had a very similar
24-hour queue.
But the only difference is when you log into Final Fantasy, you get to play a good game.
Yeah, see, that's
So
the difference.
when you sit in queue to play New World, you don't necessarily get to play.
New World, you
a good
sit in
game.
a queue for like, what was it, 24 hours, and then you play a shitty version of Elder Scrolls already shitty MMO.
Pretty much.
This sounds messy, but not a
This
disaster.
is the ride.
Like,
This is the ride.
has it improved much?
Yeah.
since
I was
It's
gonna say,
people have dropped off.
This absolutely
gotten better.
does not hang with some of the shit on this
No,
list.
yeah.
No.
But also, Square has been handling it surprisingly
They-
well.
That is all they
They've
are
been
doing.
communicating,
Yeah.
Like
Are
they are
aren't they-
trying to fix it as
Aren't
fast
they
as they
issuing
can.
like days of game time?
Yes,
based on-
they've already done it twice where they were just like, hey, we know things are fucked. Here's a free week of subscription time, and then like a couple weeks later they were like, all right, things are still fucked, guys. Here's another free week.
They should design an in-game pet that's like the Q bar, and then put legs on it, and then give it out for free.
Yeah. Honestly, I
That's
would
really
live
taking it
through
on the
this.
chin.
Yeah.
This will be a transition, by the way, to New World, in that
Perfect.
we alluded to this on our recap as well. But Sean, what was up with the economy? in that?
I honestly, like I was telling you guys before,
People were embezzling money.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was just an
You're
absolute
implying that
dumpster
Amazon
truck.
can do wrong.
Okay, I will say right now, since we're on the topic, I know I'm kind of cutting in. I just checked my Final Fantasy Discord, and my friend went to go log in, and it was a 435 person queue.
That was better than
Not bad.
4,000.
Yeah.
Not bad at all.
I like
So
it not bad.
and what
Yeah.
it's Monday night. It's at about 8 Eastern. Before that would have been like 3,000-4,000.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's a lot better.
Okay.
I was gonna
that's
say
good.
it's
Getting
more of a
better,
mess,
yeah.
and I gotta say, let's face it, you're proud of it, aren't you? Like the fact that your game had to is like
They had to stop selling digital copies of that fucking game because they were like,
We're out of codes.
we can't let people in.
So
Yeah.
the New World stuff, like, did they
Honestly, I didn't even play enough
to see it?
to actually
All
have
I
to
know is
deal with
that
it.
people were embezzling money, and I think that's more hilarious than it is a disaster.
All right, yeah, all right. Then we can.
So we can cut
Oh,
that.
and it happened multiple times, if I recall correctly.
Uh-huh.
yeah. I mean,
Great.
it's good to bring it up because it's probably the only time New World's going to be brought up in any of these episodes.
Very
Like,
true.
None of
Yeah.
us were paying attention to that
All
game.
right.
I have an innocuous one. We can.
Okay.
So this one is just Nintendo being Nintendo, as in total boneheads, but they can't keep getting away with it. For a higher price, you can upgrade to a tier of Nintendo Switch Online that adds N64 and Genesis titles to the service.
It also adds Happy Home Paradise.
It does.
What a deal.
Along with the NES and SNES stuff that was there before. The emulation on those was honestly fine, although they did not update the libraries nearly as often as you'd want. And when they did, some of the selections were strange, to say the least. I know licensing is a nightmare, but the average consumer is going to care about, like, they're not going to care about that when they're angry of not being able to find Mega Man or Castlevania as an option, even though, like, the mini Super NES rightfully acquired them. I don't know. But regardless, that isn't necessarily the issue here.
How do you go from having questionably one of the best online marketplaces
Yes.
to, and
The Wii
obviously
and Wii U virtual consoles were
retro
crazy.
marketplaces to, like, just jacking up the
This absolute
prices,
dog shit.
adding
Yeah.
20, what is it, like, I forget how much was it $30 just to play those games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you need online to do it, or
Mhm.
was it bundled in or something like that? How do you transition from
so-
like godliness
And
down to like maybe the worst value?
well, here's
Yeah.
the most terrible part is that the Genesis output is fine as far as what I've played, but the Nintendo 64 though, I don't know what the fuck happened, but like performance problems, awful
Yeah,
input lag,
right.
like terrible button layouts with little paths to like customize, like
Also, Happy Home.
but
yeah.
it's like
Not to mention, can you buy that separately?
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
But putting these all together it's like, it makes a handful of the games offer completely unplayable. And like this shit was figured out eons ago. It should
felt
not,
like
it should
it,
not
yeah.
have been an ordeal, but like a slam dunk to just,
Randy, one
to
of
tap
these-
into people's collective nostalgias, but it's
One of
downright
these-
insulting.
One of these days, somebody will figure out the N64 emulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, when
Science is progressing every day.
I mean,
man.
it was like me and you sat with Ocarina of Time, and it was like practically instantaneous.
Oh, yeah,
You're
I
like,
played-
You're like, this is wrong. Like it's just wrong.
I tried to play Ocarina of Time too. I usually replay that game roughly every year, and
Yeah.
I booted that up, and I went, no.
Imagine
When hardware
you
from
fucking-
1996 shows off your history better than your current flagship
You're
device,
playing Mario
like,
64 and you hit the button and you can
like a
hear the
second.
click and release and then it
Yeah.
goes boop, and you're like, how? Why? And how?
Imagine how much bomb shit it would have been if Ocarina of Time was playable mobile, or did you have to, or do you have to
well,
be
the
online?
DS one.
Do you have to be online, or do you have to download it? No. So
don't have to be alive.
just like imagine what kind
Yeah,
of
you do.
Yes, you do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Really?
You don't.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't
It's-
download
it's-
it local.
Well, just in
No,
general.
you don't download. You download
the app.
the
to run it
app,
from,
and
yeah.
it
Connects to the internet.
checks before because
Okay.
you could lose your subscription.
She's 100% right.
just- but
Because if you
Christ, really?
if you
because
lose
I
your-
tried to play something on one of the other ones when I didn't have Wi-Fi, and it went, no, you can't play this. You don't have. I thought I got panicked, and I was
Yeah.
like, did I let my subscription lapse or something? But no, it's just because I was out of Wi-Fi. It has
Oh,
to
cool.
double check.
I always thought as a kid, you know what the Nintendo 64 needs? Always online
Yeah.
server chat.
Yeah, it's really missing that feature.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just
plus-
imagine how good that would be, though.
them tossing out a single title at a time on there like every 2 months is ridiculous.
Table
I mean,
scraps.
I guess that's one way to pad out your
literally
pipeline
table scraps.
when you aren't going to team up to bring us the
They
like
got
rare
one guy
demography.
working on emulation for the Switch. At least that's what it feels like.
Yeah, well, he Silent Hill HD'd up the Ocarina of Time's fog like a dumbass.
All right, so to sum this up, I say this hangs for a little bit.
Okay.
At least.
I would like to address two here back to back. One is all the game delays and then whatever the fuck E3 was. I'm just to address those. The first one for all the game delays. So it's like, is it too nebulous? Like it's like, is that?
No, I don't think so. There was a lot of
Like a master list
very
of all.
public statements on Twitter of being like, "This is because of COVID." I think that's
I think
what we're
both
referencing.
really were.
Should we call it COVID delays then? Would that be better?
It's not a huge deal by any means, but the issue I have is like, why announce dates in the first place when you and everyone else agrees it won't be possible to stick to?
Maybe because they feel like they're expected to, at least.
I feel like it's a way to appease shareholders. Like they're not
Probably.
Like, I don't know who they're fooling.
That makes more
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah,
But yeah,
so,
I
so you're
just-
saying it stays? You think it should?
No,
stay?
I don't think it
No,
stays.
I would
It's
say
I
cut
think
the
these
game.
are both COVID related personally, and I think that
I think the game delay thing is absolutely COVID related. I think the E3 thing was exacerbated by COVID. But
that's a way
Right,
more.
that was going to
complicated
happen
issue.
regardless.
Yeah,
Right,
I don't
but-
think we can talk about these both at the same time.
Oh,
No,
okay,
yeah.
okay. So, well, the reason I brought up the E3 one,
It's a
back
management issue even prior to COVID.
so
Yeah.
so
Like the ESA.
Fair enough.
you guys,
yeah.
So you guys seem to know. You guys follow E3 more than I do. What was the fuck up with E3 this year?
Activate me, Austin.
It was.
Wait, last we talked about it on the air, it was all blur. I don't even.
Well, we don't have to go super far into it, but it was all online. And like the thing about the ESA and what they do with E3 is that they gather all these people together in the convention center.
Yeah.
And like when you're like, hey, we have a fucking Twitch channel, you can appear on our Twitch channel. Why the fuck would anybody do that when they all have their own Twitch channels?
Right.
So the whole thing was disjointed. You have EA and Ubisoft doing fucking conferences in July because nothing was ready because of COVID.
Yeah.
You have like people who agreed to spots when E3 was a convention, and then they then had to pivot to like this Nintendo Direct online only thing, and it was literally just people talking in offices because they didn't have anything to show.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it.
Oh, that is
it was
bad.
miserable.
That is bad.
Because
Yeah.
the Ubisoft one was just like, here's updates on everything we've already announced.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's like the least
There was
exciting
nothing
Yeah,
new,
it was.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
But it can go, and same with game delays. Although there's something to like. For a while there in 2021, it was like every time you went on Twitter, there'd be another apology picture
Yeah.
for people to get mad at, like just that format. I remember you, Chelsea, mentioning the thing that happened to your one friend with the Endwalker launch, where it was just pushed back a couple weeks, but like, that's a major bummer for them. I'd be pissed. Like,
yeah, they pushed it back so close to release that I had a bunch of friends who took their vacations around the original release date, and then like a week, or it was like 2 weeks before it was supposed to release, they were like, hey, we're delaying this another 2 weeks. So a couple of my friends couldn't move their vacations.
Right.
So they
Yeah.
was just like, oh, we're fucked.
Mhm.
Like,
So Square Enix blames devs for their own failures. What was that?
Yeah. What was that?
No, that's it's unsurprising. I mean, they love to throw their their Western
This was-
studios under the bus whenever the Eastern Division beeps it. It happened
Marvel?
10 years ago with Final Fantasy XIV's online's initial launch.
Right.
When they were, they were like coming at the Kick-Ass Tomb Raider reboot and like Hitman for only selling several million units rather than a couple million more. I don't know. It's so absurd. They did it with Deus Ex and Hitman a second time. At least they seem happy with the Life is Strange series, but it's like this year was with Avengers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was basically them that decided that it should be a live service loot game.
Mm-hmm.
But then when it like didn't go as well as they wanted, then they were like, well, the devs weren't experienced.
Yeah.
And it was like, I don't think they wanted to do it, Evan. Like it's
Yeah.
Was
like I'm
that
sure
not-
the trend will continue, but it's like it's not of the fault of your American team that you chose to fund like fucking Balan Wonderworld. Like and the Tomb Raider people like to make single player narrative
Yeah, because that was
campaigns.
Crystal Dynamics, right?
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of complaints about their work in the past.
No.
I don't have a lot of complaints about their work on Avengers.
Okay.
Avengers is a good single player game if you rip out all the loot shit.
Oh yeah,
All the
yeah.
loot shit that Square Enix wanted.
Right,
Exactly,
right.
yeah.
But yeah.
So
cut
I wanted
yeah, we can cut it.
to address still can't find, basically console and graphics card shortage.
That's a
So-
COVID thing.
Yeah.
And it is a COVID thing. And I think I was
Supply
going to say, this to me in my mind sticks at the top of the list. Only
Yes, absolutely.
Because it's like a lot of the stuff, it's like, okay, well, a lot of these things are specific companies or, specific games.
Because
but
there's
it's-
no end in sight.
It has a snowball effect,
Yeah.
which is that like you have these things don't move at like a quick pace in this industry.
Yeah.
So you have Sony and Microsoft were like, okay, 2020, PlayStation 5, Series X coming out. And they line up all of this marketing stuff. They line up all of these releases. And then 2020 rolls around, and right as these things are getting announced, COVID hits. And then all of the sudden, everything they have planned seems like it's frustrating for the consumers, and it seems backwards, and they have to like scramble to like put games that were supposed to be exclusive to one
it's worse
on
seeing
other platforms.
so many next-gen titles get divided into crossing like two families of
because-
systems.
Because then you have like
You'd have to be crazy to only target one.
because
Right.
like, we've talked about it before, but like Ratchet and Clank
The
Rift
Foresight,
Apart,
like-
phenomenal video game, but like it's only on PS5. And that
Yeah.
turns
Yeah.
like what should be a celebrated release because it's really good
Into,
and
like,
it's a
a
great
quieter
exclusive
one.
into a frustrating thing for a lot of people because they're like, hey, motherfucker, I'm a big Ratchet and Clank fan. I love those games. I can't find one of your fucking consoles, and I'm not paying a scalper $1,200 for it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and you have the things we've been talking about with NVIDIA where they're like, they're doing the same thing that they've always done, right? We got a 3070, we got a 3080, later we got a 3060, then we got the 3070, 3080, and 3060 Ti, then we got the 3050, the 3090, now we got the 3090 Ti and the 3050 Ti, and they're just like, they've always done this shit.
I know, and now
Right.
they're
But
doing
now-
it. We're like, why?
Every time
The
they do it,
worst time.
everybody's just like, great, I'm not going to be able to buy it. Why the fuck do I care?
Yeah.
You know, you have PC gaming is like becoming this giant monolith where it's like for the first time in history, and because of the pandemic, a lot of people got turned into gamers. You know, Steam is setting
Yeah,
new
like
concurrent
records,
records for users. And like as a person who has built computers for people in the past who knows about that kind of stuff,
You
the
helped me?
amount of I helped you. I built Randy's computer. The amount of people who have come up to me and was like, yo, I want to build a good computer and get into gaming. I'm like,
Couldn't have picked a worse
I could
time.
not have picked a word. I'm like, buy a computer.
it's wild that we're still living this.
Bobby, my old roommate, I was
Like-
also like, yeah, it's like, I was like, dude, like you can, but I was like, he came up to me saying he was building one, and straight up, I'm like, dude, you're gonna get scalped like a fucking crazy on the graphics
Yeah.
card. He was asking, he's like, where can I get this type of graphics card? I was like,
In hell.
yeah, but I think I don't know. I think he either got lucky or he found
It's
something.
just
but
it's already been 2 years, and I mean clearly this also affects outside industries as well. But it's just
I was
the
gonna say,
the happenings of trying to get a car is even more ludicrous. But keeping in our wheelhouse though, whatever Nintendo had planned apparently got pushed back with the like their
The
next
upgraded Switch.
yeah the
thing,
actual upgraded one, and then I know it delayed the Steam Deck and the Play Date and the
So-
Analog Pocket. Like production on nothing is
so the reason I originally
can't
wanted
fix
to
or
point
upgrade
at
your PCs.
the reason I wanted to point it to the top, it's like, it's one thing if a disaster affects one game, but it's another thing if people just can't play
It's
it at
all
any
games.
It
period.
affects every game.
Every
And-
game.
and
The whole
all of
industry.
and the whole industry.
and the whole
yeah.
industry, and
You know,
it's like that needs to. That's like a
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
That's a top contender.
All right, so
Yeah.
the last thing I'm just gonna say is, can anyone guess how much longer that this might?
I'm
Our
gonna
Our
guess,
realistically-
lifetime.
I'm gonna guess mid 2023 we might start getting
Yeah.
some.
that you could just
improvements.
walk into a store and buy a PS5 or order one from Amazon. Like,
I'm gonna say 2024
okay,
for like readily available.
And by that time, they'll
Right. Mm.
probably have like an upgraded model.
I have,
Right, yeah,
I have
different
genuinely
form
no
factor.
clue. I have genuinely no clue.
Yeah,
Me
me
neither.
neither.
It's
My optimistic guess is mid 2023.
Years.
My
Yeah.
pessimistic guess is 2024, if not 2025.
And beyond, yeah.
Yeah.
yikes.
All right.
There is a hopefully slight but still very real possibility that this entire generation
He's screwed up by this.
is going to be screwed by this.
I'll be dead before we see him.
So
Damn.
real
You're
quick,
gonna die in a couple of years, huh?
Oh yeah, I'm not living long.
I got a quick
All
one.
according
Okay,
to plan.
go ahead.
This will be a funny one. The Tripwire.
Ah.
What's his
Oh my
name?
God.
Do you remember
What a dumb
exactly?
asshole.
I,
Yeah.
let me, Start
Fuck this
talking about it.
guy.
I'll look
Okay,
up
so
his name.
yeah, it was instant career suicide.
And for what?
Yeah.
For the
Believe-
babies.
For talking about what you believe in, man. It's really important to discuss on Twitter and defend your position.
Yeah. We should say this was in the middle of the recent
John Gibson.
John Gibson.
Mhm.
Yeah. God. I don't know. You went to one of those God schools as a kid. You want to describe basically the
Bible?
It was during the Texas abortion laws.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
he had mentioned that he had said something along the lines of that he agrees with it.
Well,
Which,
I was what I was hinting at was like his band that he's in, right? He's in one of those
He's
Christian
in a
death metal
Christian
bands.
rock band.
And if you don't turn the in-game music off, the
Yeah.
lyrics, like we would have seen the signs
I have the tweet.
much earlier, but
in Killing Floor 2. I
In
think you
Killing
should
Floor 2,
specify what
yes.
game, because not
Sorry.
everyone knows what
I have the
fucking-
tweet, which is surprisingly
Tripwire, who is
still up.
wow.
Oh my god.
Proud of the hashtag U.S. Supreme Court affirming the Texas law banning abortion for babies with a heartbeat.
Fuck you.
As an entertainer, I don't get political often, yet with so many vocal peers on the other side of this issue, I felt it was important to go on the record as a pro-life game developer.
So he's obviously
yeah,
always
now he's an unemployed
Yeah,
game
'cause
developer,
He's
am I
always
right?
had those backwards views, but like that's what I was referencing it, like the music stuff. But like, what? Why even say that? Like it was less than 24 hours and he was out, right? Like it was like it ruined
very fast.
It ruined
yeah.
their partnerships with a bunch of other companies and clients. Like because Tripwire is a developer, but they also help co-publish.
Yeah,
and
they got backlash from
it was
the devs of Maneater
the shark
and
game.
also
The
Torn
Shark
Banner,
RPG.
the Chivalry people.
Yes.
Because they publish
Yeah.
Chivalry 2 as well.
Yeah.
Also,
I won't even get into
So there was
what
a-
I think. Like
Yeah.
I
So
agree
it's
with
like-
Randy says. Just
it was
like,
an
dude,
entire company
you
of people
could've
that were paying for the sins of his like
Yeah, well, let's say it's like
bigotry.
it's like listen, you could
I like
you
the
could have
use
gone
of
on.
sins there.
No one would have known
Unintentional.
what your views on this were, and the company would be fine, and all these people would be employed, and it's like
Yeah,
and
like,
it's
do you think there's a PR, like, or like you have an assistant who saw that tweet and you're like, oh, fuck, how many fires do we have to put
He
out
said
now?
no. The
Like-
assistant instantly grabs a cardboard box and starts filling it up
Yeah,
with the shit
well,
on their
that's
desk.
the end of us.
I don't want to. Let's end this
Yeah.
discussion. 'Cause
Basically,
if it
he
keeps
sucks
going
and so
on-
does Texas.
Damn.
Just gotta get
Sorry,
Texas in
Texas
there, don't I?
listeners.
Yeah.
Cutting that one.
God.
Yeah.
Don't you're already an asshole if you are pro-life. You don't got to tell people.
Yeah, I think it's a good.
Just keep your fucking mouth
yes,
shut.
yes,
Well,
exactly. You don't have to go around. telling
Weird game to be
Very left.
a part of. Given
Well, you're
his-
killing demons.
Oh right.
Yeah,
right.
you're killing
My bad.
demons.
Yeah, you're expunging
Very
the...
Yeah,
Very
the music
divine.
in that game is
Does it refer to them as smiting them? I'm sure he'd like to change it if he
no,
could.
but the Australian woman who I play as makes a joke about her vagina very blatantly. Yet that's okay.
She can't talk about her own.
Well, no, she talks about her own vagina.
Vaginas
sh-
are funny.
She shouldn't
though.
be doing that. Just kidding. Just kidding. Move on.
All right, I got two
Okay.
that we can knock out.
Yeah.
Stadia and Luna.
I was gonna ask. I was like,
Sure, yeah, well, all right, we'll package them into one.
I was
to
gonna
knock them
say,
off.
do we want to just shit on Stadia now and then move on?
Yeah.
let's do
So,
it.
gun to my head, I couldn't inform you on the state or success of either of these.
Okay, so Luna is just like a way to play games. And
how do you think it was better? We when we tried it that one night, it sucked. I mean, that was a while ago. But
yeah,
I have to assume it's gotten.
xCloud is better
Yes.
in
Oh, yeah.
literally every fucking way
Yes.
than both of these. Google made a big show of the fact that they're like, we're not just doing this for the money. We're getting into game development.
Yeah.
That's over.
They shut down that.
They sold off all the studios that they bought and shut down their first party development
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's telling.
production company. Amazon.
I mean,
They're not doing exclusively Luna things like Stadia was
So as
because
far-
they did New World.
as
and,
far as current updates, though, like neither are striking me as being like dedicated into terms of making deals or advertising.
No, it's
anymore.
just-
like it's
Amazon Luna is just like an
it's
Amazon
like cut and run.
I feel like
Jeff Bezos just flexing his big.
I mean,
dick.
it turns out getting your company into gaming is hard. I don't care how big or how rich
Yeah,
you are.
imagine-
You can't half-ass that
imagine
shit.
doing that today
And enthusiasts will
with-
sniff you out.
with not proven technology. You know what I mean? They
Yeah.
thought they had the infrastructure for it, but But I think they just saw like a sneak peek at that Xbox doc and were like, these guys were crazy. We got to do crazy stuff too.
I mean, the funny thing about Amazon is that I've said this before, maybe not on the
controller.
show, but Amazon runs the internet. For those of you that don't know, AWS runs half of the shit you use on a
listen
daily
to our
basis.
Minecraft episode.
Oh, do I know about it? They're literally.
I know you know.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know exactly what
Yeah.
AWS is.
But for some reason, they have the server infrastructure to do whatever they want, and they are cheap with their own technology. Because Amazon Prime Video also has shitty bandwidth and bitrate, and so does Luna. And I'm like, you run AWS. Netflix literally uses your servers, and your platform is worse than theirs. This is literally the definition of vertical integration. You have the capitalism get out of jail free card, and you're still being cheap. You bald fuck. Have fun in your dick-shaped rocket. Oh my God.
All right, well, on to the next one.
All right, that better be like the clip for the face.
So I also I have two that we can cut, and not because of their lack of severity, but because they bleed into a span of multiple years. Because the Apple versus Epic thing did not start in 2021.
But it ended.
And at the expense of not wishing to keep us here all night, spoiling another future hot button. Like the summary, like they both kind of won and both lost.
It's just like
Sort of
George
like-
Orwell's 1984. You ever read that book?
George Orwell.
I mean, a bunch of like kind of insider secrets got out there, and this year
funny.
that was
Yo, itch.io won.
It's like, I don't, you're like,
Billionaire
Tim
fight.
Sweeney's like, well, Apple's not paying us enough. And Apple's like, well, they're being real dicks about not giving us enough money. And everybody's just like, I waited in line at McDonald's for 2 hours because I can't afford to go grocery shopping. Go fuck yourself.
And the other is there was no real winners in there.
Yeah.
Or nobody you would want to stand behind, rather. But Cyberpunk 2020, why can't I fucking say the name of this fucking game? Cyberpunk 2077.
You keep trying to say the tabletop one, which is Cyberpunk 2020.
I know, I think that is what's getting me. I think we should just wait until we can do an entire episode or two on Cyberpunk, because
It's
that's
also-
a lot to get into.
It's a long story, but like,
And it's still ongoing.
in the grand scheme of this list, it does not hang.
No.
No.
But the hack and the lawsuit were like, that was pretty major.
It was.
This might be, as a single game, one of the most controversy heavy ever, because it just didn't end.
And you know what's
Like-
actually crazy too? It's like
It was like every day. What's new with Cyberpunk?
like you forget that it was just like, that is technically the very beginning of 2021, and you get to the end of the year and it's not up for any game awards at all, and you're like, oh, it was
Aside from
eligible.
score.
Yeah.
It's like oh, it was eligible. It just didn't get nominated for shit.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Not The Witcher 3 for
Yeah.
Randy, I want to get this joke out. A lot of time has passed since you fumbled on saying it, but maybe it's because you released that sentence broken on launch and needed to update it with patches in the future. Got his ass.
Got him.
All right, well, you know what? I'll get it right by the time the PS5 and Series X versions come.
All right, a lot of
Not
time
until
left.
2023.
Yeah. There's a lot
Randall's
of
just
stories.
gonna look at himself in a mirror practicing.
I know we have to move on, but the list of glitches you ran into in that game when you're going through it was like mind-boggling.
Oh,
It
we
was
were talking
almost
about it.
fun just to see what would
Just
happen.
to see what happened.
It was fun, but Randy could, not to set him off on a thing, don't talk. But a lot of the glitches that most people ran across were not funny. They were
I know.
game breaking.
Yeah, he
and-
might,
Anyway.
he might break again. You're right.
Get
Yeah.
to the next one.
How y'all feel about NFTs?
No.
No,
Hold
wait.
on. Before you get into NFTs,
All right.
Better segue.
this Sony PS3
Oh, okay.
Vita storefront thing.
Yeah, they did double back on that, to their credit, after a lot of pressure.
Again, it's just a corporation being cheap. We can.
when they were
it.
going to shut down their storefronts.
I mean,
it didn't go well.
Also, but it was averted. It was averted.
It was
didn't-
after
Yeah.
fans complained.
So I think that alone
But I mean,
disqualifies
for
it.
how long? I mean, it's going to happen eventually.
It deserves. I mean, I feel like it deserves a mention because it is a microcosm of something that needs to be discussed. Of the fact that a lot of these digital products that people bought over
Listen.
a decade ago are going to disappearing now.
Forever physical, man. You
There-
can't deactivate your marketplace when it's on my
There's-
damn shelf.
There are certain fan bases that you have to be an absolute lunatic to be a part of. And as a corporation, you have to be able to suss out those fan bases and don't fuck with them.
Oh, Vita?
The Vita fan
Yeah,
base, you don't fuck with the Vita fan base,
Yeah.
okay? They're like a motorcycle game that can beat you with chains.
They'll sharpen
fuck
the
with
edge of that Vita and come straight at your neck with it.
Dude, I love that your face when you were doing that. You
Yeah.
were like really, you look real serious.
Yeah.
Don't fuck with the Vita people.
No, he's
I'm
channeling
serious.
the energy of a Vita fan.
by the way, great handheld.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a good
No,
handle.
it is good.
Underrated.
Yeah.
I mean, all of this is only going to get worse with multiplayer games and servers. I
Yep.
still light a torch for GameSpy.
So
And now the OG Titanfall is getting added to that graveyard. I hate it. We need better preservation. I've said it a million
Why
times.
don't we?
let's do NFTs now.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I will say straight off the bat that this is at the very tippy top of my, or like near the top of my list. I think this is a bone to pick, and I think it's annoying as shit.
I know. I'm totally with you, but one thing for certain here is that the vast majority don't seem to be fucking into it.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
there's
real-
Myself
is-
included.
I
There
mean-
is something I love about NFTs, and it's the memes.
Oh yeah.
These are
Yeah.
the funniest months
So,
of my life.
It might be a tad early to deem this a disaster, but
Alright.
the overwhelming amount of negative responses on remember Ubisoft? They premiered that video, and then it was days after YouTube changed their policy on the viewing of dislikes.
Yeah.
And then and it's like, but obviously it's just an experiment. I said this earlier, to appease shareholders. Otherwise they wouldn't be doing it with a 2-year-old game that undersold and underperformed critically.
Okay,
Like-
I think that we don't have to get into NFTs because this episode will be 7 hours long.
Right.
Because I
Yeah.
could go on for 5
Yeah.
hours about how
Yeah.
much I fucking hate NFTs.
I can sum
Here's
it up.
the thing.
Uh,
I feel like I know what's going to be in the top couple for this category, and it's all stuff that branches outside of games itself,
Right.
Yeah, and this is one of those.
and this is a fucking scam. It's a
That's what it
pyramid
is.
scheme,
Yeah.
and it is a bunch of rich assholes trying to bleed people who want. It's a get rich quick scheme and a pyramid scheme,
And people who don't know jack dick about video game development.
and
That's
it's a whole bunch of people. It's a money grab, and it's fucking disgusting.
yeah.
Yeah.
And there's only one thing. There's only, I guess, technically one topic on this list that is more fucking disgusting than this, in
Oh,
my
yeah.
opinion.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We'll get to that.
We'll
but
get
yeah.
to that.
there's one.
but
The last thing I'm going to say about this is that there hasn't been anything in the language from any of these companies that would signify that any of what they are showing has to be done exclusively on the blockchain. Which is like, it's
'Cause they don't
so
have to.
trendy and buzz. No, totally. And
that's part of it, is that it's just the blatant
yeah.
laziness
And
of all of this.
In
It's
Ghost Recon
clearly-
Breakpoint's case, it's even crazier because the skins look bad, but also they're not. What did somebody post in our Discord, like how much money they've made from it? It's like $300. Like,
Yeah.
and you have to play
That's
the game.
Ubisoft, right?
Yeah,
Not the
and
person that posted
But
it.
you have to play the game for like 600 hours,
Yeah.
and then but also the person that you would trade with also has to have.
In order to use it, I think, or something like
So
that.
they're not even scamming right.
Yeah.
Like
And then there's the
Team Fortress 2 already did this forever.
Yeah.
The Square.
It's not even novel.
To capital off, we had this as 3. The Stalker 2 one was the least egregious in my opinion.
It was funny because everyone yelled at them, they doubled down, then everyone yelled at them harder, and then they backed out.
They didn't need to do this on the blockchain at all. The idea of being like, hey, you can pay us and we'll make you an NPC in the game isn't a bad idea.
But you don't need.
But you don't need the blockchain
Yeah,
to do
right.
that.
You don't need to kill
it
the
be an
environment.
NFT.
Yeah.
Closing statement: NFTs more like no fucking
And
thanks.
then we'll
Yeah,
close
I'm going
off-
to tell you right now, Yoshipi's not going to let NFTs have
Yeah.
it to fucking.
We'll close this off with the third story, which was the Square
Square
thing,
Enix
which was
thing.
the most egregious because they literally have no plan. It was just their president being like, we hear you. We know you all hate NFTs. I don't fucking care. I want to be richer.
Yeah.
That was literally the
Yeah,
letter.
because
I saw someone who was just like, if they put NFTs in Final Fantasy 14, they used like actual in-game terms, but they're like, I'm gonna kill everyone who has one on purpose. Like,
I just love when they're like, this is really great for everything, and people are like, why? And then the conversation ends there.
Did
Like,
anybody-
Yoshi people save
I
us
think,
all.
I
So-
think
Don't let it
to draw a
happen.
comparison, it's just like people already were up in arms about loot boxes and pay to win.
Right.
NFTs is just that plus. It's like it feels like it's like
It's
you're
that, but 10 times
10 times-
scummier.
yeah, it
and
is,
10
and it's
times
scummier.
scammier. Yeah.
and it's like it's not only that, but it's just like Jesus. At least when you pay for a loot box, you get a loot box. And NFT is like the most like just like it's the most nebulous shit, especially in the like.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's.
I would need more time to come up with a more cohesive thing to say, but
we don't need to say more to know that this is at the top.
Whittle us down, Austin. What can you say on the release of Battlefield? Because I believe everyone here knows my situation. Same thing happened with Knockout City. By the way,
the game wasn't ready.
It did not appear so.
Yep.
No, and there's a video. You can go watch it. I don't think this hangs. I think we can cut it. There's a video, a 30-minute video. I wish I knew the guy's name, but I don't. He's a very famous Battlefield leaker, and he has a 30-minute video about the development of this game and the absolute audacity of EA to do that to those fans is sickening. Kind of.
They pushed the game back a month. Why didn't they just?
That was all they would give them.
Yeah.
DICE asked for it to be pushed back to summer. And they said you get a month.
That's just tragic. For
Yeah.
this in place.
Both you got two different sides of the coin. You got Halo, did it successfully by pushing it off. You got Battlefield, they pushed it out.
I will say this: Frostbite is EA's engine, correct?
Yes.
Frostbite was developed for Battlefield.
Oh, and if that's
half, I shit you not, half of this game's development was porting Battlefield to the latest version of Frostbite. Because they couldn't get Battlefield working on Frostbite.
The Battlefield engine on. They couldn't get Battlefield working on the Battlefield engine.
Yes.
Which is a shame because you guys have said DICE are good developers.
They are.
They are. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like the way EA treated them
Yeah.
when they were developing this game, most of the people that are responsible for making Battlefield good left.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're all gone now.
I mean,
and I feel bad because there was a lot of... Battlefield 2042 is not necessarily a bad game considering its backstory and how it was made. And there are a lot of very young, inexperienced developers who had to pick up slack when the veterans left. And
of course, the game company is going to
I
ride
feel so
them into the
bad for
grave.
them because they're getting blamed, and they did, in my opinion, an admirable job with what they were given, I think.
Yeah.
So instead of Battlefield 2042, even though we're cutting it, how about just EA's impatientness or whatever?
I would say
just
that could be every
their
year.
short-sightedness. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, he's right. It could be every year.
Yeah.
So
sad.
one launch to another. The GTA trilogy. I mean, this was another one I ranted about in our anniversary recap episode, so we don't, But the short version is that not only are these remasters of absolute classics done in an exceptionally poor way, quality-wise, practically taking a dump on your company's own historic legacy, but it's I'll get deeper into that probably next episode. Don't you worry with disappointing here. But the double whammy of also delisting the originals from the digital storefronts while also targeting the modding community who loves your products, just adds to the fire. And then the cherry on top being that they recreated the fucking hot coffee debacle again, uploading a build to folks that were easily able to extrapolate everything.
You got to chill. Bring it down. You're harassing them right now. Okay? You got to remember, there's somebody on the other end of all these negative comments you're making, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Yeah, it's a robot.
Because
we've been over it. I think it gets cut.
Yeah. You can find all the music in that code and your sex mini games.
Hell yeah, my favorite 2 parts.
No, so this can go, but it is fucking insane that Rockstar of all publishers could let that happen.
What I said for Battlefield, the audacity of EA to do that to those fans. How dare you do that to GTA? Absolutely how
some of the highest rated and best selling games of all time.
Yeah.
Right. What the fuck?
How fucking dare you? And also, poor Grove Street Games. It's 13 people. Yeah. And they were given a monumental fucking
They
task.
apparently, some stuff leaked out that they also were this needs to, we're trying to hit the anniversary of 3, 20 years. And they're it's coming out, hell or high water. And it's does that ever work out?
Once again, a fault of the publisher, not the developer.
You're right.
The developer, yeah. So, all right. Did we address 6 Days in Fallujah?
We did not. I'll keep this one brief as well because this is another hot button script in the making.
I remember you telling me this story. It was in the middle of Valheim, actually.
Yeah.
I was playing Valheim, and you
know what? Sorry, next year because we took the title Biggest Disaster from Giant Bomb.
Yeah.
Next year we should change it to Best Hot Button Script in the Making.
Oh, that is good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're keeping that.
Best hot button potential.
Yeah.
So essentially, for those who might not be aware, this was a documentary war FPS that was deemed so tasteless in concept that its publisher Konami canceled it following backlash in 2009. Fast forward 11 fucking years later, in a world far more politically and socially and racially aware,
Yeah.
a company, I guess it's Highwire Games. I think they're ex like Destiny. Like, where did they come from?
I don't
know. Saw like an opportunity to resurrect the thing.
Yeah.
Controversy then rightfully ensued, and the case against them only becoming more apparent when the title was shown to be confusingly pivoting to a roguelike.
Huh.
Something you can't really do when you're supposed to be
And
basing
then-
it off true stories involving real people in
Yeah.
active conflict.
And then the tasteless video they released with the interviews of the
it came off
Iraqi
massively
people.
disrespectful. Yeah,
I think the one quote that stands out, and which I think I laughed out loud when you had said it, I think the guy, they claimed it's like, we don't want to make it political, and it was just like,
It's the Iraq fucking war. How is that
That's
not
insane.
political?
I will see if this makes it to retail though. Again, if ever. And how they do it, because it seems like a Herculean task to get all sides to it.
Hey
right.
man,
I don't.
CIA funding is kind of never ending.
I think the joke I cracked after that.
Yeah, we
was-
have a copy of Blackwater over there for
Hell
Connect.
yeah.
so.
That's not CIA. That's private military.
Yeah.
Eric Prince, baby.
They share some of the same atrocities. And,
Oh yeah, they do.
I think the joke I cracked is just like, yeah, we're making a game about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Don't worry, it's not political. It's
Yeah.
just like, dude, like,
I'm
no.
doing a
you can't-
documentary about the Republican Party. It's not
It's
political.
not-
I mean, Ubisoft said that about Tom Clancy games. Like, and Activision about Call of Duty, but
I mean, I don't know. Siege is, they're basically like G.I. Joes at this point.
Oh,
I don't know,
yeah.
I don't know how political that
No,
game is.
they said it about
They said it specifically about the Division 2, which is set in a war-torn fucking Washington,
Washington,
D.C.
D.C., yeah.
Yeah.
Like, by the very nature, war is a political, like, it's a political thing.
Yeah.
Like if you depict war, there's politics.
but
Cut.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Now I have a proposal.
Is it to combine the workplace harassment stuff? 'Cause we know that those are not the only two companies.
I was going to say, it's just like,
Activision
can't-
Blizzard is at the forefront, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
to your point, or from earlier, but much more fucked up, the Ubisoft thing was not uncovered in 2021. It was uncovered in 2020.
Oh,
Oh.
I think there's been like a response for them to address it. That
There has been a
gone
lot of
unfulfilled.
updates, unfortunately, but it is ongoing. But it did not start in 2020.
All right.
So,
So,
I mean,
how
what
about
do we-
this?
are
You
we-
only got you can only pick one workplace harassment. And I didn't think I'd be saying that tonight. but
The Activision Blizzard stuff, it's just too big and too.
Oh, yeah.
Like it doesn't just need its own episode; it needs its own series.
Yeah.
It's-
Oh, yeah.
absolutely.
In order to tackle this entire like fucking
Yeah.
mess as
Can I go-
appropriately and as respectfully as we can, it would take hours of dedication.
Yeah,
Yeah.
can I say
Like
combine them?
yeah.
Come on.
I say
Save,
combine.
save all of this for a future episode.
Mm-hmm.
A one that's going to be very tough to write. We look it up. I urge you to look it up if you don't know anything
It
about it.
takes a special
It's-
kind of disaster to attract the attention of the government.
Yes.
Not only that,
Absolutely.
but it's like the one thing this year. It's like when it was happening, it's like it's all that was coming out of gaming news was just
We're still in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, so that was the time that was happening. I was playing WoW as this stuff was unfolding and just hearing more and more news, and it's like I was following a lot of WoW stuff, and it's like the thing that everybody just kept said is just like they're just like people are leaving WoW.
We'll start
there's
our research when Bobby Kotick gets.
Let's
Yeah.
can't
The
shit
fucking
can.
boot.
That's never going to happen. Well,
yeah.
so going out on a limb here.
Mhm.
Is anybody opposed to this winning?
Absolutely
This
not.
absolutely wins.
I think it's yeah.
Undoubtedly.
Not
it affects the most people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Way
It's-
too widespread
yeah,
to be ignored.
and also it's like not even to not bury it. It's like when I think of like the biggest news this year, I remember in the middle of the year, it's like that was the news, that was the
Yeah.
the scandal. It's like
This
it was.
is
It's
wasn't
far
like-
transcended outside of video
well,
games.
okay.
on a
So
galactic
let me
scale.
just say real quick, cutting the Nintendo thing now because
Yeah.
it's still on here. Does not hang with these other three.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now that is cut, these are the three news stories that I have read about on MSNBC, on CNN, on
Yeah.
These are not video game stories anymore. They are,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
this is like world impacting news. This
Yeah.
is like we're talking about like workplace harassment, but that includes sexual harassment. That includes like union busting. Like this is far bigger than the video game industry. NFTs, we're talking about people losing their fucking livelihoods off of this
and
shit.
the
Have people,
damage to the environmental Van. God, it's I guess it does feel kind of where like comparing assault to like chip short, like
it does feel strange because I looked at that and I was like, can we just address the top one first? Because the rest of it just like, how do you get like it just like.
Well, that's why it felt like where we had to clear stuff off of just like this game sucks, as opposed to like
it might seem a little pointless in retrospect because I think we all knew going in that this was going to win. Like there's no fucking way.
Didn't.
But it's been a crazy year for news, so we had to get that other stuff out of the way.
Mm-hmm. Like, you know what I just remembered? That god-awful European football game that rose to be the worst-rated page in Steam's history.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of wish I knew that full story so I could insert it on here, but...
Okay, so...
You can't... It's interesting times.
I mean, I think... Okay, so, obviously...
So it's between chip shortages and the NFT kind of...
So...
my movement for
the thing I am leaning towards is it would be the console and chip shortages. The reason is I think I'm with you. I think Randy said it perfectly. I think NFTs right now they are a nuisance, but they're a disaster in the making. We haven't hit the point where we can effectively declare it. It's like right now it's like,
do you generally feel it might be a fad, like where it's like,
well, that's actually a good question. Where it's like maybe it could be a disaster in the making, but at the same time, people could finally be like, people could get sick of them, and
here's the thing.
Also,
hone it in a more reasonable way.
This didn't specifically start in the gaming industry, and I know an argument can be made that the chip shortage stretches out past the gaming industry, but I would say NFTs started as their own, in their own way, their own thing, and then they spread into.
As Chelsie stated before, there's memes. And there's memes.
It's pretty funny.
It's hilarious.
Ain't nobody memeing about chip shortages.
Here's the thing about the NFTs, like, it doesn't personally affect me.
No, well,
I get to watch everybody else be a fucking
it's just people money grabbing.
Yeah, and it's funny.
And trading hands that don't affect us.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not in it.
The other two, A, extend far beyond video games, but B, like, it's two situations where people are, like, frustrated and feel helpless to what is happening, and it is, affecting the industry as a whole. And obviously, like you said, there's not even a comparison between harassment of any kind versus a chip shortage.
Right.
But I think we're all in agreement. Workplace harassment winner, chip shortage runner-up.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Yes, congratulations to fucking companies like Activision Blizzard for being the biggest disaster of 2021 and beyond. But this, of course, extends the workplace.
And Bobby Kotick, if you're listening, die in the most painful way possible, you absolute piece of shit.
Okay.
Yeah, you disgusting monster.
Hopefully we won't see this again in 2022. And also the chip shortage also sucks.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm mildly irritated as a consumer.
It feels weird saying that.
There was no way for me to sugarcoat it.
There's a reason it got first, you know?
Yeah.
Alrighty, and with that, the big categories of the evening are over. So now let's try and segue to something more positive. Chelsie, would you like to take us to our first personal award of the episode? Perhaps our most personal award, if you'll care to explain.
Yeah, I'm doing as Austin said last episode. Hopefully this didn't get cut, but I'm doing hottest Final Fantasy 14 character.
I thought this was biggest butt.
It's the same award.
Oh,
It's-
of course.
Please Step on Me, Mommy Award.
Okay.
I mean,
And the award goes to Lady D.
Yep.
We're done.
no.
All right, so
don't
mine,
count the daughters out.
we just keep calling
Right?
it Chelsie Game Award. It's kind of like wholesome
Yeah.
games.
What did you say that your friend called?
Housewife games. He calls, he said, I play all the housewife
Yeah,
games.
housewives always power washing shit.
Hey, some of them do, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I have a small list of games that I played this year that came out this year that I just kind of wanted to shout out. They're all indie games, I guess,
Enlighten
well,
us.
for the most part, but it's just like, farming, wholesome kind of games, except power washing, which I'll get into. But yeah. Do you want me to just...
Yeah.
Jump in.
All right, so the first one I'm going to talk about is Lemon Cake, which I know you played, Austin.
I did. I own that
It's
game.
a very cute indie game where you
Build bombs.
Yeah, no, it's a
That's
group
yellow.
of
That's yellow cake uranium.
Oh.
no. What you're thinking of is that picture of the 5 old men on the bed.
Oh, lemon
Party.
party.
Lemon
Oh
party.
my gosh.
All right. Anyway, so you run a bakery. You get
Gonna
to this
age us.
bakery, and there's a little ghost, and the ghost teaches you how to run the bakery, and it's cute. There's a little greenhouse that you gather your stuff from, so you can make the baked goods and shit like that. It's adorable. There's not much playability. You play for a little. Like, how long would you say you played it for?
Like 2 hours,
Yeah,
maybe.
I probably played it for a little bit more than that. Probably
Yeah.
closer to like 8 or something. But you just go through the days baking stuff. It's adorable. But-
Better cooking system than Moonglow Betty.
Oh, for the love of God, yeah, it was so much better.
Yeah.
It was good though. Like, I recommend it. I don't know how much it costs, but if it's like $5-10,
$12.
you could probably get it on sale for pretty cheap though.
Yeah, I bought it on sale for I think under 10.
Yeah.
What is it on? What platform?
Steam.
Yeah, I guess I should probably say any indie game that just made in Unity.
There's
I'm sure.
one on here that isn't a Steam game, so
Yeah.
Oh, I know which one. Yeah.
yeah. So I'm gonna take that one off,
Yep.
but it's cute. The next one I only put on here to go against Potion Craft. That
Just-
was that name of that shitty one, right?
Alchemy Craft?
No, I think it was Potion Craft.
Was it
Potion
Yeah.
Craft.
Mhm.
It's called Potion Paws.
Are there doggies in it?
It's cats.
Oh, that's still
But
cute.
it's still
yeah.
You're a little cat. You find a little hut, a witch's hut. You walk around. You collect herbs. You make potions. You sell potions. You unlock new areas to get new herbs to make new potions.
And there's cute cats.
Do you
Yeah,
have
it's definitely like an in-engine. What's it called when you the thing
Tamagotchi.
asset? It's an in-engine asset.
Wait, hold on. You held up your hand like this, and Austin
it-
said Tamagotchi.
Yeah.
It's an in-engine Tamagotchi. No, the assets are definitely in-engine, I believe, because I've seen they made another game called like Garden Paws or something like that, but I've seen a
Oh,
game.
they're just sharing a lot.
Well, no, but like I've seen a game that's not made by that developer with the same assets.
Yeah, it's Unity Store assets.
Great. So
The
it's like
little
when is it like when Phasmophobia had House Flipper
Yeah.
like furniture in it?
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, it's cute. I think it's better than Potion Craft.
Does the cat have like a little herb gathering pouch?
Oh, that would be really good though.
Yeah.
It's very
That's
grindy. I
immersion
wouldn't say it's
breaking.
like I hardly played
Is-
this game at all.
This is already
Potion-
pleasant. It's so low stakes compared to all the rest. But we just had to talk.
Potion Craft is the one
through
that is like drawn on like
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't
Then-
like that. I know
game's-
everybody else did. I hated it.
Game sucks nards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's a big
I thought it
streamer
looked
game,
pretty
but
okay, but
It's not
depth-
fun. It's not fun to play.
I didn't
Oh,
think it was
okay.
fun to play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks cool.
yeah.
Not fun to play.
But yeah, I'm gonna toss Potion Paws aside because I only bring that up because I know we're gonna talk about Potion Craft at some point, probably like Biggest Disappointment,
yeah.
and I just wanted to bring that up because of it. So now I'm gonna get into a heavy hitter, and it's power washing.
You know what's funny? Like,
This came up a bit on Game We Needed, correct? Is that right?
Mm-hmm. That's one of the categories we did talk about.
Yeah.
Turns out we didn't need
Yeah.
it.
No, I didn't need it at
It
all.
turns into an existential crisis about
Yeah,
halfway
for real.
through.
Well, it's just like I think also Conroy tried it. I think a couple people tried it, and it was
Yeah.
one of those things where it's like I was tempted to try it just because it's like it's probably like even for like if it's just an hour, it sounds like a lot of fun.
Well, supposedly there's a stage you should stop at.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it can
Can
get
you-
its hooks in you. Definitely. It definitely reads like,
It is
this
really
is
fun.
Yeah.
Until
It's
you get to a
therapeutic.
certain level,
Right.
and then it's overwhelming. And it happens like that. Like you're playing, you're going through the levels, and you're like, this is really nice. I could turn my brain off, watch something on the other monitor. I'm relaxed.
Yeah.
And then you finish that whatever level it is, and you go on to the next one, and you're like, I hate this.
Wait. Define overwhelming. Is there a fail state in Power
No,
Wash
it's
Simulator?
just so much.
Yeah.
And like you miss a little
It
spot,
seems to
and
be
it's
just
hard.
excessive. Like,
Oh,
It's
you
just-
know what?
It's like
The scale, it scales up pretty large, because
yeah, it's like there's no time limit or anything like that. You could do it at your own pace, but suddenly it's very overwhelming.
You know what that reminds me of, actually? Since I just got done this game, Unpacking. I love every level of that game is really
I'm
good.
so glad you finally,
Yeah,
able
every
to-
level of that game is actually like it feels like a lot of fun, and then you get to the house and you're just like, no, fuck you, I'm not gonna.
That's
unpack
exactly
your
what
entire
I
house.
said.
Yeah.
That was.
No, it's like
I still think that game is great, but that was the only time it stopped being relaxing.
With the
to me.
final-
Yeah, just
yeah.
just the last stage.
I mean, and it's like
There's
even
so many
with,
rooms.
I was gonna say even with like the places with like I think like one of the, like the highest you get before then is 5, and it's like all right, this is a little bit much, but as you get through it, you're like okay, you can do it. Because the fun of that game is that you want to decorate with attention to detail. You want to make it look as good as possible. Then you get to a house, and then and you're just like, no, I'm not gonna like do this. But anyway, that's just reminds you of that like overwhelming. It's just like no, I'm not gonna do this.
Yeah, I liked it. Sometimes I'll still log on and just do like a little section of a much bigger level,
And then just tap out.
and then just tap out. Like
I'm
if I
still-
just need an hour or something.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about buying it because I had a similar but to a lesser extent problem with House Flipper.
Mm.
House Flipper got a little bit overwhelming towards the end, but I don't regret buying House Flipper because
The
I
thing
still
about-
had
Right.
fun.
House
same.
Flippers, I really liked all the levels they had in it.
Mm-hmm.
But once they're like, here, buy this house,
Yeah,
that's when I was like, I don't like this. Because I
that's
didn't
what
like
I mean. Yeah,
decorating the houses. I just liked painting and fixing them.
yeah,
And there's
Yeah.
a lot more facets to buying a house and then cleaning up the trash,
yep.
Yeah.
dirt spots, and then taking down a wall, painting, putting furniture, making things
I
feng
really
shui.
just didn't like the furniture shit.
Yeah, with Power Wash, it's just
It's the one.
Yeah.
for like however many hours you can withstand.
Yeah, I will admit that I played it before a lot of the updates
Same.
that made it accessible.
They added new Power Wash models. Power Wash
They
models.
did.
They did.
No,
Oh.
they
Oh,
did.
come the fuck on.
Yeah.
Oh, come
Fuck
the
you, Matt, and your joke. They did.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I think the base game had like 3 length nozzles for reaching taller spots, and then like 3 our actual power washers
Yeah.
with like levels of intensity, and then whatever. And they just added. They went buck wild.
They've been adding a bunch of. They also added like a lay down function so you could get really low,
Oh, yeah.
which they did not fucking have in levels that I wish they did.
Mhm.
They made it so you could like find where the dirt was that you were missing before. It was
Gotta
just like
activate dirt vision.
Yeah,
Like,
literally.
Yeah, like in Batman.
yeah, literally, it would be like you're missing. You're at 99% and you have no.
Oh, then you
fucking
just
clue.
pixel on.
Yeah, it's
like,
under like it's like under the outside. What is it called? Molding.
Awning, yeah, molding,
Yeah,
and
on,
you would
on the
have
bottom,
no
and you have to
fucking
That
clue.
does
crouch
sound
down and
stressful.
like hit the
That
right
does
angle.
sound. Oh god, it reminds me of the.
Because in real life, you could be like, no, it's clean enough.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
yeah, 'cause
Well, in
it's-
this you can too. You just
Oh.
won't get 100%.
Oh.
well, it
Or
reminds
should
me
the
of
numbers go up?
the Psychonauts 2 update where they added that filter to the camera so you could find the one missing figment you can't find in that game. Which just like, I mean, I needed it for freaking Bob's Bottles.
Bob's Bottles.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway,
All right. That's Power Washing Sim or Power Wash Sim.
oh, but can you take benzos and drink vodka, then go into surgery, like in Surgery Simulator? That's my favorite part of those simulator games is that you can take some pills and then go into surgery.
No, this isn't Conroy's fucking car sims.
Dude, I think oh god, man, that game was fucking amazing. My summer car, that was it.
Yeah, so I can't help but notice that there is a game missing from your list. I don't.
Is there?
Well, I was just making an Animal Crossing joke.
Yeah, I'm not. That's not wholesome. Only real gamers fucking play Animal Crossing. All right, so I guess next I'll do talk about Cozy Grove. We talked about it a little bit on it.
That was a Game Pass game?
No, I think it was a.
Okay, then that had to be in.
Yeah, I think you put it in Game We Needed.
Okay.
I guess, yeah. It's cute. I wish I played it more. I keep falling off of it. It's kind of
the bear necromancy game.
Yeah, it's the bear necromancy game.
Yeah.
How can we forget? That's awesome.
It's a cute. Like Animal Crossing. It's a cute, just quick everyday thing that you have to do. But
I played it.
Yeah, it's
for like 20 minutes. So.
And
I don't think I got through the tutorial.
Remind me.
But I was also playing it on iPhone because it was an Apple Arcade game.
Remind me, are you collecting bear souls and then raising them to make them fight against other souls that you're then trying to collect?
Yeah. It's like Pokemon with bear souls.
Okay, awesome.
No, you just you find these ghost bears and you I don't know.
You have to lay them to rest.
Lay them to rest. Except when you lay them to rest, they become real.
Are they? Oh, so it's like reverse. You're reviving. Yeah, necromancy. Okay.
Yeah, it's bear necromancy.
Pulling them out of purgatory and into the real world where they belong.
And then you just like do little quests for them, and that's it. And then as you do it, your island expands and more bear ghosts show up.
And do they like go off and like maul a campsite or?
Yeah, you're actually you play as like a little Girl Scout or Boy Scout. And
is this for the bear necromancy badge?
Yeah, once you've completed your area, they all actually come in the middle of the night while you're in your tent, and they rip you to shreds like a grizzly man.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, that sounds pretty good.
I suggest you destroy these tapes.
Bear? No, Bear! Bear, what are you doing, Bear? I suggest you destroy these tapes.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Oh fuck, I just lost the hold on, I lost the Google Doc. Okay, so I got two more and I'm debating in my head right now which one's gonna win, but we'll go into the only one that's not on Steam and probably like a wider release is Story of Seasons Pioneers of Olive Town.
Which, do you want to break down real quick
the difference between Harvest Moon and Story of Seasons?
Because there was a Harvest Moon.
There was a Harvest Moon this year. Okay, so there's a developer in Japan that makes the games we know as Harvest Moon. That made the games we've known. I thought it was Marvelous, or is it the other way around? I get them confused.
I believe Natsume is the dev.
I'm going to say Japanese developer and American publisher for this reason.
All right.
Okay.
So, there is a Japanese developer who made the games in Japan, and they were the Harvest Moon games that we know.
Yeah,
the one that was on, like, the SNES was the first one, or the N64?
N64, I think, in the West.
Yeah.
And GameCube.
So, all those games called Harvest Moon up until a certain point were made by this Japanese developer and then published and what's the translated?
Like localized. Yeah.
By a different publisher. And the Japanese developer after a certain point was like, hey, it turns out we're big enough now to localize and publish our games ourselves. So fuck you. We don't need you anymore. We're going to do it ourselves. So then
turns out they might have needed them.
No.
Oh, no, I'm thinking of
was just like, well, fuck you. We own the name Harvest Moon because your games aren't called Harvest Moon. We localized and translated that. So that's ours. And we're going to make our own fucking games under the Harvest Moon tag.
Sorry, that's who I'm talking
about. So fuck you.
Yeah.
We're keeping Harvest Moon. So if you liked the old Harvest Moon games, what you want is Story of Seasons. Because the Japanese developer was like, fine, we'll find a new fucking name. Fuck you. And so they made Story of Seasons games, which is why there's the remake that came out last year was Harvest Moon Friends of Mineral Town. And when it originally came out and is now the remake was Story of Seasons Friends of Mineral Town
Yeah.
because they had to change the name. Story of Seasons, still great games. Harvest Moon games, however, reason why they're all fucking on Android and Apple fucking shitty mobile games is because they're fucking garbage.
Yeah.
I played a couple, obvious drop off. Like, they're really bad.
You can
So
see
Harvest Moon games suck now, but
Wow.
Story of Seasons, still okay.
I got a comment.
It's a tangled web.
I got a comment that it's just like what a series to fall like that. Because Harvest Moon, it's like, listen,
Pretty beloved.
listen,
yeah, like I paid.
like farming / crafting games now are like a staple.
Yeah.
And Harvest Moon,
Moon was the one.
It was the original OG one. I mean,
pre Stardew Valley world.
I was like to say, it's just like, and it's like, okay, you know, in the last decade, I would say Minecraft kind of took the crown for like just building and crafting,
Right, yeah.
and it's like Stardew Valley, I think, probably eclipsed Harvest Moon as it, and Animal Crossing as like just a general like town simulator.
Animal Crossing, and I'll get into that with the next game, is a whole different.
It's a whole different genre.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but anyway, but Harvest Moon, when I think about it, it's like they started that. That is what Stardew Valley was.
Technically, the ones that are made by the same people are still kind of hold that weight.
Yeah.
It's just under a different name.
It's just, I know, it's just bizarre because it's like now when I think about it, it's like, well, what game is like iconic of the farming game? It's like
Well,
Stardew.
now it's Story of Season.
I would.
Well, yeah, Stardew Valley is definitely the.
And it's like that's crazy. It's Harvest Moon for Harvest Moon to like no longer hold that weight.
Well, like you said, it's when a publisher thinks they don't actually need the people who are
making the game. Yeah. It's just usually
We'll
the
farm it out to
publisher
whoever.
will find a new name to call their new shitty game.
Yeah.
It just worked out this way where the publisher was able to keep.
So in this,
the words Harvest Moon were worth too much for them to let
in
go.
this case, HM out, SOS in.
Because I think the literal translation for the Japanese ones is Story of Seasons.
Yeah, that's what they're called in Japan, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, but when they
Even
were
prior.
But when they were localized, you know how they Biohazard and Resident Evil and shit like that.
Yeah.
I looked it up. Marvelous is the developer, Natsume is the publisher that stole the name.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, you're right.
You're right.
But I get so confused that it's easier to just say Japanese
I was going by
developer
the
and
logo that I
publisher.
saw on the box, which would be the publisher one would be larger. That's
So
yeah.
There wasn't any thought I was going to add to that. Go ahead.
But anyway, so yeah, Story of Seasons. This one's a little bit more complicated. I didn't play it a whole lot. There's a lot of like weird crafting machines. It's very grindy.
It's getting into automation.
Oh, that would be fun.
No, that's
It's
the
a
issue.
clicker.
Pretty much it's a clicker. If it
Someone
had
say something?
automation, it would be
Now
way
I'm
better.
listening.
That was the issue, is it didn't have automation. It's like you could be like, I need like 8 of these logs, and I could make 5 at a time.
So
But
it's
then
Yeah, you're saying a lot of things right now. This game
It's-
needs more machines and automation in it.
yeah. I mean, to be fair, that's what I want. I
I'm
want
just gonna
automation
edit
in my
the
fucking farming
clip
games.
of Morpheus in the Matrix where he just goes machine.
But it's a harvest. Well, it's a farming game. It's I know.
For
Would you say it's like a
legal
farming
reasons,
sun?
allegedly.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a gathering sun game.
There you go.
Yeah.
Gathering sun. I wish they went in that direction with it.
Well, no. If sun is opposite of moon, what's the opposite of harvest?
Let's go with gathering.
That's
Because I said
synonym.
farming.
It's planting sun game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Planting sun.
Planting sun.
Yeah. I don't really know. It's fine. It's not the best farming
One of
game
these,
I've
but-
played ever in my life, but it's made by that developer, and it's it kind of scratches that itch.
Yeah, you were saying when they transitioned to calling their game Story of Seasons.
And you could be gay.
Hell yeah. But when they
It's about time.
transitioned to releasing them under the Story of Seasons, they had the weight. But I guess the vibe I'm getting from what you're saying is they're kind of losing the weight.
They are a little bit.
Okay.
They're trying to I think they're trying to make it match things like Stardew Valley, because in Stardew Valley you've always had like makers
Mm-hmm.
and stuff in Harvest Moon games, but this is like a little bit more complicated, and I think they just kind of dropped the ball a little bit. They didn't really know how to do it very well.
Gotcha.
But whatever. I like that you could be gay in it.
Yeah.
You could be gay in the remake of Friends of Mineral Town too. I should point that out. But so this is the first non-remake where you could be gay.
Okay.
So good on them.
Yeah, especially coming from
Japanese
Japan.
developer.
I was
About
thinking about
time.
making the comment, but I was like, I don't know if I. Yes, no, it was like for Japanese devs. Good for them.
I wasn't saying that as a joke.
No,
I
it's
was.
Yeah.
straight up, yeah.
No, that's what I meant. I was
Yeah.
like, do I want to bring that
Finally.
up?
All
Finally,
attention to it.
farmers can be gay. It's about
That was a huge thing when they added marriage in Final Fantasy 14 is whether or not they'll let gay marriage happen.
That's good.
And
that
they
They
did.
did, yeah.
And it caused a huge controversy of a bunch of people quitting that game
Wow.
and being like, well, I'm not going to play this
Jeez.
fucking game if they let gay people. Well, they didn't say gay people, but you know what I mean.
I mean, were
Yeah.
those players Western or Japanese?
I would assume Western because I saw it in
Okay,
English.
yeah,
So
okay.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
also a lot of people that are homophobic here.
yeah, it turns out.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm just going to.
Yes, I guess
This
that
was
was
supposed to be the fun.
Sorry. I guess that was
Yeah,
a dumb
this is
That
probably
was
going to
dumb.
get cut out, right? So that leaves me one, and it's probably my pick.
Yeah, I don't know what this is. So you'll
It's I don't know how to pronounce it. I think it's
have Hoko.
Poco Life.
Yeah.
So basically, this game was made when we didn't think Animal Crossing was going to come out. This is the when I heard about this game in development, it was like, oh, something to bridge the gap before Animal Crossing.
I want to
And
see
then
what it looks like. If
Oh no, don't do that. And then a year later, after Animal Crossing came out, this game did. And it's
this looks like it's infringing on some patents.
so this is the difference between a Harvest Moon and an Animal Crossing, where a Harvest Moon, you're a farmer and you do your farming and you get married. An Animal Crossing is a village
It's
full
like a social
of animals.
Also,
Oh.
this
and,
looks.
and
this
an
is-
island you control.
This is way higher def than Animal Crossing.
No, it's not.
No.
No.
All right, maybe it's just the resolution of the screenshot.
That might
Yeah,
be
it's
fan art.
PC.
Yeah, that's and it's cute. It had a lot of great ideas. Like you could make it has a furniture creation menu where you could actually like shape everything
Oh wow.
to like make all your own furniture, which is like super fucking cool. And I've seen people make like these incredible fucking things, and you could get those items
Yeah,
too.
look at this band room.
The only thing that player made in this room is the rug.
No.
I maybe
I'll take your word. It was
maybe
just-
the table.
I
in the
looked. I
back.
wanted to look up screenshots.
But
and
yeah.
that was like.
It's a really cute game. It's definitely my pick. I didn't play it as much as I wish I did. They've added a fuck ton of things to it, so I should probably look at it again and see what they added because
this,
I played it at launch.
Steam or
Yes, Steam. There's a surprisingly big community for such a small game. Like usually these games, I'll go in their Discord and it's like me and 50 people. You know, like.
I'm in a couple of those Discords. That's always a good
But
time.
like this one has tons of people constantly making like just really fucking insane pieces of furniture. I suck at the furniture making, but I've like there's a whole channel in that Discord of just things that the people have made, and it's fucking incredible.
Can you like download them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little wonky. I don't know if they fixed that. Before it was like a creator could only post like four maybe five
Yeah,
of
okay.
their creations. And like obviously the people who are really good and big into it, they make
Constantly making
making new things.
things. It's almost like limited releases.
Yeah.
If they delete it now, does it like
It doesn't
disappear?
delete off your island,
well,
once
that's good.
but you can't ever get it until
oh,
they.
they should add
How-
NFTs.
how lo-
and
I was gonna say, how long before the next Banksy shows up in there?
But like this is kind of has the same kind of New Horizons feel in the fact where you have to like build the new houses for new people to come in. I don't know what the limit is, but it seems pretty big. I had a lot of houses for a lot of new characters to come in. There's a lot of variety in the characters, and they were all pretty cool. There just wasn't a lot to do when I was playing it at launch.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's an adorable game if you like Animal Crossing and things like that, and especially if you're one of the people who's actually like good at being creative and like if you make Animal Crossing designs, I think you'd really like this game because you get to make all your own furniture and it's really cool. It's just a cute game. So that's why it's my pick. I think it's like one person making that fucking game.
jeez.
He's been working forever on it. And I think he did a great job. And I think he deserves recognition for it. Not that I don't think like games like Cozy Grove are good, but I think this guy deserves
All
a
right.
lot of that.
Well, we have our
Very
winner.
Cool.
So curiously, what? So was number 2 your was Story of Seasons?
Nah, I think Cozy Grove is.
Cozy Grove.
Yeah.
Cozy Grove, interesting. Wait, no. We're supposed to vote.
Yeah, we
on-
Yeah,
picked
you guys
number
are
two.
supposed
Oh, I
to
know.
vote.
Yeah.
I was just seeing how
Oh, okay.
you know.
So now, see, this is fun. See,
Because like this is why my category is so weird, is because it's mostly games that none of you have played.
I mean,
I have played 2 of them, and I have seen a lot of one of them.
I was gonna say, see, this is actually a lot of fun. I like the fact that it's like a Chelsea game because now we all get to collectively vote on what game most represents, encapsulates Chelsea's gaming. I think it is a lot of fun. So, I mean, I think we can all we all know what's on our mind. Power Wash Simulator. You know, just like-
The game that gave me the most anxiety this year.
I'll vote for Lemon Cake.
It is a cute game.
Yeah.
I was
That's
gonna
the bakery game.
I'm gonna look up Lemon Cake.
really
that
I was-
one's art style is actually pretty
I just
cool.
want to see
Yeah.
what it. Yeah.
I
Story
think it
of
has
Seasons.
a nice art style to it. It's very artistic.
Story of Seasons, when you were talking about that, and it's like when I think of like a Chelsea ass game, I think of Harvest Moon, and then it
The
becomes
spirit of
Story.
the category.
That one's
Yeah.
especially grindy too, where it's like,
Oh yeah.
that one's a time sink.
Wait, what's it
Yeah,
called? I
but
got
see,
the, I
that's
got the
what I'm
movie
saying.
Layer
Lemon
Cake.
Cake.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Lemon
what it is.
Cake.
Not the Daniel Craig.
Lemon
film.
Cake, and it's
Yeah,
like
it's
okay.
the Daniel Craig film Layer Cake.
See, the thing is, it's just
That's
like
my pick for the year.
okay, ready? Lemon Cake. Okay, when I think Chelsea game, okay, the first thing that comes to mind isn't like cute or anything like that. Even though that is
Really?
often the case. No, what comes to mind to me is ready, crafting systems. Okay, decorating. Okay, and just Timesink, like games you can just sync time into. Basically making
My
decorations.
favorite games have
I'm just getting
So, like-
photos of
have
cakes.
building.
Yep.
They have crafting.
Yep.
And they got animals.
So like
Yeah.
a housewife type of
Yeah. So like
amalgamation
a housewife
of like
simulator.
Yeah,
like
ready?
a housewife sim type
Yeah.
of
That's it.
It's like I love Terraria, but I love Terraria because I like building all the houses.
So I think
Right.
I think Chelsea game. I think my time at Porsche, like boom, right there.
And
like-
if Sandrock actually came out this year, that probably would have been my number one.
And
but
so-
Sandrock didn't come out,
yeah, and
which is
so
the game made by in the same universe made by the same guy.
and speaking of which, I remember wasn't there talk not too long ago there was a game being made. It was a mixture of like Animal Crossing and WoW or something like that, where it was like
Oh yeah, the
Galea.
MMO one. Galea,
Pala-
yeah.
I actually really
Galea.
that looks interesting. I
And
kinda wanna
if
play
they
that.
opened up that beta, because it's a closed beta right now,
I
or if
see.
I'd gotten into it,
Yeah.
I would have talked about it. But
Yeah, and so it's
that'll
like
be next year.
so Cozy Grove, okay. Cozy Grove, does it have building and crafting in it?
Does it have building? It does have crafting.
So, but it's only got the animals, so that's why I nixed that. And then Lemon Cake, it sounds like it's got crafting.
It's baking, but yeah, baking's crafting.
Baking's
in a
baking's-
video game
yes,
sense.
Yeah, in a video game sense, yeah. So it's like,
And you do upgrade your bakery, which is kind of like building.
which is kind of
Yeah.
okay. There's a bar to fill.
Did you look at the picture?
I did. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
cute.
Yeah.
There's a bar to fill. Yes, I think for
I
it's
actually
like
thought the look of Cozy Grove was a little bit more.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cozy Grove looks like Don't Starve. The
Yeah.
art style is
really?
very don't. Yeah, it's very cool looking.
I think you enjoy progress bars to fill. I
Yeah.
think. Yeah, for sure.
Obviously, everyone does.
When I introduced
That's
you
true.
to
I
the-
mean, dude, talking to me, the
clicker.
guy that played.
Talking to the
it's all-
Timesink guy.
That's all I ever do in games is fill
And I-
progress
I
bars.
don't know about you guys. I'd like to see the numbers go down.
And I
Yeah,
introduced
yeah.
you to the genre known as clicker games. What if the
Oh.
bars filled up and you didn't have to do
I
anything?
don't know what that says about
See,
us
that's the other thing
psychologically
I love.
that people play those.
Automation.
Yep, it's true. It's
I
like
do
Listen,
love
Satisfactory.
automation
Species
games.
we've-
So
Yeah, listen.
Satisfactory, fucking what was the Auto Chef?
Yeah,
That
Auto
one
Chef's
was
great.
cool.
Didn't you play what Deep Rock Galactic? Isn't that a progress bar filler
No,
too?
that's a Left 4 Dead game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's Left 4 Dead with mining instead.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. What was the one I'm thinking where it's like space mining?
That's
That's-
the Deep Rock Galactic.
Yeah.
yeah, space mining.
Wait, it's Left 4 Dead? Wait, what?
Yeah, it's a
Left 4 Dead. It's
four-player.
a
There's
four-player co-op
monsters,
game with monsters. You have guns.
but you also mine.
You also mine, yeah.
And power-ups and abilities.
It's good.
Have you never seen Deep Rock Galactic?
No, and also the fact that I was like, yeah, no, it's a space mining game, but you're like, yeah, it's also Left 4 Dead. It's like what I imagine that game to be is now totally.
I saw your brain break.
Yeah, like
real
gears
time.
are like.
How's it work?
Yeah,
But
something
anyway,
jammed up the gears.
yeah, there is a game on my list called Cryofall. Now it doesn't have animals, but it is. I'll talk about it in my own time. Thing. But anyway, when I think of Chelsie Game, Story of Seasons like ticks all of those boxes very readily. That's my vote.
Fair enough. It wasn't the best one I've ever played, but
it does represent you a lot.
it does.
Yes.
It does represent.
Did
the
the
kind
Old
of person
Friends
I
Senior
am.
Dog Sanctuary game come out this year? Was that?
It did. It's a mobile game, and
Yeah, I played that.
Was it?
I don't have any available. I can't play it on
It's,
anything I own.
Hold on, wait a
It's,
fucking
what's
second.
it called? What's that?
Oh,
cat?
the
It's
cat.
the cat game.
Neko
Neko.
Neko Atsume?
Neko
Yeah.
Atsume.
It's
yeah.
Neko Atsume,
Yeah.
but with the
Yeah.
Leo and
yeah,
all the
yeah.
other dogs. Yeah.
I look at this as like game I'm most interested to looking into after having them described to me because they're all games that I had no idea outside of Cozy Grove. But it's really hard to give up Bear Necromancy.
Yeah, Cozy Grove.
I mean, that's got money written all over it.
All right, so
do you
You're
think,
gonna be
Randy?
very disappointed when you
Uh,
Well, with that being said, I'm changing it.
This would be the hardest possible thing for me to pass judgment on.
Yeah, you hate all of this.
I do.
Yeah,
yeah,
this is not your scene. This is like what's crazy is like these games are what makes a Steam Deck so appealing to me. And everyone's like, you could play Control on it, and I'm like, I could play Cozy Grove from my bed.
Well, Austin, Matt, what?
I mean,
Austin picked Lemon
I said
Cake,
Lemon
and
Cake.
Matt picked
Lemon Party.
Story of Seasons.
Story Seasons. I think you're and he picked Cozy Grove. I think. You're
Oh,
the,
really? I'm a deciding factor.
You're
I don't
deciding.
I don't think we're gonna be able to debate
I did
this
that
enough.
on
So
purpose.
I think we got to do this through.
I did that on
vote.
purpose.
Yeah. So just
All right.
Just look at the art for the three, and
just go with your gut.
They were.
I will say,
indistinguishable.
Randall, I know it's gonna put you on Story of Seasons though, even though
right.
I don't think it should win second. Vespas.
I do like this.
Yeah, do it for the gays.
Which one's the most gay?
Lemon Cake's pretty
Probably.
good.
Yeah, Lemon Cake sounds pretty gay.
No, you can marry a woman in Story of Seasons as a
Oh.
woman,
But,
Well,
but
Lemon
only
which
that
I
way.
did.
But
Lemon
only
Cake
that
lady
way.
doesn't have time for marriage. She's too busy making cinnamon rolls.
She's married
Yeah.
to the ghost.
No, she's
I
married
think
to
it's
the
like
game.
she's married to the job. Like,
yeah, she's married to the game.
She's
Yeah.
married to the ghosts. I don't know. You did say there were a lot of bears in Cozy Grove. Maybe is that super gay?
Wow. Okay.
Let's make it a little gay.
That's the joke that crossed the line.
No, I just like acting like you crossed the line. After all the shit we've talked about today, I've done it in every episode. If you haven't noticed,
No, and I always fall for it
Yeah,
because
you
sometimes
do.
I do cross the line and don't realize it.
Matt doesn't know the difference.
Yeah, no, I do cross the line, and it's just like I got to be careful.
So I'd have to say, based on what I've looked at, that I don't think there's any way in hell Randy's going to go for Lemon Cake. Because Lemon Cake would be like something that I could see myself enjoying.
Lemon Cake would give Randall anxiety.
it would,
Right.
yeah.
Same with Power Wash.
I think
Oh yeah.
I think Cozy Grove seems like the most unique of these three.
Okay. And her second
That's
choice was
fair.
Cozy Grove
Yeah.
too, so I think that is a perfectly
that works out. Cozy
Yeah.
Grove.
I like that
runner-up.
style. Yeah. All right. So you've heard it here, straight from her mouth. The
wholesome
Chelsea's best
games
Chelsea game.
Yeah, we talked about all the really fucking doable Final Fantasy 14 characters.
Yep.
Yeah.
By the name
All
of
the bun boys, all the bun girls, Heidelin. There's your list.
all your.
I can't
llamas.
believe Matt's character
Thank
won.
you.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
I was gonna say, I think you mispronounced Wall Street Kid.
Yeah, this one.
Your
no
badunk
llamas.
must
Dad's
be
a lawyer.
huge.
My dad, yeah, you got no. I'm actually happy. You know my line. That's it. Yeah. Except for in California, they just barred him.
My dad's a lawyer.
Yeah, he's a lawyer. What I didn't. The follow up was supposed to be, he's a divorce attorney in Vegas.
Yeah,
But
those are my cute
Best
little
Chelsea
games
game
that I
is-
wanted a chance to talk about because most of those games,
There's no way in hell.
most of those games are just made by like a couple people.
Yeah,
they
and you
deserve-
want to give props and shout
yeah,
out.
and
kinda.
Yeah.
if you're into those kind of games, check them out. They're really good.
Yeah.
for the most part.
You're broadening our fan base's horizons.
I'll probably buy Power Wash Simulator when I get home.
I was gonna say like
Not that
I'd
one,
play
though.
Power Wash.
That one has
No,
enough
I'll
money.
play it.
They got enough
I'm gonna
notoriety.
play the first 2 levels over and over again.
No, I'm telling you,
It
they
happens with all of these
they
simulator
have
games.
enough money.
I did the same thing with Cooking Simulator. I did the same thing
Oh,
with
I
PC
did-
Building Simulator. I played like the first 4 levels over and over because
Yeah.
after that it gets too
What
frustrating.
about
Yeah,
drug dealer simulator?
There's so
I'll
many
play
now.
that in
Yeah.
real life.
There's,
Yeah.
there's Weed
I
Shop.
don't want to take my job home with me.
All right, Hoko Life is our our best Chelsea game, and
And
sorry,
if by chance any of those developers hear this, I appreciate you doing what you do.
Very nice.
I don't know.
I mean,
Next year, I think we should go closer to the source on this. It's.
I mean,
it's,
No, next year we'll have. There's another mailing game coming out that's kind of like Lake, but even cuter. I think it's called Mail Time or something like that. I've been following that game on Discord. I am so fucking
No.
pumped.
No,
I'm gonna be
that's-
talking about that game for hours.
That's a segment in Blue's Clues. You have it all wrong. Mail time.
and
Here's a mail it never
Never
fails. It
fails.
makes me want to whack my
all right,
tail.
and we as I guess we think as a
as a collective group,
as the
With
rest
our
of the
best
panel.
yeah, no, Undead Bear
We
Fighter.
closed our eyes and threw the darts on the board, and they landed on Cozy
Nick-
Grove.
Yeah, it's
Classic Grove
called-
on Game Pass.
I think so.
I'm gonna try it.
I don't know. I haven't. I bought it
thought
on
I feel like
Steam.
I saw it, but
Yeah.
I can't be
Yeah.
sure.
Next year's gonna be a good year for this category because you get Slime Rancher 2, Mail Time, Paella or whatever it's called, Paella. I don't remember what that.
Peyote.
And Little Witch in the Woods.
Cozy Grove is on Game Pass.
Hell
There
yeah!
you go.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
All right.
Check it out.
This will be good. And so it's our final category of the night, Biggest Timesink. Matt, as this was your clever idea, would you want to do the honors?
I would. Thank you.
What was the grind this year?
What was the grind this year? Yeah. So, actually, starting out at the top of our list, Valheim, which was what premiered in January, February.
Yeah, that was the very beginning of the
Very
year. That
beginning.
was like everyone's quarantine game for a while.
The Behemoth, the Burning Crusade Classic, which I've brought up a couple times now.
Right.
Darkest Dungeon 2, early release. It's not fully out yet.
Yes.
Final Fantasy Endwalker, never heard of it.
Not a time sink.
Not a time sink.
Every second of it is gold.
Well, read the next one, Matt.
Animal Crossing, Happy Home Paradise.
it is
right?
a time sink.
It is a time
Yes,
sink.
I will
okay.
agree with you on that one.
Diablo 2, Resurrected. Earth Defense Force, World Brothers.
Yeah.
Cryofall, which I don't think any of you know about yet, but I'll tell
No,
you.
yeah.
Battlefield 2042, which I'm interested
Mhm.
in hearing Austin talk about. The Outer Wilds, Echoes of the Eye. Not a long game, but a lot of time looping. And then finally, Deathloop.
Yes.
Literally, yes.
Which you just started, right?
Which I just started, and
Yeah.
I'm glad because now I can speak to.
Cool.
Yeah, now
how I
that we've
feel
talked
that.
about it for hours, you could finally chime in.
Wait, you don't sync time in a death loop because time
It loops. Yeah.
it
It
loops.
loops, so yeah, really, you're not spending
It's
any time.
non-linear.
That's true.
It's only that last run you got to worry about.
Yeah. In fact, I think I stopped at the beginning of the day, so technically I haven't spent any time in it at all.
Yeah.
I wish
Crazy.
that were true because then I would have not wasted any time on 12 minutes. But unfortunately, I did waste
Yeah.
hours of my life I will never get back on the sister fucking game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I made this joke before, but
One
12
of the
minutes.
sister fucking games.
how long I wish I played 12 minutes for.
Yeah. That's like double.
That game name was
All
very,
right.
very
yeah.
appropriate.
We'll talk about 12 minutes when we get to
Yeah,
another category
yes.
coming up. A
Yeah,
couple of them
okay.
actually.
So wait, so since we just talked about, I want to talk about Deathloop. Then I want to just share some thoughts about it.
Mm-hmm.
I see, Randy, you had mentioned before, way back when I first heard about it. You're like, it's a game that demands a lot of your time. This is actually okay. Speaking of which, I was actually playing WoW as you talked to me about Deathloop, and you were like, this is a game that demands a lot of your time.
Well,
And
I thought
see
it was
what-
a game that demands your attention. Like it's just in the way that it's crafted. Because I found a lot of the notes and files extremely verbose, and like the pacing.
It's not a
All right,
podcast
hold on.
game, is what you're saying?
No.
So you beat it,
Mhm.
Sean.
Yeah.
I don't think it belongs in here.
No,
because it takes like 20 hours to beat it.
I don't think a time sync necessarily is dictated by
the
length of hours.
The thing about times, and it's Matt's category, so correct me if I'm wrong, but the thing about time syncs is that
it implies repetition.
It implies repetition. It doesn't move forward until you sync time into it, and I feel like Deathloop is always moving forward.
You know what?
Yeah.
That is actually a good point.
Yeah.
So I think I kept it on here because I kept that in mind of, yes, it demands a lot of your time. And once the main part of the story opens up and I like started going through it, I was like,
the tutorial demands a lot of your time.
I think that's
the
more.
tutorial, the tutorial is slow, but the game.
Holy crap! I was going through it and I was just like, are they ever going to let me do what I want? Or are they just going to keep me going to the?
The menus are crazy because it's just throwing so much at
That's-
you in the beginning.
That's my counter for Deathloop, though, is that Randy did not beat it, and you just started it, Matt.
Yeah,
so like,
sure.
it does demand a little bit of your time, but. And I think Sean can attest to this. It snowballs. The pace, like,
you know,
builds.
Picks
It's exponential.
I was going to say, I just got to the point where it's like, it opens it up and says, here are your targets. Like, go find them.
I talked about it in moment or sequence, but like that moment of like getting the right build. It's like at the beginning, you're like, hey, this is Dishonored. I got to like sneak around here.
Yes.
And one level could take you like a half hour, 45 minutes. Later on in the game, when you get all those powers and you get all those guns, one level could take you 3 to 5 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
It really picks up in pace the more powers you get.
I mean, I enjoy it. I was like 6-7 hours in.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to strike this off, and
Mhm.
I do want to move on, but I do find it funny because at the very beginning, I was sneaking around trying to do everything. I played it for a couple hours. By the time I was there, I was just like, boom, 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 boom. I was just running around just shooting
with
people.
me, it was like the first like night or two that I sat with it. I remember like messaging Austin. I was like, I think I'm playing this wrong. Like, like I think it's
Yeah, and then I sat down with you and watched you play it, and you absolutely were.
Fuck me, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, so eliminating Deathloop, but I think it deserved a mention.
Sure.
Real quick, EDF World Brothers. So
EDF.
yeah,
EDF.
EDF.
EDF. I feel like it's very much a niche game that we haven't learned.
It broke
from.
into the West with 2017. It kind of like was a cult game,
Yes.
and then there's a small pocket of crazy people like us that will pay attention to it's a latest release. It happens like once every 2 years,
Every 2
maybe.
years.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, is World Brothers the
We'll be on top of
voxel
it.
one?
That's the voxel one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like they shifted their aesthetic to be something kind of like Saturday morning cartoon kid friendly.
I thought it was
Oh,
cute.
yeah.
It's cute.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
really like a lot
So-
of
It
voxel
changes
stuff,
the
but-
entire structure of how the unlock system and the
Yes.
progression
Oh,
work.
well, that's what I'm
Yeah.
gonna get to with this
So,
loop. Oh, sorry.
2017, which is the first one that came over in the States.
Year of our Lord.
I love it.
Yeah, great.
But this absolutely belongs on this list because there's a reason I haven't played 4 or 5 or World
Yeah.
Brothers.
Yeah.
I think it's been about that long since
Four,
I played
Yeah,
one.
those
four and
games-
5 are World Brothers shakes up the like kind of the like the replaying and
But that game,
acquiring weapons.
that game
and vehicles
absolutely,
and
for
stuff.
better or for worse,
It's incredibly addicting. and
incentivizes
satisfying, but
replaying.
That's yes.
Oh,
it-
yeah.
that is, and that's why it's on here. Is that
With
it
this,
is,
it's like characters rather than
yeah.
guns,
It's also I gotta say it's also like it's good that they did it very cute because
It's their
otherwise
limits,
like every character is like from a different country of the world and it's pretty much like what is the stereotype or like
Oh, yeah.
It's
yeah.
very racist.
It is it's
But it's
a
kind
little
of
bit,
like,
yeah.
but it's racist in the same way that Overwatch is, where they're
Yes.
caricatures, where it's like everyone's on equal footing
Yeah,
because they're.
it's not really cultural appropriation so much. It's more like a cowboy and a ballerina. Like it's
Yeah.
insane.
yeah.
It's
I'm pretty
insane
sure
cultural appropriation.
There's someone from Mexico who's wearing a poncho and a sombrero.
yeah,
Yeah, that's why I said insane cultural appropriation. Like
Yeah.
Looney Tunes cultural
Yeah.
appropriation.
Yeah.
Looney Tunes not racist
Yeah,
at all.
I was gonna say, yeah, Looney Tunes always politically
No,
correct.
it's not. I don't.
Yeah, but, like,
it's
fun.
doing it in
It's
kind
fun
of
racism.
in like a.
Yeah, it's like can be seen as harmless, but also kind of
It's
still
not implying
harmful.
any sort of inherent inferiority. It's
Yeah,
just sort of
it's-
like.
I think that's the difference. Is like
Yeah.
I feel like racism implies that you are like putting down. It's like they're not putting down anybody. They're just
No,
costumes.
it's cultural appropriation.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
cultural.
there you go.
But I will say that
But you know what else is a time sink?
the shift in
Cultural appropriation.
the shift in art direction in this game is kind of to contrast EDF 6, which is post-apocalyptic and probably going to be M-rated, so they just like
Yeah.
Not-
yeah, this is
not
just
for
like
nothing.
a little
Middle,
one in
yeah.
between, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
It was-
Yeah,
it's-
it's a spin-off. It's made by the oh god, I forget the Unix or no
Unix?
Ukes.
It's made by the Unix?
Made by
Linus Torvald made
Yeah.
EDF World Brothers.
I was-
But,
So
not-
I didn't know whether to go with between like Unix with X or like little Unix like
God,
people
like,
who don't
yeah.
have. Yeah,
Sorry.
I was like,
But anyway, back to the category though. We did
Yeah.
fall off of it.
yeah, we did, and it was. I think the reason it's on this list is because I think, as Austin says, it does incentivize like just replaying it constantly.
But the
Yeah.
question is,
True.
did
And
you,
there's probably 200 levels. Like
did
there
you
are in the
fall
others.
off of it because it required too much time? Or did you fall
The
off?
levels are short, so it's not.
I fell off of it mostly because like it's like
We had a
after
crew, and then the schedules didn't match up. But
I think and also it's like once you've cleared like about
we
50
kind of saw what it had to offer.
yeah, once you clear about 50 levels, you're like, I kind of get what this game has to
Yeah.
offer.
Gotcha.
I actually
Okay.
think the way that they that EDF 4 and 5 distribute new ways to play does a better job.
Yeah, I
'Cause
mean,
it extends it out longer rather than like.
I think
But-
I mean, I think all those games do, like you said, incentivize just, and also it's like you play it and you like percent completed, it's like almost nothing. Then you realize they want you to play the game on like what, like all five,
Yeah.
all 200 levels on all 5 difficulty
that.
levels. It's like no,
But it caught our eye and it was a fun time.
I think it deserves to be
a little
mentioned at
while.
least somewhere in here.
Yeah.
yeah.
I
it
would
was fun.
hold on to it for now.
Yeah, hold on to it.
Definitely
so,
sounds like a time sink.
So okay, we are going to jumping down. I want Battlefield 2042. So I kept it so
Oh
ready.
boy.
I included on here because of
Like
like
crack my knuckles.
I included on here because Randall, you've talked
I
about
sunk my time into EA's customer service.
that's
Oh,
I was like,
yeah.
and I was like, oh my god! But then I think I hear that the progression and unlock system in that game is something to behold.
Yeah, so basically, Battlefield, much like Call of Duty,
Yeah,
is still stuck in the past, where they want to extend your playtime by making you grind the shit out of the game. Battlefield got a lot of flack, rightfully so. 2042 got a lot of flack,
Right.
rightfully so, because there are not a lot of guns in that game.
Really?
There are maybe 5 assault rifles, like 4 SMGs, 3
Battlefield's usually known for having a pretty
3 sniper rifles,
heavy
like
arsenal.
2 or 3 shotguns. Not a lot.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
And a partridge in a pear tree. And then like five grenade types and like 7 kinds of equipment.
They also condensed the class system, I think, a couple games back, but yeah.
Yeah, well, they got rid of the class system now. It's
Well,
it's operator
right.
based
Yeah,
now.
yeah. Ugh, I hate that.
But
trend.
okay, so like in Overwatch, right? You know how in Overwatch you play like a couple of games and you level up?
Yeah.
Okay, but what you get out of leveling up is a loot box that gives you cosmetics.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so imagine if you had to like unlock characters that way. And you didn't unlock all the characters until you got to level 100.
Jesus. So wait, let me ask you
level
this.
I mean, that's
100.
What?
Oh
that's
my!
kind of how
Yeah.
Siege is, though, too.
With the renown,
Yeah.
but you can buy it.
You can buy them.
Yeah.
But
if you
yeah,
get
but out
if
of
you get the full version of the game.
yeah,
you
the
can-
base game when it launched still had like,
Mm.
you know, at least more of a variety to characters to choose from than here. Because I assume the first few matches it was just everybody was running around as the same operator.
with the same gun, yeah. Okay, so
it's like the Clone Wars.
So no, on
Yeah.
top of that, one of the innovations that Battlefield 2042 was really pushing was this cross system, like Crisis, where you could
Yes,
at any
it looks
time-
just like Crisis.
you could anytime hit a
honestly.
button and you hold your gun up like this, and you can swap out the thing attached to your barrel. You can swap out the scope you have attached. You can swap out the magazine, and you can swap out an underbarrel attachment. Right.
Okay.
So you can put like a grip on your underbarrel or a grenade launcher. You can put a silencer or a flash hider or
Do you
a
have to unlock all
compensator.
those too?
You can also put a red dot. You can put a holographic sight. You can put an ACOG. You can put a sniper scope, and you can also have the extended mags, fast mags, as well as different kinds of ammunition, armor-piercing mags.
I mean, what do you expect? This isn't a full price game.
Well,
I'm kidding. It
I mean-
is.
I mean-
yeah.
so
Yeah.
so let me give you a little example. So you start the game off. You have 1 assault rifle, 1 SMG, 1 shotgun, 1 sniper, 1 LMG, and 1 pistol to choose from.
Yeah.
In order to unlock the next one, which is the AN94, which is their AK equivalent, you have to level up to like level 10. So it takes you maybe 20 or 30 matches to unlock your first gun. In
Yeah.
addition to that, this is Battlefield we're talking about now. This isn't
Sounds
Call of Duty
bad.
where you get 25 kills in a row and they give you
it's
a
like,
nuke.
jun.
You have to run for 25 miles and then you see one
You
person
level up
and
a
maybe
million
get a
times.
kill. You have to get 10 kills with the assault rifle in order to unlock the red dot. Then 10 more kills in order to unlock the holographic.
Oof.
Then 10 more kills in order to unlock. These numbers are wrong, but you get my
I know.
point.
Well, in the
In order
context
to
of
unlock-
Call of Duty, that's fine because every game is shorter and you get like dozens
So-
of
You
kills.
could do.
Yeah.
You could finish a gun in a game.
So you're
Yeah.
playing
in, like
so
one
you're
or two
playing
games.
you're playing with this shit ass assault rifle. And you play 20 games and you finally get 20 kills in those 20 games. And then boom, you unlock the next assault rifle, got to start over. It doesn't have any
Oh
attachments.
no!
Yeah.
Oh, that was like the old Call of Duty sort of methodology. Because I remember in Modern Warfare 2, I wound up using the FAMAS for so long because it was like I was trying to unlock all the parts, and by the time I was level 50 or whatever, and it was just like, well, this is now my best gun, and it's the only one I can like keep using. That was like how it was.
In there, it's quick though.
I
comparison,
imagine, yeah, I think I was missing like one part, but whatever the case, it was just like, yes, it was much easier to unlock all the parts you wanted for your game.
So, full disclosure, I did not buy Battlefield. I played the 10-hour trial through Game Pass. There was a gun in that game, which is I forget what they call it, the PP something. PP28.
The
Is
PP.
it the
Yeah.
PP? Is the PP7?
I think it's
PP7.
called the Bison in Call of Duty. It's the one where the grip is also a magazine.
yeah.
Wait, so
You know what I mean?
The
Battlefield
PP
doesn't,
Bison.
Yeah, PP
Battlefield
Bison.
doesn't use real gun names anymore either.
No, they do.
No, yeah, that's
Yeah, they're
at least that's
M-
what they call it in Call of Duty.
Oh.
But
Yeah, that's why
but
they call it
Randy,
the
Call of
PP.
Duty shifted to.
Or I'm sorry, not Call of Duty, Counter Strike.
Okay, yeah,
Ran-
Counter Strike and Siege do.
Randy,
Sure.
it's 2042. These guns don't exist yet.
Duh,
Okay.
I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Hey, they have plenty of modern and like.
Oh yeah,
past
they're real.
guns in
They're
there,
real
too.
guns. They're just
Alright,
like changed
so-
up enough
gotcha.
so they don't have to pay
Yeah.
any copyrights. So
Sorry,
then they change the name a little bit.
I'm
Or they
So-
steal them from video game companies.
Yeah, sure.
So 2042 really is the date they expect you'll pretty much unlock everything
Mhm.
in that game. Is that
So,
where- Zing, yeah.
so this game launched broken.
Yeah.
In my 10 hours of playing, I never got to experience. The only time I got to experience
That's how they
this,
get you.
the only time I got to experience using this broken gun was when my roommate Josh was playing with him and he died and I picked it up off his corpse because you have to get to level 33 to unlock that gun. And then by the time I got to level 20, they had nerfed the gun, which I should say,
Oh, no.
which I should say was like 3 weeks after launch because they had a lot of shit to fix at the
Did they
beginning.
speed up any progression or
Oh God, no!
I would actually
They
say
actually, fun fact,
slowed it down?
slowed it down.
What?
because there is portal mode in Battlefield
Yes.
2042, which you can do custom matches of old Battlefield games, and you
Oh.
used to get experience from that. And then people, frustrated with the unlock
Oh,
system, created
uh.
servers where they would just let you kill bots and get
And
experience,
if people having fun.
and they took that out. So
I say this stays.
I think this
Yeah.
stays. And in fact, actually, I think thinking back to it, like going back to EDF, let's cut that.
Yeah.
Because
EDF can
well,
go.
EDF, it's like, yes, there's a lot to do there, but at the end of the day, progress is not gated by just the amount of
Good point.
time. It's like there is a game to play there involving skill.
well,
and
that's the thing
yeah.
I was talking about is important is that like the frustrating thing about Battlefield. The thing about Call of Duty is that it uses the same unlock system as Call of Duty, but anybody who's ever played Call of Duty, you can like play 2 matches and you'll already be like level 5
Yeah.
in Call of Duty, right? Like
Yeah.
even if you're not great at the game,
Totally.
Battlefield's literally like you have to literally the only way to like make good progression is to come back every day because they give you a 10,000 XP first match of the day bonus like Overwatch
I think
does.
this 100% stays. And
Yeah.
to be fair, for Call of Duty, I would also call the Call of Duty unlock system still a time sink, just a lesser time sink.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a time sink, but it's a time sink that rewards you in regular intervals.
intervals. Yeah. Okay. So I think let me just see.
Yeah, what's next?
Okay. So I think probably okay. Actually, I got 2 things I want to cut but discuss first. Okay. The first being Darkest Dungeon 2. So I think Darkest Dungeon 2. Okay, first of all, I think
Did
one
you complete what they had?
I did
out
not.
there
Though I
so
did
far?
get up to the final boss in my second run, believe it or not. I actually found just a good combo and I just made all the way up. The final boss, that is hard, though. Very hard. I died like it just brutalized
I mean,
me.
correct me if I'm wrong, but Darkest Dungeon is kind of known for its.
So okay, so here's the thing, and it's like, I mean, like I've kind of been wanting to talk about this with you guys 'cause I think you tried it out, and it's like to say unexpected is very much an understatement, I think, and I think Dan kind of prepared me for it, and I was like, okay, let's see how different it is, It is like minus the aesthetics and the characters and a lot of the like the combat, it's like completely different. It's not like it's very
weird.
Yeah, it's I mean, some of the things are back. Like I would say the thing is, it's like it is very much a Slay the Spire. They kept the combat from the first Darkest Dungeon, and like that is it. And now the mechanic instead of exploring rooms in a dungeon and going in and out, it's a Slay the Spire. You're on a wagon trying to reach a destination, and the different paths are the different fights you encounter and various things. So it's just like but like
it's not really like Slay the Spire is not really a time sink.
Neither is Darkest Dungeon 2, because it's like I would say if in that game it's like the whole point is that the better you play, the quicker you finish up the.
There's no like incentivization for you.
Yeah.
Going back in over and over and over again.
Exactly.
I mean, on Slay the Spire, you unlock new cards, but you unlock stuff, but it's not like.
I think you said it perfectly. I would say it does not incentivize you to just keep replaying it over and over. Yes. In fact, if anything, the challenge is to do it in as few runs as possible. Yeah. And I don't know what happens when you get to the end or if you beat the boss. I think it's just an Act 1 sort of thing. I think there's more after that.
There's more acts, but they're not out yet.
They're not out yet. And they're different mechanics than the Slay the Spire stuff, right? It's going to be like a completely different setup, or is it going to keep going with like
I don't know.
I have a feeling that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to set up an entire front end game of just Slay the Spire, and then once you like
Inscription.
And
when
then
you get to the end of Act 1, it changes mechanics.
It changes mechanics,
Yeah.
and I'm fairly confident it's going to happen. Where it's because I think the end
after Inscription success, that would be smart for them.
And I think because
try and
it makes sense too. Because I don't know why Act 2 wouldn't be out yet if it was all just Slay the Spire.
Exactly.
Because then you just have to design a new boss and although maybe I don't know.
I think probably what's going to happen is at the end of that is you reach the mountain, and I think the next part is going to be you ascending the mountain, like so, and they might reintroduce like the base game sort of stuff there. At least I'm kind of fingers crossed, but it's like it's hard to imagine their base management stuff was so well developed in the first one. But I digress. This I just wanted to discuss this, but it is very much not what I would consider a time sink. It's long though, and it's like you got to be patient. It's a game that requires patience.
It requires patience, but I don't think the game incentivizes you grinding or anything like that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, and Echoes of the Eye. Okay, so funnily enough, earlier I wound up talking. I kind of wound up talking about the. I already wound up talking about the time sink when we were discussing best DLC and expansion.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's funny because it's like I kind of went through that, and so I should have gushed about the game then, but I talked about the time sink. But I do.
You gushed about it a little bit.
Yeah. The reason this is on the time sink is, I mean, if you mess up that time loop, it's like it is brutal, and it's very difficult to kill yourself in that because, like, there's gravity and there's not a lot of big heights, and there's oxygen, so you can't die from. So it's like you're just like, I just want to die right now. I just want to reset. So, but anyway, I'm gonna cut that. I just wanted to say, but I also found out that the blackness in that game, you actually can't turn up the gamma and the brightness. The perfect blackness is built into how the game is rendered. So it doesn't matter. You can't turn up the brightness or anything. It's literally it just renders black.
That's kind of cool.
You can't see anything. I thought that was clever.
Cool.
Yeah.
Turn off.
Fuck those assholes. They found my cheat.
Your cheat.
Turn up the brightness on your display. Problem solved. Ain't gonna fool me, Outer Wilds.
Yeah.
I've done that with games before.
Yeah.
Get fucked, clever.
Especially back
clever
like
game devs.
when you'd have to play games on like a CRTV and shit like that. Constantly fucking with those settings, and my parents would be like, "Why does the TV look so bad?"
So, from my understanding too, it's like there's a mod out there that lightens up that actually like it makes it not dark. It's not
wuss mode?
black, not black. Well, it was like it is like there are parts of it that it was just like it
off.
shakes you.
Anyway, I played Soma in Wuss mode, and it was great.
I actually kind of want to play Soma in Wuss mode too. I hear it's pretty good.
I couldn't play it in wuss mode.
I downloaded a mod that got rid of the monster.
No, it was after.
Yeah.
Oh, we were on PS4.
We were on PS4, so I couldn't play
guys,
it.
yeah, that sounds like all those Returnal fans asking for save points. Get a life, you bunch of babies. Beat the whole game in one sitting.
You made me jump across this room and punch you.
So, okay. So finally another looking at this kind of want to make Valheim. Okay. So obviously it is a game I probably put like 100 hours into just that early, release, and
that took over.
Took over a couple of like it was fun as shit though. But the
watching
thing is,
that game's sales grow on Twitter within the first, I think, like 2 months of its release, from 1 million to 2 million, I think it was up to like 8 million copies sold, was fascinating, but also like very telling for the time how good it was, and because I played it as well. But yeah, that thing blew up quick. So
it was, and so I did put a lot of time into it. Normally I'm not into crafting games, but man, building buildings in that game, you can make really just beautiful works of art in that. But the problem is it's not that much of a time sink because one, there's an end to the early release. You get to, there's like 5 bosses. There might be more out now. So it doesn't incentivize putting more time into it. Putting more time into it doesn't just progress the game. You need to like build, you need to build weapons and you make progress.
But you wouldn't call like the system, like I never played it, so, but the systems of like evolving your technology and having to meet certain things, you wouldn't call that kind of a grind?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of when
I think that applies for Timesink.
There is another game in this category that is nothing but grinding up your technology to make more technology, and I will get to it. So,
but you don't think it hangs? I think Valheim.
Yeah, I'd be surprised.
Is a Timesink.
I spent a lot of time in it and I don't think I got past silver.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
My group fell off, but we did put like decent amount of
everybody
hours.
I know that fell off. Everybody I know that made it to the 5th boss and got that far, put 100 hours at least into it.
I want to say I put about 100 hours, maybe more than that.
I think it dangles that carrot.
Yes.
Well, okay, then let's. You know what? I will leave it in. Okay.
I'm sorry. Dangles that carrot?
Yeah, dangles the carrot at the end of the
stick.
You've never heard of like these basic idioms, or you're trying to make a sex joke?
Yeah,
both.
I'm not trying to lead you with that segue, but carrot on a stick.
What? the item in WoW?
Yes.
It's called carrot on a stick, and it makes your mount like 5% faster.
Yeah, either 3 or 5%.
It's 3% faster. Oh, and then you can get the spurs, the spurs for your boots, and that makes it like a little bit faster too.
Listen, I'm talking about WoW Classic, baby.
Yo, carrot on a stick was like
that was the shit.
That was like.
See, I told you, Chelsie.
3% movement speed. Hell yeah,
dude, that was like an essential item.
Yeah, I know, it's insignificant. But still.
No, dude, carrot on a stick is like, that was essential. It's like, that was like one of those items. It's like, you need to go get this trinket. Cause
I think this conversation enough is enough to keep this thing on. The fact that you have to get an item to make your mount 3% faster.
So you're in Battlegrounds, right? You're in Battlegrounds, and you keep the trinket in your bag and you put it on to catch up to the flag runner in Warsong Gulch.
I don't know what any of those words meant.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Should we pivot over to Endwalker?
No, let's talk about Endwalker.
Okay.
About
I was gonna say if we're gonna bring up Burning Crusade now, it's like I might as well. So, Burning Crusade. I mean, I feel like it doesn't need like too much of an explanation why but I want to explain why it goes the extra mile. Okay, so. I mean, I didn't check my time played by the time I got was the last time I was in. I think I was on like 300 something hours when I went into the expansion. It's probably more than doubled that now. But here's the thing. I finally discovered the end game of an MMO. Okay, I finally discovered once I was done everything and you're at level 60, you start to approach like, okay, you're getting to the end of quest content and storyline content. Okay, where do you go from there? Okay, I was probably level 70. I was level 70, I want to say like end of June, beginning of July. I did not realize that is like maybe a quarter of the time you will spend in an MMO because I discovered Endgame, okay? And here's what it is. Endgame is all raiding, but in order to raid, you need gear to raid, okay? And so first you start out with something called pre-raid gear. This is gear you get outside. Like this reaction.
Listen, everybody that doesn't or didn't play WoW obsessively.
I'm listening.
Okay, yeah, no, I want to
pre-raid best in slot.
Yo, man, let me tell you.
You're talking my language.
So finally,
0.1% drop chance.
Yeah, no, it's so ready.
What?
Yo, so okay, I always promised myself I would not be one of those people that's like, going for like the best in slot
gear.
Like
you broke that promise.
10 times over. So I get finally to level 70. Dan and Chris are there. I turn in the quest. It's like they're there and they're like, okay, we got to talk to you about it. It's like I'm like, if you want to start raiding with us, you need to get BIS, best in slot. Okay, that is a
Capital B,
Yeah.
lowercase I,
Capital S.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I got it.
So I had never heard of this term before, and I'm like, this seems a little bit crazy. But anyway, I go on Wowhead, and there's like a bunch of websites out there with lists.
Yeah, Wowhead, like crackhead.
Sure are.
So and with a bunch of lists, and I'm just like, and you go through, and it's like you look in each slot, and like these are your pre-raid. So pre-raid, what that means is they can be found in the dungeons, and you don't need to go into the raids, but they're in the dungeons. Okay. And most of these pre-raid BIS gears, okay, there's 2 difficulties for dungeons in WoW. There's regular and heroic. Let me tell you, heroic, you can only do 1 heroic dungeon, like per dungeon per day. So if you go through it and you don't get the gear, you gotta wait 24 hours to go rerun it, okay? Let me tell you.
There's no way this doesn't
Right,
win.
I was
Okay,
about to say.
I haven't even started. I haven't
know.
even started. Okay, you can only go through, okay, and on top of that, these, like, some of these dungeons, it's just like, they are genuinely like some of them, it's like, we genuinely wiped and gave up. What is it? Blood Furnace, I think one in particular is extraordinarily difficult. Okay, and one of my BIS chess pieces was in there. Let me tell you, I think I've only gotten to the end of it like twice or 3 times, like in the time. It was impossible. Okay, on top of that, okay, for heroic dungeons, keep in mind that I usually played late at night. Simply trying to LFG for heroic dungeons, if you are not a tank in that game, is like half the difficulty was just looking for a group in that game to do these, and then you would do them and they were difficult, and then the gear might have not have even dropped. Okay,
I cannot wait to talk about Final Fantasy because it's so different.
I'm sure.
Yeah, there was no queue system back then. Much later, they introduced a queue system with this. This is like LFG, like you said, in the chat, the chat channel, asking for people and how whatever, how much experience they have and this, that, and their gear. Yep.
So finally, I sunk towards the end of the game. I was just like, most of that, like my memories of that game are just like running heroic instances and doing all this grinding. Some of it is crafting where it's like you need like 150 golden crafting materials, and you go find the guy in the guild who can actually make it for you. So, but anyway, so finally, listen, I did it. I got to a point. I was all pre-raid BIS slot, and I actually had some phase 1 BIS, which is stuff you find in the phase 1 raids that are released. Specifically, it was Karazhan, because that's the only raid released in phase 1. Okay, and I joined Chris's raid, and it was fun, and we did logging on my character, and each week as I got better gear, my stats got better and better. Like I did more DPS. Okay, until the point of the end of phase 1. And Chris even said it. I was just like, I felt really, I was a good raider. And I was like, yeah, you were on the cutting edge. And then you know what happens? Phase 2 releases.
Yep.
And the goalposts move.
Yep.
Instantaneously, the goalposts move. And I went back to raiding like a couple weeks because I was just a sub. So I took a couple week break, and I go back in, and I'm just like, I feel fucking useless right now. And he's like, yeah, like it's just a constantly moving goalpost. You make it to the BIS slot, and then every
games are a mistake.
Nothing like Final Fantasy at all. Can't wait to explain that one for you.
But I needed to say this piece, and that's why it's like, this is what makes that, because it's like, and not only that, but once phase 5 is done and that expansion is released, there's 5 more phases in the next expansion, and just keeps going. And Chris even said when he started this expansion, he was like BIS'd out. BIS'd out from Classic WoW. He's like, he got into TBC, and he's just like, yeah, first green drop was better than the gear I just straight up had.
Called
on.
Bisque.
Bisque, yeah.
Bisque drop.
And so I needed to, but God damn, it was addicting. I don't know why I did it, but I did.
Listen,
I needed to get
listen,
the
Matt.
We've all been
It
there.
was, it was designed that way.
Man, sounds like you had a ton of fun. You were also manipulated.
Yeah, do we not remember the therapy groups that went up after Burning Crusade and
So
Wrath
what
of
you're
the Lich
saying,
King?
this isn't getting cut.
So
No
anyway,
way.
this is a cut. Yeah, no. All right.
I will not let you.
Do you
So-
want me to real quickly explain the Endwalker one?
Yes.
I was gonna say we need to go back to back with Endwalker. Just tell me, Chelsea,
So,
why
Endwalker-
Final Fantasy,
wait.
the enlightened Final Fantasy
The way
players.
it works in Final Fantasy
Yeah,
is
you
so
and your
much
stupid
better.
quality of life updates.
So you have to get pre-raid gear, right?
Oh no!
Wow,
To sit through this
WoW
again.
doesn't have that.
So there's expert level dungeons, which is like the lowest level.
Did you feel
Max?
heroic after you beat
Damn
it?
it. You beat me to it.
So you got your expert level dungeons, and they drop gear, but then they also give you tomes where you could buy new gear. So the way they did it was at the release of the game, you got one type of tome, and it's not capped. You could get as many in a week as you could physically fucking get, so you could get that gear. And then after a little bit, they started releasing, after a few weeks, they released the second tier of tomes, which you could only get 450 a week by doing these dungeons and a few other things. But then they also released the low-end raid. So you do the low-end raid every week, and that drops gear, and you can only get one thing per week from all 4 of them. So it's
one thing per week.
Well, it's not just, there's 4 of them, so you get 4 items.
Okay, yeah.
But the chest needs 4 items. So if you're going for the chest, you could get the chest in a week.
Oh,
and that's
wow. Now, was there these items, was there a drop chance, or were you guaranteed to get those, or was it just luck of the draw that you got the 4 chest items?
Well, no, because you have to roll against everybody else.
Well, that was
but
the other
you
thing.
can run it as many times as you need, but you could only get something once.
And that was the thing. There were items that I needed dropped. I never got anything in phase 1 chess piece because it was one of the most in-demand items. And it dropped several times, but it was like either I was in the guild raid, in which case it's prioritized. They have a priority list. Or I was in a pub raid, in which case it's
free for all.
Free roll.
No, it's what they do is soft lock. It is you choose 2 items specifically before the raid, and if it drops, you get a chance to roll on it, but so do all the other people who soft lock it. That way you can't just claim every item. And I did soft lock. Both of the items I soft locked dropped, and I missed both rolls.
Good.
So and then you get to the savage raids, which is a harder version of the old ones.
Oh god, well thank God WoW's much more casual than that, you know.
And so for the way that works is you could go in, but if you beat it once a week, if you go in again, there'll be half the gear dropped.
Oh, wow.
So even if you have 7 people who have not beat it that week and 1 person who has, only 1 chest drops instead of 2. And if you have like more than 4 people who've beat it, nothing drops.
Wow.
That raid sounds pretty savage.
I hate that.
To only
it's completely different. But yeah, no, that's why I don't do end game content like that anymore in Final Fantasy, because like the next update that comes out, it's gonna.
Are there updates like phases in Endwalker, or is it just
there
are phases? Okay,
time,
yeah, it's patch time. So like,
oh god, oh wow, so this is
the raids. There's usually 3 sets. So, but by the time the second set comes out, your first set's useless. So then well, I wouldn't say it's useless, but you feel like you miss being on that cutting edge of I have the best gear, so you want to get it again.
You want to get it again, yeah.
But like you spend all that time doing it so you have enough gear to go into the 3rd raid, and then you spend all that time getting the gear from the 3rd raid, and then the next expansion comes out, and 2 levels in your gear is shit.
Yeah.
So what's the point?
I find it so weird
That's
that
why
it's
I go fishing.
Yeah.
Listen, Matt.
At
Well,
least you could have sex in Endwalker
Matt,
to pass the time.
you've never been to Goldshire Inn, my friend, on a
I was gonna say
RP server.
I was gonna say you might not
Yeah,
be.
You didn't have to prove me wrong.
Fucking any MMO.
Yeah. WoW wrote the blueprint. Final Fantasy just stole it. That's pretty much what you need to understand.
Are there
here.
hot bunny ladies though?
In WoW?
No. WoW's much
How
classier.
fuckable
Okay.
are all the characters in WoW?
I mean, have you seen the Blood Elves?
I would say the elves. That's about it.
Thorin?
Yeah, Blood Elves. Female
I
Blood
can't
Elves.
think of a clever joke to follow that. It'd just be, yeah, you know, dude, those udders just really.
Okay, see, that was a good joke.
I think
you
Now-
made me uncomfortable.
Now, just to talk about so I know that's all a grind, but I want to talk about the end game I've been doing in Endwalker,
That
which
wasn't
is
the end game?
Yeah. Well, that's part of
what
it.
you've been doing.
Yeah.
Your fishing trips.
my end game.
It's all a
So
bit.
every 2 hours, there's a half-hour long fishing trip where you fish and you get points for the fish you get.
Wait, every 2 hours there's a half hour?
Yeah,
Well,
so
yeah.
that there's an
So you
hour and
don't
a
have to
half
miss
before
one.
the next one
Yeah.
at the end of yours.
I find that so funny because in 2 hours you could just go out, take a half an hour fishing trip, and then come back home having spent 2 hours out, and instead you're doing it digitally.
So there is a title you could get if you get 3 million cumulative points in this place, right? And it's world-class troller, and I want that title because it's I want the title world-class troller because I think that's really funny. I get about 10,000 points on average each trip I go on.
How much do you need again?
3 million.
Oh,
I have
perfect.
about 250K so far.
You're
And
almost
my
there.
friends and I have been doing this like every single time that boat pulls up to shore, we are like on it. We're like, let's go. It's time to fish. And I am at 250K.
You know, I gotta say, I'm very thankful this is my category and not yours, because it's like you make a compelling case for Final Fantasy Endwalker.
I think you guys need to understand just how bad the starting assault rifle in Battlefield is.
Well, you know what? I'm actually this
very
is nice.
inaccurate at range.
This is nice because this is my category and I can pick one alone, and I can let you fuckers argue the rest out, and I don't have
It's
to
true, we
care.
can.
Yeah.
All right,
So let's continue.
let's go
and-
to Cryofall. I don't know what that is.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the reason Cryofall is on here. Okay, so remember when you were talking about Valheim and you were talking about like those crafting games
Google
where
this, by the way.
it's like get wood and bronze to make a bronze pickaxe, and then with the bronze pickaxe mine the iron to get the iron, and you just keep going up and up. Distill that down to just that process. Start in the Stone Age, and the end of the game, he's got to build a rocket ship to escape the planet, and that is
Cryofall.
it's like Satisfactory, but like think Satisfactory is more about setting up production lines. It's not even that. It's literally just manual.
It's Satisfactory without the automation.
Yes.
Yes, no, actually, yes. I didn't know. And
It's Minecraft with a plot.
it doesn't really even have a plot.
Minecraft with a goal.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I would
And
say
more steps.
and more. Yeah. And so it's Satisfactory without the automation, and it's Stardew Valley graphics. Okay, so it's not even 3D.
Okay.
So I played this with Shayna and a friend, and it's the servers are not like individual servers. You just joined the Eastern North America server, so the map is huge, and you're around other people. We did the non-PvP, so it makes it like, so you're kind of just existing around people. I imagine the PvP probably feels a lot better, where it's like there's a threat to you, like other people can kill you and steal your shit. But anyway, on top of that, here's what makes it unique. So I sunk probably like 8 hours into it one day and was like into like the second layer of the tech tree out of 5, but the way it works is obviously it's going to get crowded as more people join up. Okay.
Less resources.
Every 45 days, the server resets.
It's Rust.
Oh, is that what Rust is? Yes. Okay. Gotcha. So that's what it does. And so that's why it's like Valheim, you're right. It's like as a crafting.
Just Timesink game.
Listen, I will declare this right now and loudly, and I don't give a shit. Crafting games are just Timesinks by default.
Yeah,
It is
that's why I
what
love
they're
them.
done. Yeah, there you go.
That's why I hate them.
So you know what's funny? And it's
Those
like,
are my kind of
and
games.
also, I'm with Randy in the fact that it's like, dude, it's like I was playing Cryofall, and it was just like I'm just sitting here thinking like, and of course I'm hooked as shit on it. The dopamine's just pumping straight into my synapses. Okay, and I'm sitting here, and I get done 6 hours, and I'm like, I just spent like 100 hours doing this entire process in Valheim, and now I'm doing it all over again. It's just like it feels like it's just like it kind of. I went through a little
And
bit
it's
of
going to reset.
This is the most nefarious thing in the world.
That was
you're
my problem with
describing.
Rust.
Like,
But except some servers have different settings, but most Rust servers, it's like 2 weeks.
really.
So
2
you
weeks,
get all the
yeah.
way up there, and well, I haven't played in fucking years.
This
but you
conversation makes me never want to touch a video
Yeah,
game.
I can
like you do
feel
all
you
this
getting
work,
angrier.
and then like within 2 weeks, and then it's just gone.
I think I'm going to take up sports.
Let me ask you. They're very time
the
consuming and
ultimate,
expensive.
the ultimate time sink.
Let me ask you this question though, Randy. Is that more nefarious than an MMO where they're keeping
It's the
you
same shit.
where they're keeping you playing to keep you paying a $15 a month fee?
Yeah, the
good
goalpost
point.
is moving back.
Whatever
it's not,
flavor you want your poison.
It's not pushing you back to the
And
beginning
I fall
then
for
making
it
you
every
get to the same one.
time.
Yeah. So the only thing, this is not making it. I'm cutting this right now anyway, because the one thing I will say is that there is an end goal. You build a rocket ship to escape the planet, and that's the end goal. So it's like you don't just keep doing it and go back in. There is an ending to it.
So
And-
basically, you have 45 days
to reach
get
the
off
end goal,
the planet.
get off the planet. Yeah, and it's like I played with Shayna and her friends, and we all help and collaborate, and you join. So you don't have to do it alone. But like you said, the thing that makes satisfactory is that it has
That's why they call it
automation.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I didn't realize
I
that.
never pieced that together.
Oh
Yeah, yeah.
shit. Oh, and it's got factory
Because it's
right
got
there
the
and
word
then-
factory in it,
Oh
but
my
also
God.
it's satisfactory.
That's
yeah.
pretty clever.
They did
Actually, I'm
something
gonna
with
start
that,
playing
yeah.
that again. I like that name. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yes, you get the idea, and it's like I needed to talk about this because I had that same reaction of just like I'm like, oh, this is nefarious. It's like they don't even try and hide the fact of like the crafting loop. It is nothing but the crafting loop. That is all it is. And so I needed to.
Yeah, but like some people seek that out.
Yeah.
I seek that shit out.
I know it's funny. It's like I know that there's an audience for this because I'm sure there.
Just do drugs.
I was gonna say
No.
there are some people that probably played Valheim and were just like,
That
I
is the
just
time
wanna-
sink. Yeah.
I just want to craft shit. Why do I got to do all this like architecture bull? Like, why do I got to build a house? And it's like there are things. It's like you can't build like certain things that don't have a roof over them. So there are probably some people who are just like, I just want to build, and that's what people do in Cryofall. It's like the idea is like you can have like walls, bases, and floors. Most people in the PvE just walk, and their base is just basically a yard sale of all their crafting equipment just laying about. And it's like, but anyway, yeah, cut that. All right.
Real quick,
Cryofall's falling off.
I just want to add a little anecdote because I did play a little bit of Cryofall with some friends.
Yeah.
My experience with Cryofall was walking around this huge map
Yeah.
for about 25 minutes to
Okay.
find a plot that wasn't taken,
Yeah.
putting down where we were going to build our stuff, and then having two guys on hoverboards come up to us.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then with like 2 pet drones, and then just start giving us free stuff. And
Yeah.
they gave my friend stuff, and it was like, I think it was like a drone. And then my friend like PvP'd towards me, like he dropped me from the group and let the drone shoot at me, and that was not fun.
Yeah. Yeah, no. So one of Shayna's friends and I. So the thing with crafting games is just like she was just like, just come here. I have all the tech and we can just work from here. And I'm like, no, the satisfaction is like that you're building
Yeah.
up. And I now realize, and of course, like she's like, oh, here you are, and she just comes up. It's basically just RoboCop on a hoverboard. I'm just like, wow, look at you, look at you.
Yeah.
Like it's like, oh shit, this game goes far. And it's like, but anyway, but now it's like. If I went back to, if Shayna wanted to play it again, I would go back and just be like, just get me to your tech level. I'm not doing this all from the ground
Right.
level.
Yeah.
Because it really does. It's like once you're in the second tech tree, you're just like it is just hitting the next fucking goalpost and gathering. So anyway, cut that.
Yep.
Let's talk about Diablo 2. Sean, I think I'm gonna need you to talk about this.
Yeah.
Resurrected.
Yeah. Diablo's a funny one because, especially if you're playing on the ladder, which is online, Diablo has infamously been a huge time sink because there are many items that in the game that you can't get or that are very, very, very low drop rates. That something that's been mined year over year for the entire length of this game's release. Like I think the rarest item is actually a rune, and it's the Zod rune. Zod rune, if I'm not mistaken, but you can like farm the highest level place with the most drop chance and still never see one ever for forever. You know, it's not inevitable. It's not bound to happen.
Boy.
You can get just severely unlucky. I think even in like the highest place and the highest drop chance, it's still like a 44,000% chance, or like 1 to 44 something type chance. So obviously I had not personally sunk that much time into this game, as I mentioned in an earlier category or episode. This was me just like really revisiting, that nostalgia that I had.
The question is, does it incentivize that
I was gonna say
kind
there's
of stuff?
So-
or is it just people wanting to do that?
So it does, because
Okay.
those runes are necessary for certain weapons and certain gear, because Diablo 2 introduced the rune word system where certain runes slotted into certain items in a certain like you have to put them in order basically to make the rune word, because if you put the wrong rune,
you spell it wrong.
you spell it wrong,
Yeah.
right? And then it doesn't make this awesome piece of gear.
Yeah.
But yes, there is incentive, because one of the best armors is Enigma, which gives you the ability to teleport, which is a spell only the sorceress has that she can spec into. So if you're a paladin, a druid, a barb, and you want to farm more efficiently for better gear, more gear, things like that, it is it's almost essential to make your character as efficient as possible. So this is definitely a game that can pull your attention and pull your time. For me, when the game came out, I kind of scratched that itch, got to where I wanted to be. Haven't really had a desire to go back personally, but there there's a reason this game came out. There have been people that have played on the base game that launched almost, I guess it was 20 years ago at this time, or close to, something like that. And those guys were still playing that game, figuring out different ways and more shit to do and, you know, stuff like that. But there's not, outside of the gear, I mean, once you beat the game on hell,
That's the problem.
that's pretty much where it ends, you know? You're just retreading.
It's not like 3 where they have like seasons and
Right.
you can do like runs.
Yeah, this predated all that
Yeah.
So
live game service shit.
So on that and that, I would say it's like it does take a long time and you can grind good gear, but in the end, it is in service of reaching an
You're
end
right. I
game.
think that's what trims it.
So it's like that's what trims it for me. And on that note, I'm gonna say by that logic, I think it's gonna trim Valheim as well. It's like it is a lot of time to put into it, yes. And again, the crafting system by nature, but there is an end game to that, or at least there was an end to the content. They keep adding more stuff, but I know for a fact that it's like there is going to eventually be an ultimate end game to that. So it is in service of reaching a point so that you stop.
Gotcha.
Okay, and I mean, come to think of it now, if we're going by that rule as well, I'd probably say, you know what, we'll keep Cryofall for now. And finally,
there's one game left we haven't.
Yeah. Animal Crossing, Happy Home Designer. I see Cryofall.
Happy Home Paradise.
Happy
right?
Home Paradise.
Yeah.
Happy Home Paradise. Yes. So
So all I'm gonna
question before we get in. Okay, Happy Home Designer. Is there an end
Paradise.
game?
Yeah,
to that?
that's what I was gonna say.
Okay.
All I'm gonna say about it is there is end credits at a certain point.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
30 homes, which you could do very quickly if you just pile everything in the middle.
In
of
the middle of the
house.
house. Yeah.
So
got
I
it.
wouldn't really call it a time sink. They definitely encourage you to play it more, but you don't have to. And like and we're not talking about the whole
The
base
base game.
game.
No,
We're
just
just talking
the-
about that.
Yeah.
So like you can play it more if you want. You could play it for as many villagers as there is, and then you could redo all of those homes as many times as you want. So I mean, you could play it forever. But there's credits that are very easily obtainable.
Okay, then I think I see what you're saying. I mean, if the game, yeah, I would say if there is an end that you can very quickly reach, I think that they kind of almost disqualifies
There's progression,
Fair enough.
but like I said, 30 homes, you get the credits. There's more things to get after that,
it. Right.
but
It's not, okay, ready? It is not making you, it's not making you go visit there every day to get better items to rank up a home
Exactly.
beauty score just so you can get more and then moves the goalposts like a week
it's
later.
not moving. No,
There's no moving goalposts.
and there's never going to be an update that makes you do more. So
So
it is what it is.
If that's out and
I think-
Cairo falls back, then we're down to 4.
So I would say,
So-
by that logic, Cryofall does technically have an end to it.
An
You
end
are-
game.
Yeah,
No,
an
but
end
my
game.
argument with Cryofall and Valheim is that, like, yes, there's an end game.
Yeah,
There's an end game in WoW, too.
but there's not really no.
no, because it keeps.
Well, they keep updating it.
Yeah,
by
Yeah,
nature.
yeah.
But he just said they keep updating Valheim, too. He just stopped.
No, but eventually they're not going to keep putting. It was they only keep updating because it was in early
access.
release. Yeah,
I
early
understand that, but,
access,
like,
yeah.
the fact that you can play it for 200 hours and finish does not disqualify it from being a time sink, in my opinion.
I got you.
I'm with
Yeah.
You know what I mean? On that logic, though, Battlefield 2042 can go because you can hit in 20 to 30 hours of gameplay. You can unlock everything, and they're
Oh, really?
yeah. I mean, you just have to keep playing Battlefield 2042, which
for 20 to 30 hours.
Oh, wait. I was
20 to
Cheers
30
worse
hours
than the
isn't that
disease.
bad
Yeah.
though.
I thought it was just like a thing of just like you needed to play it for like 150 hours just to get, and like let's also face it, like Battlefield 2042, it's like maybe you get everything, but you know they're gonna keep releasing more stuff to unlock.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a slog, but in comparison to
the MMOs and the crafting games, I would say we take Battlefield off, put Valheim back on.
Okay, well in that case,
Okay.
that's ready. In that case, then I think our 4 finalists should be Valheim, TBC, Final Fantasy Cryofall. Does that
Yes.
work?
Yeah.
So what is your top pick?
I mean, kind of obvious.
Yeah.
But I think it's Valheim, you know?
Yeah.
Honestly, so it's like, funnily enough, having heard you describe Final Fantasy, it's like, I think both games are equally deserving the title, mostly because, like, I find it kind of charming that I can describe my first time experiencing endgame rating and bring up all these terms, and you already know what,
I'm
like,
just sitting in the
yeah,
corner laughing.
you are, and I
Yeah.
just see you smile, and it's like, it's so funny that it's like, oh god, it's such a common experience.
Because they stole it.
Well, yeah, that's literally what that documentary is about.
So, but all things equal, one, I think Final Fantasy Endwalker has gotten its time to shine in these awards. And
it deserves
also,
every award.
it's gotten its time to shine. And on top of that, you know what?
What about the bad ones?
No.
We haven't done this yet, but
And you know what? TBC not only for me represents, I feel like, what was probably not just the pinnacle of endgame grinding in this era, but when it first came out was probably the grindiest MMO, which is funny because of course I would get into the endgame rating of the grindiest MMO of all time, Atlas. It's like,
Funnily enough, no.
Which one?
From
was
what I
yours?
understand it, WoW was made simpler in response to EverQuest.
oh, EverQuest.
Oh, yeah.
EverQuest is the grindiest MMO.
Oh,
of
I
all
meant
time.
in like WoW, in the WoW
Oh,
time.
yeah.
But yes,
in
you're
a
right.
post-WoW world.
In a post-WoW world, because
Yeah.
I don't know what. Okay, there's one other thing I gotta mention. A nice anecdote. Okay, in WoW Classic, okay, there was a big problem with people going into endgame raids who were not geared for endgame raids. Okay, and
How
so
dare they?
okay, and so
Know your
So-
place.
Lock them up.
and so there was some raids in WoW Classic which required attunement, which was a quest you had to do in order before your character was allowed to enter that raid. Okay,
I was wondering if you were going to bring this up.
I should have brought this up anyway. So WoW had a couple of them, and the most notorious one was probably, Onyxia's Lair, but then, Encourage was, like, I saw the quest chain for that, and it's mind-blowingly long, but Onyxia was, like, the classic, like, long attunement quest one. But, in TBC, okay, I need to show you the flowchart someone made of the attunement.
Okay, he said flowchart.
Yeah, I don't even need to see it.
Okay. Phase 4 and Phase 5 did not require attunements to get into it because it was too close to the end. But Phase 3 has a raid called Black Temple. Black Temple, in order to get into that, okay, there is a series of cascading attunement quests. First of all, not only do you need to have gotten attuned to all of the raids preceding that and gotten to the end boss and killed it to pick up items, but to get attuned for those previous raids, you need to do previous attunement quests. And most of those attunement quests require you to go into, the heroic dungeons pretty much. Well, they do. Okay, so the whole idea was that, funnily enough, it's like Dan, when we got into it, he's just like, you don't have to do every dungeon every instance in the game. There's like a lot of them. But then I got done all the attunement quests. I'm like, every attunement quest brings you through every heroic dungeon in the game anyway. So it was just kind of funny that it's like they make you go through this entire step just to finally get into Black Temple, it hasn't been released yet, okay? But currently, there's 2 raids out right now. One with 6 bosses, another with 4. Black Temple has like 14, okay? Okay, and 6 and 4, the 10 raid bosses takes like 2 nights of raiding to get through.
Congratulations to the Burning Crusade.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to the Burning Crusade. What's funny about this category is I think this category is the biggest time sink.
Har, 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 har. All right, so the rest of the room.
Yeah.
What?
I gotta give it to Final Fantasy because it's all I've done.
See, but here's the thing. Chelsea's story about Final Fantasy and Matt's story about Burning Crusade, I guess, but like they sound like you're having fun. Your description of Cryo, both of you.
I was going to say, Cryofall is where I was leaning.
Make me want to shoot myself in the head with a very high caliber gun.
The Cryofall part was like on The Simpsons when Homer's brain is like, you can stay, but I'm leaving. And the brain goes, boop, and then the body falls over.
So funnily,
your story of Cryofall makes me want to grind for 30 hours to get the best gun in Battlefield and then shoot myself with it.
So, funnily enough,
you couldn't pay me to play Cryofall.
So, funnily enough, Cryofall, when I actually finally played it, because I'd never heard about it before, I had a kind of moment of panic because I was like, oh, is this going to beat TBC and worse Timesink? Because I was just like, but it's like, I need to go with Burning Crusade simply because Cryofall, like, it eventually gets to an end, and on top of that, it resets every 45 days, so it's just like, there's no moving goalposts. It literally meant to reset.
So, yes,
but yes, I agree, Cryofall
it is biggest time sink. and not worth Timesink.
Yeah.
So I am
it's
totally
biggest.
fine. I am totally fine with Endwalker. I just wanted to make a point that Cryofall makes me want to end myself.
That's my vote.
Makes me want to go on my own
personally.
Endwalk. You know what I mean?
Wait a second.
Hell yeah.
Walk off the end.
Well, no, wait,
I'm
sorry,
no, wait
Pat,
a
you-
second. Final Fantasy got got plenty of you know.
Sean, what do you think?
Yeah, if I were to step back into the MMO space, I wouldn't go back to WoW because I've already
Done it. Been
experienced
there,
it,
done
and
that.
retail's trash. But
You would
Yeah.
go back to New World.
yeah, I'd go back to New World. I'd get all scammed out of all my money somehow, and then I'd be like, "Fuck this game," and I'd be like, "I hate Amazon." And then I'd order a copy of Final Fantasy Endwalker
Off of Amazon.
Off of Amazon.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now that
man.
it's for sale again.
God,
9 till the 25th.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
there's just
Jeez,
something.
That's 10 more days.
And there's just something that makes me
We get
just
that.
just a little bit bitter of TBC and Final Fantasy sharing an award category like
I mean,
that.
this is the MMO category.
Yeah, essentially.
No, it is.
All right,
So,
so is
yeah,
is Walker any
Okay,
Yes.
Endwalker.
All right,
Okay.
fair enough. I think if I had just picked in second choice, I would say Cryofall.
Here's the thing.
Shout out,
MMOs,
shout out to Cryofall for making me have existential dread while met.
the issue is that the MMOs are always going to win because the MMOs you have to pay monthly for, so they want to make it fun.
And not
Right.
only that, but it's like it is by definition MMOs will always have constantly moving goalposts. Actually, no, technically Endwalker is at the end, right? So now the
No.
goalpost. No, it's not. Okay.
No.
No, everybody's back to life. We're all happy again. They're gonna come out with another expansion.
Spoilers.
And that's why New
Spoilers.
World
Oh, yeah.
doesn't have a subscription fee because it's not fun and it will never be fun.
Yeah. They wouldn't be able to get people to pay.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so go ahead, Randy.
And so was declared World of Warcraft's The Burning Crusade Classic is the biggest time sink of 2021 with Final Fantasy Endwalker
what?
2 wasting your life. MMOs all around.
And Endwalker only came out in December. So
That's actually a good counter argument. Is that TBC you had time to sync for the year, Endwalker only came out. There was not that much time to sync.
but
in
I
20.
still sunk all of December into that game.
Yeah.
I made all of my Christmas gifts 2 days before the party because I was playing Endwalker.
That's it. I framed mine, and mine's over by land. I put Chris's in office. So
So day 3 is now over. Our shortest one
Thank
yet,
God.
somehow.
Oh, it feels like it's been like a week.
In summary, we have decided that allegations of workplace harassment were the biggest disasters of the year. The runner-up is our seemingly never-ending chip shortage. The best remaster, remake, or re-release, brought to you by GoldenEye 007, went to the Blizzard Arcade Collection. Runner-up, Quake. And off recording, Sean stated that we are not honoring the company, just
Yes.
that single product.
Just the people who worked on the
Yeah.
arcade
Right.
We can asterisk it out from the show notes.
Yeah, Blizzard got worst thing to happen and also best
Well, it ain't
remake.
over for them. Our best expansion was Endwalker from
Hell yeah,
Final
it was.
Fantasy 14. Runner-up is Disco Elysium, the final cut.
Yep.
Chelsea's hottest FF14 character, best Chelsie game featuring Chelsie, brought to you by Chelsie, was Hoka Life. Cozy Grove was the runner-up. And Matt's biggest time sink is the Burning Crusade Classic. Our runner-up being Endwalker.
Endwalker.
Final Fantasy 14 Endwalker.
Yeah, wait. Oh man, it's got a lot of.
This was my day. This is my week.
A lot of Endwalker love here,
Yeah.
and dishonorable mention to Cryofall.
Yes.
I hope that Shayna never listens to this episode. She's gonna be like,
She'd have to get through a
yeah,
lot.
she'd be like, you don't like that?
Oh, no.
So join us again for Day 4 is the one you won't want to miss. It's a double feature of most disappointing and most surprising. Perfect for a disagreement bloodbath.
Yeah, you might say it's ripe for a back for bloodbath. See what I did there?
I'm going home.
You see what I did?
Get me that 10%
All right, so let me do some
alcohol.
plugs. Thank you for listening. This is part 3. If this is somehow your first, you got part 1 and 2 to go back to listen to, and that'll take you almost a calendar
Keep you
work week.
occupied. That's our biggest time
yeah.
sink.
Yeah.
Our biggest time sink is recording this Game of the Year stuff. But yeah, as Randy said, tune in for part 4 coming up with a bunch more categories, and you can find that and more, tons of non-Game of the Year related stuff that we researched and shit instead of yelling at each other on hotbuttoncast.com. You can also follow our socials, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at HotButtonCast to keep up to date on everything we have coming out. And yeah, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for listening.
Cool.
We'll be back
Thank you.
soon.